Expression after Deleuze and Guattari. Edited by Brian Massumi. 11. Introduction. Like a thought. Brian Massumi. Because they've said too much to be born. And said too much in being born. Not to be reborn. And take a body. Artaud, 1999, 88. The world does not exist outside of its expressions. 1. A clearer statement of the importance of the concept of expression for the philosophy of Deleuze and Guattari would be hard to find. Their entire ontology, this formula proclaims, revolves around it. A less fashionable concept, for late 20th century European thought, would also be hard to find. For many years, across many schools, expression has been anathema. The underlying assumption has been that any expressionism is an uncritical subjectivism. Expression conjures up the image of a self-governing, reflective individual whose inner life can be conveyed at will to a public composed of similarly sovereign individuals, rational atoms of human experience in voluntary congregation, usefully sharing thoughts and experiences. In a word, communication. Communicational models of expression share many assumptions. These include the interiority of individual life, its rationality, an effective separation into private and public spheres, the voluntary nature of the collective bonds regulating that separation, the possibility of transparent transmission between privacies or between the private and the public, and the notion that what is transmitted is fundamentally information. All of these assumptions have been severely tested by structuralist, post-structuralist, postmodern, and post-postmodern thought. Communication has long since fallen on hard times, and with it, expression. Communication, Deleuze and Guattari agree, is a questionable concept. Yet they hold to expression. What takes the place of communication is a kind of expressionism. 2. 13. Brian Massumi. Neither common form nor correspondence. So closely bound have the concepts of expression and communication become that Deleuze and Guattari's insistence on discarding one while retaining the other might well seem quixotic. There are certainly consequences to going that route, and Deleuze and Guattari are not shy about them. A willingness is required to forego certain bedrock notions, with potentially unsettling repercussions even for anti-communicationalists. One can never, Deleuze and Guattari begin, assign the form of expression the function of simply representing, describing, or averring a corresponding content. There is neither correspondence nor conformity. 1987, 86. So far so good. This is a restatement of the well-known critique of the referential function of language that is presupposed by the communicational model, and the renunciation of which unites its foes. Deleuze and Guattari join the critics, then step away. They go on to say that it would be an error to believe that content determines expression by causal action, even if expression is accorded the power not only to reflect content but to act upon it in an active way. 1987, 89. The assertion that expression is actively formative of its content, or its objects, is a constructivist strategy underpinning most contemporary anti-communicational semiotics. It performs a causal twist enabling semiotically savvy ideology critique. Discourse, by this account, constructs the subject by constructing the objects in polarity with which the subject forms. The subject's expression is still causally linked to its content, but the nature of the link has changed. What traditionally appeared as a one-way determination of expression by a mirroring of or a molding by its content, the correspondence or conformity of representing, describing, or averring, reappears as a formative polarity, a subject-object dialectic. It is less that the subject willfully speaks its contents than that it is spoken, unwitting, by its discursively orchestrated object relations. If the spoken subject expresses anything, it is indirectly its own circuitous determination, the anything but transparent dialectic of its orchestrated formation. The ultimate content of all expression is this occulted determinative power incumbent in discourse, which the critic has the counter power, if not political duty, to uncover. When Deleuze and Guattari call into question this dialectical solution, they are abandoning ideology critique along with its communicational nemesis. Why throw out baby ideology with the dirty communicative bath water? If you choose to abstain from both communication and ideology, what's left? Not postmodernism. Point 3. From a Deleuze, Guattarian perspective, these three approaches, for all their differences, have too much in common philosophically. What they share is an attachment to a concept of determination predicated, in one way or another, despite any protestations to the contrary, on conformity and correspondence. Traditionally, for communicational purposes, expression is anchored to a content. The content is viewed as having an objective existence prior and 14. Exterior to the form of its expression. The assumed solidity of the content transfers, across the mirror-like correspondence or molded conformity, into a trustworthiness of the subjective expression. Molded, mirroring, expression faithfully conveys content, represents it at a subjective distance. This enables communication, understood as a faithful exchange of contents transmitted at a convenient distance from their objective emplacement. In this model, content is the beginning and end of communicative expression, at once its external cause and its guarantee of validity. This causal guarantee is crucial, because the subjective distancing upon which communication is predicated enables deception no less than exchange. If there were no common form or correspondence, who could say? And what? Anyone, anything, out of control. The postmodern is an image of communication out of control. Seeming to have lost its mooring in objective conformity or correspondence, it appears uncaused, unmotivated, in endless, unguaranteed slippage. One of the reasons Deleuze and Guattari find the basic communicational model questionable is that it assumes a world of already defined things for the mirroring. Expression's potential is straitjacketed by this predefinition. In Logic of Sense, 1990a, Deleuze confronts the propositional view of language underpinning this model, arguing that it allows three fundamental operations, none of which are up to the measure of expression's potential, a three-sleeved straitjacket. The first cuff, designation, concerns the faithfulness of the expression to the particular state of things with which it is in conformity or to which it corresponds, its objectivity. Manifestation is the subjective correlate of designation. It pertains to the personal desires and beliefs owned up to by the designating I. Signification is founded on the capacity of designation to apply beyond particulars to kinds, in other words to general ideas and their implications. It is a question of the relation of the word to universal or general concepts, and of syntactic connections to the implications of the concept. Point 4. If designation concerns the true and the false, signification concerns the conditions of truth and falsehood, the aggregate of conditions under which the proposition would be true. The condition of truth, it must be noted, is not opposed to the false, but to the absurd. Deleuze, 1990, 14-15. The willful absurdism of postmodernisms of the Baudrillardian kind took off from signification. The simulation they celebrated is an unmooring of the conditions of truth from the true and the false, from designation. Unhinged from designation, lacking a referent, the productive operation of the conditions of truth becomes indistinguishable from a proliferating absurdity, an absurdity by unmotivated excess of signification. These particular counter-conditions of absurdity, however, were staged by postmodernists insufficiently unbuttoned from the true, and arguably nostalgic for it, as a parody or ironic subversion of the truth rather than something other than it, to which it is opposed. Both parody and irony covertly conserve the true. They need the idea of a conformity or correspondence between expression and content as a 15. Foil. Ultimately, the postmodern absurdity is to retain the true in order, repeatedly, to lampoon it by bracketing its objective anchoring. Why not just be done with it? 5. From a Deleuzian perspective, parody and irony protest too much. The way in which they performatively foreground the signifying virtuosity of the speaking or writing subject seem distinctly to manifest a personal desire for a certain kind, a cynical kind, of masterful presence. The nostalgia Their postmodern practitioners have sometimes been accused of may have Beidokend, even more than a residual attachment to the truth, an investment in manifestation, a nostalgia for the master subject whose death postmodernism manifestly announced. 6 The same might be said of a precursor of this form of postmodernism, surrealism. More sober postmodernisms were to find somewhere seriously absurd to take the unanchoring of the true, into the sublime. 7. The ideological approach is in many ways closer to Deleuze and Guattari's approach than either the communicational or postmodern, in spite of their frequent criticisms of it. It has major advantages over them. For one thing, it links the workings of language to a problematic of power, insisting on the intrinsic connection between language and extralinguistic forces. It also breaks the symmetry between expression and things as they are already. Models of mirroring or molding, in a word, representational models, see the basic task of expression as faithfully reflecting a state of things. They focus on the as is, as it is taken up by language. Ideology critique focuses on the what might be. Its preoccupation is change. To open the way for change, it must break the symmetry between the saying and the said. It does this by transforming the content-expression correspondence into an asymmetry, as subject-object polarity. The question is displaced onto what governs their dialectic, how the two come together, or what mediates their interaction. Mediation steals center stage from conformity and correspondence. The problem for Deleuze and Guattari is that conformity and correspondence sneak back in through the back door. The subject formed through the dialectic does not simply mirror its objects. It embodies the system of mediation. It is a physical instantiation of that system. That is the ideological proposition, that a subject is made to be in conformity with the system that produced it, such that the subject reproduces the system. What reproduces the system is not what the subject says per se. The direct content of its expressions do not faithfully reflect the system, since the relation of the system to its own expressed content has been mystified by mediation. The fundamental mystification consists in making the subject's adhesion to the system appear as a choice. Mystified, the subject must be trained to truly express the system it has unwittingly been reproducing. This is the role of critique. The subject does not express the system. It is an expression of the system. The system expresses itself in its subject's every chosen deed and mystified word, in its very form of life, its habitus, as Pierre Bourdieu, 2000, 256-85, would say. Where, in the conformity and correspondence between the life 16 form of the subject and the system of power that produced it, has the potential for change gone? Conscious critique seems an unloaded weapon in the face of the relentless acting out of powers of conformity on the preconscious level of habitus. The only conscious force strong enough to counter those powers is self-interest. A subject must come to an unmystified consciousness of its own interests as occupying the position it does. But doesn't that lock the subject all the more firmly into position? And aren't decisions truly motivated by self-interest a matter of choice? Doesn't making a true choice depend on seeing through mystification to an analysis of the real state of affairs, designation, then faithfully conveying the general applicability of the ideological propositions arrived at, signification, to others of your class, as one sovereign individual in voluntary congregation, usefully sharing thoughts and experiences, manifestation? Aren't we back at the same old communicational model? Designation, manifestation, signification resurgent. Perhaps insurgent. But is this change enough? The move to save change by breaking the symmetries at the basis of the propositional view of language has backfired. They return, in conformity and correspondence, as if in confirmation of the doctrine that production is always actually, systematically, reproduction. If production is reproduction, then life is trapped in a vicious circle, that of the systemic repetition of its own formation, wholesale or in self-interested part. Still the initial emphasis has shifted from form, as mirrored or molded, to formation, and it has done so in a framework that broadens the vistas of expression. It is no longer a question of language narrowly defined. It is also a question of extralinguistic forces operating through language, as well as unspoken systems of signs, what the configuration of objects in the social field, and their patterns of accessibility, indirectly tells the subject in the making of its assigned position. As we will see in the course of this introduction, Deleuze and Guattari agree that the subject is in a sense spoken by extralinguistic forces of expression, and that this impersonal speaking is not a matter of choice. But they do not see anything hidden to uncover, nor are they willing to reduce the expressing individual to an instantiation of a system. From their perspective, the force of expression and the linguistically formed exercises of power it often fuels are painfully evident. The force of expression, however, strikes the body first, directly and unmediatedly. It passes transformatively through the flesh before being instantiated in subject position subsumed by a system of power. Its immediate effect is a differing. It must be made a reproduction. The body, fresh in the throes of expression, incarnates not an already formed system but a modification, a change. Expression is an event. The ideological question of how to think open a space for change in a gridlocked positional system is turned on its head. The task for a theory of expression is how to account for stability of form, given event. The key is to remember that emergence, mutation, change affect composing forces, not composed forms. Deleuze, 1988, 87. 17. A net on potential. Formation cannot be accounted for if a common form is assumed, whether between content and expression or subject and system. If the world exhibits conformities or correspondences, they are, precisely, produced. To make them the principle of production is to confuse the composing with the composed, the process with the product. Deleuze and Guattari call this tracing, Decalque, 1987, 12-15. A tracing approach overlays the product onto the process, on the assumption that they must be structurally homologous. The assumption is that you can conceptually superimpose them to bring out a common logical outline. When this procedure is followed, product and process appear as versions of each other, copies. Production coincides with reproduction. Any potential the process may have had of leading to a significantly different product is lost in the overlay of what already is. Deleuze and Guattari take a simple step that carries them a long way from this procedure. They say that there is more than one form. The cornerstone of their theories of expression, in their solo as well as collaborative writings, is the principle that contents and expressions do not share a form. They each have their own form, or forms. Loosely basing themselves on the work of the linguist Louis Hjelmsleff, they contend that there are any number of forms of content and forms of expression, each with their own substance or specific materiality. The tricky part is that there is no form of forms to bridge the gap. Deleuze and Guattari do not make this move in order to ascend to some meta level. Between a form of content and a form of expression there is only the process of their passing into each other, in other words, an immanence. In the gap between content and expression is the immanence of their mutual deterritorialization. This blurring of the boundaries is in addition to their formal distinction. In dialogue with Michel Foucault, they use the example of the prison, 1987, 66-7. The prison itself is the form of content. Of course, a prison building is not a prison without prisoners. The prisoners' bodies are the substance of content for the prison as form of content. Of course, not only prisoners' bodies enter a prison, guards and visitors do also. A body in a prison is not a prisoner unless it has been condemned for a crime. The judge's pronouncement of guilt contributes a substance to the form of content. A verbal expression has, in effect, passed into content. The pronouncement of guilt is a performative use of language, defined as an utterance which transforms the attributes and physical conditions of a body or state of things simply by being said. The performative is a direct avenue for the passage of expression into content. Deleuze and Guattari argue that every use of language carries a certain performative force, if only because it presupposes a conventional context of intelligibility, and that conventional girding brings pressure to bear toward a certain manner of response. Every utterance is an order word in the sense that it molds, subtly or directly, the potential 18 actions of its addressees. This molding by language is very different from the mirror-like molding of the communicational model. There is no resemblance between a pronouncement of guilt and an imprisonment. The performative relation of the expression to its content is not representational. The performative is a speech act which modifies the target body's own potential for action. It is an action on an action. As in the ideological model, the content is actively modified by expression. It is also not without return channels for affecting expression. However, whatever back action there may be does not set in motion a dialectic. The reciprocal actions of content and expression have to pass a gap of non-resemblance which breaks not only the symmetry between content and expression assumed by the communicational model, but also the polarity on which ideological model's dialectical method is based. What happens in the break is the crux of the matter for Deleuze and Guattari. The pronouncement of guilt is not the form of expression for the prison regime, but a linguistic contributor to its content. What then is the form of expression? What it is decidedly not, according to Foucault, is the meaning of the word prison. Construing it that way limits expression once again to the conceptual or semantic level of designation, manifestation, and signification, entirely missing the action on action, the direct, mutual involvement of language and extra-linguistic forces. In Foucault's analysis in Discipline and Punish, 1977, as read by Deleuze and Guattari, the form of expression for which the prison is the form of content is delinquency. The actions in the social field leading to the emergence of the modern prison system were most effectively expressed in a varied and widespread discourse on delinquency, not through philosophical or semantic reflections on the meaning of prison. There was no essential connection between delinquency as form of expression and the prison as form of content. There is no logical or teleological reason why that particular articulation had to be. Its power was the cumulative result of 1,000 tiny performative struggles peppered throughout the social field. The connection was made, and it was made collectively, under the control of no individual subject. As aggregate formations, expression content articulations have a tendency to drift over time. Delinquency would subsequently migrate, extending to a new form of content, the school. The school owed not a little to the strategies of containment implemented in the prison. Content and expression were re-articulating themselves, toward a new aggregate result. How it would all recrystallize into a functioning system of power was at no point a foregone conclusion. Which content elements would make the migration? How would they recouple with what expressive elements? What new expressions might pass over into content? Which might cease to? What elements from forms of expression other than delinquency and forms of content other than the prison would make contributions to the mix? Another 1,000 tiny struggles. For a re-articulation of this kind to eventuate, for anything new to 19. Arise in the social field, established forms of content and expression must give of themselves. They shed functions, like so many seeds in search of new soil, or like branches for the grafting. It is of their cobbled together nature to do so, to disseminate. And it is the inconstant nature of their sheddings to mutate as they disseminate. This mutational dissemination of transplantable functions is an instance of what Deleuze and Guattari call a deterritorialization. The point for Deleuze and Guattari is that in the drift of power formations, there exist intermediate states between content and expression, expression and content, through which a stratified system passes. 1987, 44. The system of established articulations passes into a mutational gap state, filled with shed functions fallen free from their former implantations. 8. A deterritorialized function is no longer a function in the normal sense. What can you do with something that hasn't yet decided if it is to fall back in on the side of content or expression? What aim or object can it have as yet? What meaning? Nothing determinate. The articulatory sheddings are functions without the determinate functioning they will come to have, in a state of potential. Deleuze and Guattari call articulatory functions in an in-between state of mutational potential particles of expression or signifying signs. If there is no individual subject capable of governing their drift, then what determines where they fall and what they grow into? What determines how they recombine and settle into an actual functioning as part of a new articulation or regime of signs? Deleuze and Guattari call the orchestrator of expression the abstract machine. The machine is abstract because the signifying signs with which it concerns itself lack determinate form or actual content definition. Though abstract, they are not unreal. They are in transport. They constitute the dynamic matter of expression. When they settle into re-articulation, they become substances, formed, functional elements of either content, a prisoner, for example, or expression, a phoneme perhaps. Deleuze and Guattari's matter of expression correlates with Hjelm's Leff's purport, for which the French translation is métier. Purport, Hjelmself writes, has no possible existence except through being substance for one form or another, 1969, 52, 9. It has no existence, only dynamic potential. It comes into existence through its capture by a content expression articulation, as in a net. Hjelm's Leff emphasizes the arbitrary nature of this process. What is arbitrary about it is the oddness of a quarry whose species does not pre-exist its capture, a prey whose determinate existence results from the casting of the hunter's net. Deleuze and Guattari do not favor the term arbitrary. It has too wan a logical ring for such an ontologically fraught struggle. From a Deleuze, Guattarian perspective, it would be better to say that the actual content of expression, what effectively comes to be signified, manifested, designated, its object, emerges from expressive potential through a process of the capture of that potential, and that this emergence into being determinate necessarily crosses a zone of systemic indeterminacy by virtue of which the whole affair is tinged with the XX passing element of chance. To the logical ring of the arbitrary, Deleuze and Guattari respond with a contingent tinge to the emergent. The primacy of expression. There is a primacy of the collective assemblage of enunciation over language and words, Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 90. The collective assemblage of enunciation is the prong of the abstract machine that settles a signifying signs back into a functional form of expression. The machinic assemblage of bodies is the prong that does the same for content. It is not only the emphasis on the collective nature of the process that is worth remarking. More radically, Deleuze and Guattari are suggesting that there is an impersonal expressive agency that is not only not restricted to language, but whose process takes precedence over its operations. Expression is not in a language-using mind, or in a speaking subject vis-a-vis its objects. Nor is it rooted in an individual body. It is not even in a particular institution, because it is precisely the institutional system that is in flux. Expression is abroad in the world, where the potential is for what may become. It is non-local, scattered across a myriad struggles over what manner of life-defining nets will capture and contain that potential in reproducible articulations, or actual functions. Determinate minds, subjects, bodies, objects, and institutions are the result. The subject, its embodiment, the meanings and objects it might own, the institutions that come to govern them, these are all conduits through which a movement of expression streams. Expression adopts them for its temporary forms and substances, towards its own furtherance, in ongoing self-redefinition. The expressive is primary in relation to the possessive, 1987, 316. It was a moral precept of a certain era that one must own one's enunciative position. An imperative was issued to speak responsibly from personal experience. But if expression is abroad in the world, it is not fundamentally ownable. It may well be morally domesticatable under certain conditions. Many a moralizing capture through the ages attests to this, but only secondarily. The first language, or rather the first determination of language, is indirect discourse, expression that finally cannot be attributed to a particular speaker. Language is not content to go from a first party to a second party, from one who has seen to one who has not, but necessarily goes from a second party to a third party, neither of whom has seen, 1987, 76-7. Expression is always on the move, always engrossed in its own course, overspilling individual experience, nomadically evading responsibility. It is self-transporting, serially across experiences. There is a self-movement of expressive qualities that momentarily crystallizes into actual objects and associated subject positions. Expressive qualities are auto-objective, 1987, 317. Expression is captured in passing by its auto-objectifications, but only ever provisionally. In C.S. Peirce's terms, it operates in the element of XXI. Thirdness, already included in every passage from one to another, is a potential relay to a third. Even as expression settles into a particular articulation, it is already extending what Deleuze and Guattari call probe heads to a next, as yet unknown destination, already shedding of itself, in the interests of its moving on. Point 10. Expression's self-movement is a continual stretch. Expression is tensile. To express is not to depend upon, there is an autonomy of expression. 1987, 317. What expression is most emphatically not dependent upon in the first instance is any purportedly generally applicable moral rule assigning responsibility for it or toward it. There is indeed an ethics of expression, which Deleuze and Guattari acknowledge and accept as a central problem. They insist on the term ethics, as opposed to morality, because the problem in their eyes is not in any primary fashion that of personal responsibility. It is a basically pragmatic question of how one performatively contributes to the stretch of expression in the world, or conversely prolongs its capture. This is fundamentally a creative problem. Where expression stretches, potential determinately emerges into something new. Expression's tensing is by nature creative. Its passing brings into definite being. It is ontogenetic. To tend the stretch of expression, to foster and inflect it rather than trying to own it, is to enter the stream, contributing to its probings. This is co-creative, an aesthetic endeavor. It is also an ethical endeavor, since it is to ally oneself with change, for an ethics of emergence. The English translators of Guattari's last work were right to subtitle its project an ethico-aesthetic paradigm. Point 11. Stretch to intensity. Pragmatically, an ethics of expression involves producing atypical expressions. The atypical expression constitutes a cutting edge of deterritorialization of language. It plays the role of tensor, in other words, it causes language to tend toward the limit of its elements, forms, or notions, toward a near side or beyond of language. The tensor affects a kind of transitivization of the phrase, causing the last term to react upon the preceding term, back through the entire chain. It assures an intensive and chromatic treatment of language. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 99. Agrammatically brings out the tensile dimension of language by stretching its elements beyond the limit of their known forms and conventional functions. The atypical expression pulls language into a direct contact with its own futurity. It forcibly twists it into glints of forms, hints of contents, as yet func XXII. Shinless functions which, however unmotivated or arbitrary, could be. Because they just were, after a fashion, germinally. The atypical expression puts the screws on the system of language in a way that forces its actual operation to overlap with its zone of potential. The same experimental torture also brings out the transitive element of thirdness, in a recursive mode, by causing the last term to react upon the preceding term, back through the entire chain. The combined result is a recursive futurity. Language folds back on its own unfolding. Wrapped up in itself, language falls into a state of utter tension, intensity. Language has been made to coincide, on the near side or beyond of its conventional usage, with its own intensity. A recursive futurity is one of the ways Deleuze and Guattari talk about the virtual. It is a crucial element of their theory of expression that ethico-aesthetic practices of expression can directly access virtual forces. These are the forces of ontogenesis responsible for the stream of novation, caught at the moment of their just emerging, Expression's momentum. Point 12. Certain practices of expression are capable of actualizing the momentum of emergence as such, uncaptured. This is expression in its free state, under formation, tortured but unbound, tortured and for that very reason unbound. The hitch is that to catch expression in the forming requires allying with forces of systematic deformation. It takes stretching and twisting, pain. The agrammatical experiment is a cry of expression. Bearing in mind the performative dimension of expression, the atypical expression could as well be a gesture, operating on systematizations of nonverbal expression. More challengingly, it could address the hinge between nonverbal and verbal expression, experimenting with the limits not only of a certain form of expression, but with the very nature of the content expression articulation itself, how bodies and words couple and struggle, whether or in what circumstances they might pass into each other, as in expression's performative passing into content, how their mutual immanence must be lived, experienced most directly and intensely. If the agrammatical verbal expression is an ontogenetic cry, then the gestural atypical expression is its accompanying dance. So deforming can this tarantella be that its a signifying violence can rack the body and risk the life lending themselves to the process, a danger named Artaud he danced his did. Point 13. The autonomy of expression. It was said earlier that the abstract machine was the expressive agency. This is misleading. Putting it in those terms risks hypostasizing the process that is expression, treating it as a substantive. To do so is to commit the tracing error of placing the process of emergence on a level with its substantial products. There is no entity to expression. There is no supersubject behind its movement. Its emerging into words and things is always an event before it is a designation, manifestation, or signification propositionally and provisionally XXIII. Attached to a subject. There is no form of forms underneath or beyond, however such a thing might be conceived, whether as an ideological system, transcendental ego, or collective unconscious. While there is no form of forms, there is the event of events, a coming to pass through comings to be, the world as becoming. Hypostasizing process into a supersubject is the error of idealism, the ideo is in ideology for a reason. Deleuze and Guattari's expressionism is in no way an idealism. It is an ontogenetic process philosophy, a philosophy of the event concerned directly with becoming. Still, the production of subjectivity is a central preoccupation of Guattari's work in particular, and within his corpus most particularly of Chaosmoses, 1995. By production of subjectivity, Guattari does not only mean the actual subjects that emerge in the ontogenetic net articulating content and expression, determining their potential. He also means that the movement of expression is itself subjective, in the sense that it is self-moving and has determinate effects. It is an agency, only without an agent, a subjectless subjectivity. Point 14. The production of subjectivity is also the self-production of expression's momentum. There is nothing mystical in this notion. It is entirely natural, or it is as natural as it is cultural. Nietzsche used the example of lightning to make the same point about the error of hypostasis, associating it as do Deleuze and Guattari with the propositional logic that necessarily attributes expression to a subject. It is, only owing to the seduction of language, and of the fundamental errors of reason that are petrified in it, which conceives and misconceives all effects as conditioned by something that causes effects, by a subject. The popular mind separates lightning from its flash and takes the latter for an action, for the operation of a subject called lightning, as if there were a neutral substratum behind it. But there is no such substratum, there is no being behind doing, affecting, becoming, the deed is everything. Nietzsche, 1967, 45. The event is everything. There is no subject before or behind it whose deed it would be. It is an autonomous doing. Before the flash there is only potential, in a continuum of intensity, a field of charged particles. The triggering of the charge is a movement immanent to the field of potential, by which it plays out the consequences of its own intensity. The movement involves the field in its entirety. It is non-local, belonging directly to the dynamic relation between a myriad of charged particles. The flash of lightning expresses this non-local relation. Expression is always fundamentally of a relation, not a subject. In the expression, process and product are one. But this is a different process, product unity than the tracing kind. It is the unmediated unity of a processual immanence, involving neither external resemblance nor structural homology. 15 The lightning strike doesn't resemble, represent, or reproduce the charged field. It XXIV. Doesn't conform or correspond to it. It culminates it, in a playing out or performing of its intensity. Only with the culmination will the field have effectively been what it was, the conditions for lightning. The field of potential will have been determined. The deed is definitive. There is no going back on a strike of lightning. The doing of the did says it all. It is its everything. And more. On top of everything, the flash can also be captured. All is not yet done and culminated if, for example, the movement is caught by a human eye. Having passed into that perception, the flash is a product separate from its process. It has passed from an autonomous expression into the content of a body and a life. Its now perceptual intensity, immanent to the neuronal field of potential of the brain, may seed, for example, a myth. 16 The event of the flash may be prolonged, becoming a content for a mythic form of expression. Zeus, for example, emerges to take the credit. A creator now owns the deed. A subject has been added to the expression, a doer to the deed. The energies creative of the flash have extended into myth creation, from physical ontogenesis to mythopoiesis. Once the heroic subject has emerged to claim his object, a tracing relation may be established between the two substantives. Zeus is like the lightning. He is as decisive and unforgiving as his thunderbolt. They share properties. They conform and they correspond. Properties, the flash has gone from the expressive to the possessive. The products of the creative process now seem to contain its intensity in their mutual reflection. They jointly own it, as if they contain the principle of their reciprocal formation in their own likeness. This is the derivative level of symmetrical process, product unity associated with the propositional model. When subject Zeus next throws his object thunderbolt, he expresses something other than that deed, he expresses his anger. The flash is now a proposition, a manifestation of his mood. The resemblance to lightning has passed from whole to part, from the god to his emotion. Expression is now more narcissistic than ontogenetic, all it can do is spin off further resemblances, in accordance with a rhetorical structure, in this case through a synecdoche. All that expression is not, it has become. Creative to the last, so generously creative is expression that it agrees to its own conversion. It allows its process to be prolonged into a qualitatively different mode of operation. It flows into rhetorical captivity, possession by a form of content and a form of expression in narcissistic reflection. There is little use in critiquing this annulment of expression in a perceptual separation of its product from its process. 17 In one way or another, expression always self-converts upon reaching perception. This is its way, and it is the way of perception, both are predicated on the independence of the product from the autonomy of the process. What expression loses in ontogenetic vivacity, it gains in longevity. The flash doesn't disappear into the black of night. It continues. Its pickup by a different process is the price of its continuing. Its culmination, the effect of its playing out, in this case a strikingly optical effect, feeds forward into another productive process for which it provides a content. In this example, the process that XXV picked up the flash and converted it from an autonomous form of expression into a form of content is creative in its own way, of myth. The capture of the content in narcissistic rhetorical structure culminates the mythopoeic process. This second culmination, in the anti-flash of manifested resemblance, is also in fact productive, in a weak, homologous, way. It produces rhetorical figures. These readily form relays among themselves which settle into conventional circuits of association, structural propositions, constituting a self-reproducing system, for example, an oral or literary tradition. The violence of the flash has been domesticated to serve the functioning of a system operating according to its own rules of formation, at a certain level of reality. Lightning's capture has contributed to the addition of an organizational level to the world. The intitial ontogenesis, its continuation in mythopoiesis, and its second coming to an end in rhetorical poiesis are interlocking strata of expression. Expression's impulse travels through the chain, creatively changing forms along the way, passing between content and expression as it crosses the gaps between the strata. Deleuze and Guattari's ethics favors affirming expression, across all its meanderings, up to and including its annulment. Ethics is not about applying a critical judgment to expression's product. It is about evaluating where its processual self-conversions lead. The basic question is, does process continue across its capture? Is the crossing of the gaps, the transformative feed-forward between strata, drift enough to keep it creative? Or has it really reached the end of the stream? Has it entered an oxbow of stagnant resemblances where it can do no more than eddy in its own likeness, producing self-reflective homologies? Has its ontogenesis ceased to be a heterogenesis to become, systematically, a reproduction? Does the success of the system's self-reproduction create such a logjam that it backs up the flow of expression, spreading stagnation along its entire course, preventing still striking autonomies of expression from making perceptual waves? The next question is, can the logjam break? How can the stratified system be deterritorialized, made to pass into an intermediate state between its established contents and their ordered expressions so that it crosses back over into a zone of systemic indeterminacy, retinging with chance? How can expression rejoin a continuum of potential? How can its self-conversion to reproduction be reconvert to emergence? Can it re-intensify? This is the entirely pragmatic question of how to perform an atypical expression capable of diverting the process into re-becoming. Emitting what experimental particles of expression will recharge the creative field? Can the ontogenetic force be regained, out the far end of the strata, in flashes of language and gesture? 18. Sense and singularity. What Deleuze called the propositional model of language was characterized earlier as a three-sleeved straitjacket on expression's movement, designation, XXVI, manifestation, and signification, the particular, the personal, and the general. What every propositional system puts the squeeze on is the singular. An approximation of the concept of the singular can be arrived at simply by considering a state of things not as a member of a class, or a particular instance of an existing type but, as was just done in the preceding example, as an occurrence. 19 An occurrence always presents chance-inflected variations. Accidents not exhibited by other occurrences with which a propositional system might be tempted to group it according to its order of resemblances. Confronted with these ungroupable aspects, the system can only apprehend them negatively, as anomalies. As anomalies, they can be systematically brushed aside as insignificant. The atypicalities slip out of signification sleeves. This asignified fallout, however, is precisely what made the occurrence what it was, an event. Not just an event, this event. This event is its own everything, its own happening, a singularity. The singular is not reducible to a particular thing or state of things belonging, according to a logic of resemblance, to a general type. It is not defined by what it shares with others of a kind. It is a self-defining field. It belongs only to its own field conditions of anomaly. The singular is exactly as it happens. Other events may follow. Its happening may prove to have been the first in a series of occurrences carrying what may well be considered, under systematic comparison, the same accidents. These cease retrospectively to be anomalies, becoming identifiable traits. On the basis of the shared properties lately assigned to them, the series of occurrences can now be grouped together as belonging to a type, a new form of content for the propositional system's forms of expression. the event has passed from the status of a singularity to that of a particular instance of a general type, a member of a collection. Propositional systems are typecasting collector mechanisms. Paradoxically, this means that with the singular appears the potential of a collection to come. Another way of putting it would be to say that the singular includes a perspective generality. Something that has an eventful perspective on generality, but on which generality has as yet no comprehending perspective, is exemplary. Earlier, the atypical expression was characterized as a recursive futurity. It was recursive in that its coming to pass enveloped a series of prior events, in an intense revisiting of the movement leading to its own emergence, from a last to a next to last, back up the chain of expression. Now it can be seen that the atypical expression is doubly intense. It also perspectively envelopes a series. 20. Deleuze and Guattari use the exemplary nature of singular expression to argue that even the most ostensibly personal expression may be directly political, in that it envelopes a potential collective. For example, the subject of literary expression, to the extent that it is effectively creative, is not the individual author but a people to come. 1987, 345. 21 The atypical expression emits the potential for an unlimited series of further, collective, expressions XXVII. By individuals who will retrospectively be assigned by a propositional system of capture to membership in a group, psychosocial type, class, ethnicity, nation. An order of allowable designations, manifestations, and significations will settle around their typecasting. A complementary order of conventional performative expressions will help manage this new form of content. The force of collective, expressive emergence will be streamed into stratified functions of power. Unless, the collectivity in the making resists pickup by an established stratum, insisting on defining its own traits, in a self-capture of its own anomaly. In this case, they will retain a shade of the unclassifiable and a margin of unpredictability in the eyes, or net, of existing systems of reference, no matter how hard those systems try fully to contain them. The collection will appear as what it is, a multiplicity in flux, an expressive movement or orientation still under formation, especially if the collective learns to creatively shed its traits as confidently as it cultivates them. In Guattari's terminology, the atypical expression is a nucleus of expression that may evade capture long enough to continue its autonomous formation as a node of self-creative or autopoietic subjectification. 22 It is because the subject of a singular expression continues under formation, still yet to come, that its autopoiesis must be considered a subjectless subjectivity. Shy of its definitive capture at the reproductive end of its stream, it is a process without a fully determinate agent or product, an open-ended subjectification. 23. That the singular event belongs only to its own conditions of anomaly means that it is prior to and independent of the conditions of truth or falsehood that will be assigned to its unfolding once its collective has come to an end. Deleuze links the concept of the people to come, the collective of expression still in throes of continuing formation, to the creative powers of the false. Given the distinction he often makes between the generative nature of force on the one hand and power as containment on the other, and his statement cited above about the opposite of the truth, it might actually be better to call it a productive force of absurdity. 24. The singular's conditions of anomaly are counter-conditions of absurdity, but in an entirely different way than the postmodern. They are absurd not because they produce an excess of signification, but because what they produce is, as potential, in excess of it. 25 As it happens, the exemplary expression signifies nothing. Which is not to say it expresses nothing. It expresses, in and as its own event, even before any eventual capture or continuation, the field conditions that gave rise to it and the collective potential its occurrence envelopes. This doubly intense absurdity of ontogenetic conditioning and unrealized potential, wrapped anomalously in this event, is what, on broadest general level of his theories of expression, Deleuze calls sense. Helm's left's purport as the net is just being cast but before it has closed definitively on its prey. Deleuze's logic of seriality and potential is what allows him to make sense of a signifying expression. In turn, it is the idea of a signifying expression that XXVIII allows him to argue that speech and gesture can be literally, or is it literarily, creative, ontogenetic, adding to reality. It is important not to think of the creativity of expression as if it brought something into being from nothing. There is no tabula rasa of expression. It always takes place in a cluttered world. Its field of emergence is strewn with the after-effects of events past, already formed subjects and objects, and the two-pronged systems of capture, of content and expression, bodies and words, regulating their interaction, nets aplenty. In order to potentialize a new type, the atypical expression must evade these already established articulations. It must extract itself from captures ready and waiting, falling for an instant through the propositional mesh. Extracted from the proposition, sense is independent of it, since it suspends the proposition's affirmation and negation. Deleuze, 1990, 32. It has entered the gap, the deterritorialized in-between of strata, the absurdity of the excluded middle. We may add propositional logics obeying the law of the excluded middle to the list of things expression is not fundamentally, but often and inevitably becomes information, communication, ideology, rhetoric, postmodern slippage. The evasive in-betweenness of expressions emerging into and continuing through a cluttered world is why it is never autonomous in the sense of being a separate entity. Only a process is autonomous. A process is by nature relational, from its first strike to its recharging for more. The only autonomy is of unfolding relation. A corollary to this principle is, only an autonomy can be captured. Like a thought. The continuing of expression across experiences means that it is too big to fit the contours of an individual human body. Its moving through envelopes the sky-like immensity of its field conditions of emergence, and the numberless collectivity of a people to come. But in order to move through, it must move in. If expression's charge of potential were not incarnated in an individual body capable of renewing it, it would cease to be expressed. It would dissipate, unperceived, like the lightning flash you just missed seeing. Expression's culmination affects consent to perceptual pickup by the human body. Not only, of course, non-human expression, including captures effected by other organisms, and even non-organic formations, are a recurring concern of Deleuze and Guattari. 26 There are any number of non-human strata in the world, with their own perceptual mechanisms, means for picking up a charge of potential aflow in the world and capturing it in a stratum forming self-production or reproduction. Many of these non-human formations are in fact integrated in the human body. A ray of light passing into the human eye strikes on the level of physics. Its impulse passes through many an interlocking level, from the physical to the chemical to the biological. On each level, it produces a dedicated effect that is captured as a content, and around which XXIX. Certain functions alimenting the self-regulating system will come to revolve. The cascading generation of alimentary effect and functional capture continues across the gaps between bodily strata. When it reaches the brain, the whole series repotentializes. Brain functioning serves as a hinge between the internal stratifications contained by the skin and the wider systems of capture into which the human organism as a whole is in turn integrated. Deleuze, following Leibniz, considers every step along the chain a perception. Before the perception reaches the molar level where it can be experienced as a memory, thought, or sensation consciously belonging to the life of the organism as a whole, it has already been these partially and non-concisely. It has been a crowd of stratum-specific molecular or micro perceptions. Each stratum has its own rules of content formation to feed its level-specific functioning, as well as unique forms of expression to transmit the generative impulse to other levels. Each stratum has its own self-generating mode of activity and effectivity, each is a mini-subjectivity. Or to use the term Guattari designed to foreground the autonomously relational nature of the interlocking strata, each is a part subject. The micro-perceptions occupying the rungs of the step-ladder of self-generation are and remain non-conscious. Their content is stratum-specific, and cannot be passed on as such. only an aggregate effect of their busy populating of the body is transmitted. This cumulative crowd effect is vague, but upon impact on each level it catalyzes a self-organizing of that stratum. 27 Effective but lacking content. The transmission is not a communication. It is a transduction, a self-propagating movement seeding serial self-organizations, each differing in nature from the last but connected by a shared generative impulse. 28. Expressions moving through is non-consciously inflected in the body by a cascade of repeated determinations, no sooner followed by passings into the gaps of systemic indeterminacy between its strata. The body's layered processing injects as much chance inflection as it does serial definition, branding the cumulative effect of any entering impulse with a productive margin of unpredictability. The brain thrives on it. Creative uncertainty, according to Deleuze and Guattari, is in fact the brain's chief product. It is a specialized organ for producing functionless functions alimenting expressive experimentation. The brain, claimed Henry Bergson, is the organ of intensity, enveloping self-magnifying potential in its convoluted folds. Its operation, Deleuze and Guattari suggest, is a bit like tuning a television screen whose intensities bring out that which escapes the power of objective definition. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 209. The brain itself is a subjectless subjectivity. All the better to relay with other autonomies of expression, in relation to which the human organism itself will be in operational continuity as a part subject. From the cosmological to the microscopic, but also from the microscopic to the macroscopic, Deleuze, 1993, 87. That was the story of the lightning, from the sky, in the eye, through myth to literary tradition, in a nature, culture continuum, the field of emergence that is the world. 29. XX. If expression were not incarnated in the human body in a way that doesn't just passively receive but actively repotentializes its moving through, it would come to a standstill on the retina. The human problem is that the charge of potential its perceptual apparatuses take in, to say nothing of the cerebral intensity they add, is too big to be contained in the body. Expressions passing through the body envelopes, prospectively and retrospectively, levels cosmological and macroscopic. If the expressive momentum hits the body with its full ontogenetic force, it produces a compression shock. To convey the expressive potential faithfully, with sufficient, creative absurdity, the body must transmit the reality of the shock. It's a torture, a multi-level, interlocking, self-magnifying torture. 30 The body is racked. A tarantella of atypical expression pours forth, deforming. Its outpouring relays the torture to the conventional forms of content and expression with which or to which the body is expected to speak and gesture. The body has become an expressive event, a voluble singularity. The calming alternative is to brush off the impulse as a mere anomaly. It all depends on which nervous system is hit, whether it can live with expressive turbulence, or has learned to divert it into placid oxbows of complacency. Habit is the body's defense against shocks of expression. It recognizes every arriving perception it can as being like an impulse the body has already integrated as a functional life content. It contains potential with resemblance. Any number of singular bodily events will automatically be grouped together, soliciting the same type of response. The resemblance is in this redundancy of response, it is in on the level of the event's effect. In other words, it is a produced resemblance, of the body's elicited actions to each other, rather than a formal likeness between the stimulus and the response. 31 The sameness of the response depends precisely on disregarding the singular contours of the arriving impulse, dismissing its potentially torturous anomalies as functionally insignificant. Deleuze writes that a body does not choose to think, and that the supreme operation of thought does not consist in making a choice. A body is forced to think by its implication in a self-propagating, serially self-organizing generative movement. Deleuze, 1994, 138-40. Thought strikes like lightning, with shearing ontogenetic force. It is felt. The highest operation of thought is not to choose, but to harbor and convey that felt force, repotentialized. The thinking is not contained in the designations, manifestations, and significations of language, as owned by a subject. These are only partial expressions of it, pale reflections of its flash. The thinking is all along the line. It is the process, its own event. To think along the line, conveying and magnifying its creative momentum, does not involve a mastery of it. To the contrary, it involves submitting to it, consenting to participate in it, letting its self-propagating movement pass through, transducing it. The tarantella of thought is a mimicry of that event, not a mirroring or molding of expression to content. There is nothing, actually, in thought as such with which to conform or xxxi correspond. It only has force to deform to. Thinking is of potential. The rackings of the thinking body mimic the excess of potential it hosts. The mimicry is not of any form, but of the process of formation itself, its actual products aside. It is a performance of the ontogenetic force of the process as such. That forced movement overspills the particular body. It overspills its generality as well, its assigned class or type, the subject position from which it conventionally speaks and acts, continuing uncertainly, violently across anything we might habitually construe as personal experience, evading definitive capture in already established forms of content and expression. The body's mimicry of the event makes it a lived analogy of it, not in the sense that it in any way resembles it, but in the sense that it really, not truly, repeats its operations of transformation. To live like a thought, in operative identity with emergent expression. Thought does not reflect the real. It is real. It has a reality on a par with the world's becoming. 32. A genesis of the definite. R. Todd was right, expression says too much to be born, and says too much in being born. Its expressive momentum carries a charge of potential too great to be absorbed in any particular thing or event, too much to be born, It is for this very reason that it has to take body, so as to continue, generating a more to reality to absorb the excess. What absorbs the excess of potential are the determinate functionings of the host body. These actualize the potential in determinate forms of content and expression. That actual definition says too much in being born, it annuls the potential, bringing a current of expression to the end of the stream. So the movement must rebegin. Its determinate products must pass again into an intermediate state where they are repotentialized. Expression regains momentum, cascading through the body's many levels, like a contagion. If the result is an exemplary expression convoking of a collectivity, the contagion will spread. Expression will take another body. Across an indefinite series of such incarnations, it will not only have taken bodies, it will have taken on a life of its own. What each host body receives in return for its service to expression is a quantum of that vivacity, a quantum of potential to feed into its own growth and functioning. What expression spreads when it says too much are forces of existence. It disseminates life. It comes to be determined, and exceeds its determinations to become. The theory of expression, according to Deleuze and Guattari, is not concerned with the communication of information but with the genesis of the definite. Deleuze, 1990b, 135. It should be sufficiently clear by now that the emphasis is on the genesis, its continuing across defining events. Determination is a necessary concept for the theory of expression, its problem is how determinate beings, or being determinate, serially emerges. What makes it a theory of change was announced at the beginning, the insistence that what emerges does not conform or correspond to anything outside it, xxxii, nor to its own conditions of emergence. A determination of being is not a tracing. Determination is a differing. Emergence is always of the different, every genesis a heterogenesis. A thing's form does not reflect its formation. It inflects it. Conditions of emergence are an existential opening for determinations to come. This means that their mode of reality follows a different logic from that of the constituted beings to which it gives rise, with their reproductions and closed operational loops. If Deleuze and Guattari's theories of expression are an ontology, it is of a very special kind, what Deleuze calls a superior or transcendental empiricism. 33 A transcendental empiricism takes it to heart that formation and form, the emerging and the emerged, pertain to different modes of reality, even if they both belong to the same reality, there being only one world. 34 It is an empiricism in that it is experimental and pragmatic. It is an expanded empiricism, in fact, in that it accepts the reality of the potential from which determinate being arises. Potential, it says, is no mere possibility. Traditionally in philosophy, it is said that there is no difference between a determinate being and its possibility, other than existence. In other words, if you bracket the thing's being, its idea remains the same. Its ceasing to be subtracts nothing from its concept. There is no real difference. Between potential and being determinate, on the other hand, there is all the difference in the world, coming to be. Ultimately, what is bracketed by possibility is becoming. The actual existence of the thing is irrelevant because whether it happens to exist or not, there is still a correspondence between the content of the idea that may be had of it, and the form it would have were it to be. Possibility is the tracing power of thought to mirror things formally while bracketing their reality. Deleuze and Guattari do not wish to bracket reality in thought. They want to open bodies to the reality of thought. This requires operating in the element of potential. The empiricism of their theories of expression is transcendental by virtue of the transitivity and excess that come with potential. Potential carries too high a charge of reality not to be reborn and take another body, not to go beyond any determinate incarnation of it. The conditioning of emergence that is potential, is a lived transcendental. Its always going beyond is not into a separate reality any more than it is a lack of reality. It is an always more in this reality. Its going beyond is a moving in, a movement of immanence. This immanence of the transcendental, this always more to lived reality, may be summed up as, the inclusion of conditions for new emergence in the world that determinately emerges, and reciprocally the inclusion of the determinately emerged in the field conditions for new emergence. Potential rolls into roll on, in an experiential openness of clutter and invention. That openness, once again, is an autonomy of relation. The idea suggested earlier that the event of the singular is accidental needs to be repraised in XXXIII. Light of this. What makes a singularity unique, fully and only its own event, is an accident only from the perspective of the already operating typecasting collector mechanisms to which it gives pause. What is accidental is their momentary failure to recognize. The accident is their negative observation that the event does not immediately provide more grist for their alimentary operations, more substance for their established forms of content. From the point of view of emergence, on the other hand, the accidents are a necessity. They are precisely what make the event an expression of potential. They are its openness to being otherwise, to becoming. Relation is not an accident vis-a-vis a substance, it is a structuring, energetic, and constitutive condition that extends into the existence of constituted beings. Simondon, 1995, 81. Determinate being is an extended expression of its constitutive conditions. A transcendental empiricism recognizes accidents of birth as an extending, expressive necessity. It is every being's exemplary fate to be born a singularity, for more to come. Please continue. The essays presented in this book deal with a wide range of subject matter. They are not organized around a common theme. What brings them together is a willingness to process the shock of Deleuze and Guattari's transcendental empiricism. Most of the essays include relatively little direct commentary upon Deleuze and Guattari's work. They are extensions of it, more than reflections on it. In this, they are faithful, in their refusal to take Deleuze and Guattari's thought as a model to conform or correspond to. Although it is not always reflected in their current affiliations, a large majority of the authors in this volume have worked from a base in Canada or Australia. The reception of Deleuze and Guattari's work occurred in those countries under local conditions, lending themselves, perhaps more easily than was elsewhere the case, to the perception that its refusal to communicate, judge correctness, and moralize was not an abdication but an ethics, and that the ethics was also and immediately an aesthetics. That this volume should reflect this particular geographical clustering is, of course, no accident. I have had the benefit of living and working under both sets of local conditions, a fate for which I am more than editorially grateful. The preceding introductory essay does not presume to explain or represent the essays in the volume. Its relation to them is purposely tangential. The introduction follows its own itinerary, taking a pass at many of the preoccupations that the reader will encounter again in the essays, approached in them from different and original angles. It is hoped that the, undoubtedly idiosyncratic, linking of the concepts in the introduction will not constrain the reading of the essays, but instead will suggest to readers the potential for making their own transversal links between them, creative relays across the diversity of the essay's subject matter and the originality of their approaches. Thirsive. The point was not to preform, but to invite more of the different, along analogous lines. Please continue. Part 1. That think feeling. Everything which introduces doubt about the position of mental images and their relationship to one another. 1. Beauty. Machinic repetition in the age of art. 1. Melissa McMahon. The rising ground is no longer below, it acquires autonomous existence. The form reflected in this ground is no longer form, but an abstract line acting directly upon the soul. When the ground rises to the surface, the human face decomposes in this mirror in which both determinations and intermination combine in a single determination which makes the difference. Deleuze, 1994, 28. Prologue. I wait for the best moment. Yes, I say to myself, there will come a moment when I will be able to gather my forces, have a vision of the whole, and from this place and this time will emerge the act. Every day I wait. I try to egg it on with cigarettes and coffee, or by not smoking and not drinking coffee. I'm waiting for my freedom, waiting for all the conditions to come together that will make possible what I want to do. Time passes. A lot of time passes. I'm waiting for it to stop, for it to gather itself into an image, of myself, of my life, of the world. I'm waiting for the movement to stop and reflect itself back to itself. Reflection is the condition of action, isn't it? But it turns its face away, dissolves into 100 tiny details on a cruelly indifferent timeline, dissolves me into 100 tiny details, pure moving mass. It is true that in trying all of these different postures, I might just crack the code, it might all come together. But it is undeniable that this moment will not have been one of discovery but of invention. Introduction. If Kant had had any sense of marketing, he might have called his Critique of Judgment, the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction. This book and Benjamin's canonical essay of that name share a specifically modern problem that does not seem to go away. Faced with a seemingly boundless homogeneity, how do you make a difference? The recent comeback of Kant's 3. Melissa McMahon. Sublime would be in part because it seems to capture, redeem, and even glamorize this pathos of individual impotence in the face of a gormless modernity. Beauty, smaller in scale and of course happier in affect, does not seem to sit so well with either a modernity that is nothing if not big, or the seriousness that seems called for in response. Both the Critique of Judgment and Benjamin's essay deal with the tensions between a dominant mechanical paradigm and an organic model of cohesion. But while Benjamin finds no viable reconciliation between a fragmented modernity, carried by mechanization, and a lost pre-modern ideal of holistic coherence, home of the traditional work of art, Kant creates a third term between the organic and the mechanical, which is precisely the aesthetic. Or indeed the machinic. Kant's beauty is too easily reduced to a languid reflection on natural forms. It seems that Benjamin has this in mind when he uses as a model of pre-modern aesthetic contemplation a man, who, one summer afternoon, abandons himself to following with his gaze the profile of the mountainous horizon or the line of a branch which casts its shadow upon him. Benjamin, 1970, 224-5. But what is form, and by what power does it distinguish itself, demand and grip attention? To say, because it is beautiful, just begs the question. Kant's beauty is much better dramatized by Deleuze's spiritual automaton, whose encounter with a chance singularity suspends the world and sets off a chain reaction in which a new power of thought is engendered. The problem of modernity itself is dramatized through these competing figures of the individual and what it means for them to think. What the modern, non-artwork seems most to lack, in Benjamin's eyes, is the ability to provide an image. The artwork as image is not about it being imitative or realist, but about the role of the aesthetic as a synthesizer of values, relations, and forces. To provide an image is to provide a point of reflection, identification and orientation for the subject in relation to its community and to the world. It gives form to these latter, and is inseparable from their backdrop. In this model is a portrait of what it means to think, an image of thought. The term Benjamin uses for contemplation in the original French publication is rassemblement, gathering together. The subject has the distance and the freedom to appraise the whole and assign the parts, including itself, to their proper place. The here and now of the aesthetic experience is not just an isolated moment but the repository of a history and a culture. It is an organic logic, to borrow Kant's term, where the particular is embraced by the principle of the whole that precedes it. Kant, 1987, 253-77. By contrast, the mechanism displays an impeccable, but dumb rationality, insensitive and unresponsive to its context, unreflective of itself or anything around it, proceeding indefinitely by identical fragments, too small and too large to be synthesized into a meaningful whole. Its subjective correlate, for Benjamin, is the stupefied spectator or mass, caught up in the movement for machine repetition in the age of art. Better or worse, but unable to assign a place of arrest, a beginning or end, from which it could orient and reflect itself. The traditional notion of alienation is precisely this absence of an ability to grasp the whole, but perhaps more profoundly, the alienating character of the mechanism is its inability to give back an image, to serve as a reflective mirror. Unlike others, the mechanism is not just not me, but profoundly and essentially indifferent to me, no chance for a dialectic of recognition. Worse, this indifference overrides any sense of distance. I distinguish myself from the mechanism. It, however, does not return the favor. It is a portrait of cruelty, as Deleuze describes it. There is cruelty, even monstrosity, on both sides of the struggle against an elusive adversary, in which the distinguished opposes something which cannot distinguish itself from it but continues to espouse that which divorces it. Deleuze, 1994, 28. Even in nature the subject can find itself, under the auspices of an englobing notion such as God. To the face of the mechanism, however, turns away, dissolves the human in its unreflective opacity. For Kant, for example, mechanism in nature is an obstacle to the difference human freedom could make, not because it excludes its possibility, reducing all to determinism, but worse, because it ignores its existence. Kant, 1987, 14-15 Introduction. And yet in this formula, where the human face is dissolved in a depthless intermination, how can we not see, aside from the figure of a homogenizing mechanization, the typical traits of the modern artist and artwork which finds in the blind and inhuman, pure chance, drugs, madness, the machine itself, the conditions of a higher individuality? Benjamin is not ignorant of these forms, but because he makes economic and technological changes, the rise of capital, the agent of modernity, he is incapable of seeing these as posing a properly artistic problem, except that of its own death or compromise. The emergence of the modern individual is contemporaneous with the emergence of mechanistic paradigms. Nowhere is this more apparent than in modernist art. It is an error to understand the notion of the individual by placing it alongside existing values, whether these be of the community in a traditional sense, or the capitalistic mechanistic ones of modernity, in such a way that the individual embodies the negation of these latter, the avant-garde. Formula of transgression and transcendence. We have learnt well that to negate something, history, society, modernity itself, is just another way of affirming it, a childish denial. It is no doubt in this way that many representatives of the avant-garde themselves conceive individuality. The question remains as to whether it is in this relation that the problem of individuality is really posed. Is anything really constituted or created through saying, or even being, a yes or no? What difference does it make? Kant's beauty is nothing if not a discourse on individuality, an imperative that resonates from a contingent singularity. By contrast, the sublime still operates with a doomed imperative to reproduce the whole. The condition 5. For this experience is neither the backdrop of existing cultural values nor their negation, but precisely a kind of indifference, disinterestedness. This famous notion of Kant's is poorly understood as a disaffected or casual attitude, the spectator removed from the action. The interest that is lacking in the aesthetic experience is an investment in the object from a moral, utilitarian, or theoretical perspective, what the object is, or what it is good for. Kant, 1987, 44-53 1, 5. And who has such concerns if not a spectator, or perhaps the careful customer? Such attitudes give a perspective on the object, a correct distance. They precisely enable us to recognize the object, situate it in a world and ourselves in relation to it. Such interests precede the object and attenuate its contingency by integrating it into a pre-existing material or cultural whole. In this sense, Kant's notion of disinterest marks not a distance but its loss, an encounter which precisely strips the subject of its habits of thought. In fact, it is no longer clear that in the absence of such interests the what that is operative in the aesthetic experience is an object at all, it is more a sign, a trigger. The attribute of beauty attaches not to the object but to the event of the beautiful. Kant, 1987, 30 Introduction. We can see already how this aesthetic contracts the twin destiny of the modern work of art. On the one hand, its entry into the machinery of capital and commercialization, negligent of tradition and original or destined context, losing its status as object to become commodity and abstract, market, value. On the other hand, the imperative to disorientation and novelty in art, novelty being another value that is shared by both commerce and creativity, and the decline of object-based and representative art forms. It is as if Kant's aesthetic was itself a sign, enveloping two tendencies, one by which, as sign, it expresses a productive dissymmetry, the other by which it tends to annul it. Deleuze, 1994, 20. The complicity of a mechanistic paradigm and the concept of creation is expressed well by Deleuze in his cinema books, and in a way that aligns itself with the dynamic of Kant's beauty. Deleuze, 1986, 3-8. Deleuze, following Bergson, traces the genesis of modernity to the analysis of movement into equidistant points. This flattening of movement means that a moving body can be intercepted at any moment whatever in order to yield information, as opposed to the ancient synthesis of movement into privileged moments, origin, telos, apex, etc. As a form of representation or reproduction of movement, the modern model holds little interest. It reduces movements to homogeneous and immobile points. And yet this indifference is the basis for the creation of an interesting body at any moment whatever. It is for this reason that Deleuze sees in this model a total conversion of thought. Thought would no longer rely on a pre-existing determined order which it would stand back and reflect, but remains indeterminate until an encounter at a contingent moment, an interception, obliges it to make a difference. In effect, Kant replaces Benjamin's loaded term of the here and now with the any moment whatever as emblem of artistic individuality and image of thought. For Benjamin, the here and now which constitutes the aura of the work of art is the summit of a culture, eternal and immobile, ineffable and untranslatable. It is a dead end, impotent to reproduce itself without rerouting through its conditions of possibility. The removal of the beautiful, in Kant's aesthetic, from any given cultural or scientific context, by virtue of its lack of a determinate concept and hence an interest, seems also to isolate and immobilize the aesthetic in an effective ineffability. But on the contrary, it is this quality that produces the dynamism of the beautiful, and its capacity to provoke thought. The beautiful obliges us to think, its singularity poses a problem, without there being any concept for thought to settle on. The thought of the beautiful is identical with the series of incomplete determinations it gives rise to, in which it creates and indefinitely recreates itself. It is identical to the repetition of its singularity in an open-ended movement. In his anthropological writings, Kant analyzes the affects of pleasure and displeasure entirely in terms of stimuli that may or may not lead to a change of state. This is the formal play of Kant's aesthetic, which is not a static formalism devoid of content, but the fusion of content with the process. The event of the beautiful marks a beginning rather than an end point, without the pretension of being an origin, as it happens just any time. The principle of the any moment whatever enfolds both an indifference and an obligation to differentiate, an impersonality and total individuality. In this way, the problem of artistic individuality escapes on the one hand the heroism and pathos of the avant-garde subject which affirms itself against an image of the whole, and on the other the autism that results from confining individuality to a purely effective and ineffable moment. Both notions in the end make of the individual the great spectator, the visionary for whom action naturally follows or else is not the point. Benjamin himself presents action and thought as dependent upon having access to the big picture, and the small picture that is subjective self-reflection, the image being what mediates between the two. Against the big picture, Kant's beautiful presents the individual as necessarily working from a fragment, a cut, not exactly removed from the whole, but from which the whole is itself removed. Against the small picture, the beautiful does not stop but starts with this moment. While it refers to no external goal or concept, neither is it an end in itself. It is a vector, a clue, inseparable from the action it unleashes, a problem which lances an imperative to change. Modern individuality constructs itself au courant, on the run, in a heightened sensibility to the actual that is inseparable from a movement of actualization. Conclusion. It is not simply that Benjamin poses the problem of modernity in a way that prejudices the possibility of a solution. It is more that he does not pose it as a problem at all, but as a theorem. Modernity, as also the pre-modern, is summed up as a given state of affairs, as how things are, and it remains for us to draw out the endless consequences. If modernity is how things are, then there can ultimately be no modernity, no novelty, in thinking or art, except as a simply empirical/historical qualification, simply contemporary with and reflective of changes that happen elsewhere. This is the fate of an image of thought and of art based on contemplation. But by what strange power is it that capital and the machine, any of these things or states of affairs, history, society, my parents, etc., effect change, in a way that is denied to thought, art, the individual? The indifference of what is conceived along the lines of an objective necessity, an inevitability, a power of determination, in relation to which we are forced into a reactive position. What is properly human or personal can only be reactive then, what interprets, synthesizes, affirms or negates what is. In Kant's beauty this indifference is harnessed as a subjective principle, an indetermination actualized at a contingent point of encounter which creates a problem. Beyond what follows the lines of this event, which extend indefinitely, what is of no interest. Of course, it still exists. Creation does not happen in a vacuum, it is simply the perspective in which the determining power of what exists is suspended, in order to plug into forces and arrangements of things more interesting than that of existence. This refusal to take what is as given in advance, and as the ground for thought, action, and art is the critical imperative that unites Kant and Deleuze as philosophers of modernity. 2. Beauty lies in the eyes. Stephen Chavarot. 1. It has become quite fashionable to talk about the sublime, as it is presented in Kant's Critique of Judgment, in relation to postmodernism. but it is rare to find anyone who similarly considers Kant's presentation of the beautiful. 2. The sublime seems more appropriate to contemporary taste because it is an aesthetic of immensity, excess, and disproportion. Whereas the beautiful is one of harmony and proportion. It is as if beauty were somehow old-fashioned, whereas the sublime is considered more radical. 3. Among recent theorists, Jean-François Lyotard is the one who has talked most interestingly about the sublime. In his account, the sublime is what invokes the unpresentable, what keeps open that which would otherwise be foreclosed by information technologies and by commodification. The postmodern sublime, he writes, would be that which in the modern invokes the unpresentable in presentation itself, that which refuses the consolation of correct forms, refuses the consensus of taste permitting a common experience of nostalgia for the impossible, and inquires into new presentations, not to take pleasure in them, but to better produce the feeling that there is something unpresentable. 4. The sublime in Kant is a double movement, a rupture followed by a higher recuperation. Postmodernists want to affirm the first moment, but defer or avoid the second. The breakdown of the imagination in the sublime can be compared to Baudelaire's notion of expenditure without return. It is an opening. But the appearance of reason is a restoration of order and of closure. 5. But is it really possible to separate out the parts of the Kantian movement like this? Neil Hertz suggests that even the first moment of the sublime, the imagination's distress, seems slightly factitious, staged precisely in order to require the somewhat melodramatic arrival of ethics. Hertz has an important point here, though it is unfortunate that he chooses to denigrate melodrama. Stephen Chavarot. 6. Lyotard, unlike many recent commentators, respects both moments in the unfolding of the sublime. But such a reading has its own problems. Lyotard valorizes the sublime only at the price of entirely devalorizing the aesthetic and the beautiful. According to Lyotard, Kant writes that the sublime is a Geistesgefühl, a sentiment of the mind, whereas the beautiful is the sentiment that proceeds from a fit between nature and mind. This marriage or, at least, this betrothal proper to the beautiful is broken by the sublime. The sublime is none other than the sacrificial announcement of the ethical in the aesthetic field. Sacrificial in that it requires that imaginative nature must be sacrificed in the interests of practical reason. This heralds the end of an aesthetics, that of the beautiful, in the name of the final destination of the mind, which is freedom. 7. Beauty seems to offer none of these sublime possibilities of rupture and openness, however dubious they may be. Beauty is too ordered and harmonious for that. Nonetheless, the topic of beauty continues to come up, both in everyday discourse, when we find some work of art, though probably not nature, beautiful, and in the overt strategy of many postmodern works. 8. Consider, for instance, Prince's underappreciated 1986 film, Under the Cherry Moon. This film is beautiful, and not sublime. It is set in a fantasy version of the French Riviera, a place where rose petals flutter through the air, and where men and women alike wear the most elegant costumes. This is a high society world, and it is lily-white. The butterscotch prince and his chocolate sidekick Jerome Benton are almost the only people of color around. As if to underscore this, the film is shot in sumptuous black and white. The screen is suffused with light, which vanquishes all shadows. Sometimes this light is dazzling, at other times muted and low-key. But even the night is luminous. Everything is posed for maximum visibility. Everything glows, from the white bedding and white dresses that the women favor, to the black sheen of Prince's conked, pomaded hair. 9. Throughout the film, Prince cultivates the art of being on display. He fashions himself into an exotic other. His body, clothed in glamour, is the focus of all glances. We see him in bed, in the bathtub, at the piano, on the dance floor, and driving a car. Everywhere he manifests the same delicious languor. He moves with a slow, stylized grace. It's as if he were waiting to be ravished. He disdains work, he tells us, and lives only for fun. The camera moves caressingly up the length of his body. It dwells longingly on the ample folds of his s. His feet are sheathed in high-heeled shoes. His pants are flared at the legs, but nicely tied around the buttocks. His jackets and shirts feature rows of big buttons, and leave his chest or midriff bare. A single lock of hair curls daintily over his forehead. Sometimes his eyes are hidden behind sunglasses. Other times, he bats his eyes coyly, or opens them wide in mock horror. 10. Under the Cherry Moon is also noteworthy for its exceedingly postmodern strategy of pastiche. It evokes in turn various past eras, the 1920s, the 1930s, the 1940s. But we are not sure if these decades are being alluded to as they were in life, or just as they were in film. This sort of evocation is quite different from modernist nostalgia. For, far from being about somehow lacking those pasts, Prince's pastiche of styles is about having access to them to an excess, and even to the point of boredom. This is why Prince feels so free to mix and match past styles almost at random, without any coherent principle or criterion to guide him. The sublime grows out of an anxiety about representation and its inadequacies, but in this beautifully simulacral film, representation just is not an issue at all. 11. Under the Cherry Moon is beautiful, and not sublime, even in its confrontation with death. Toward the end of the film, Prince is killed by a single bullet. He drops to the ground ever so gracefully. You'd think he had merely fallen into an affected swoon. His limbs are carefully arrayed upon the ground. His lover cradles his head in her arms. He mutters a few last words, then his head daintily droops. In this film, death is not a limit experience, much less a contact with the beyond. It is rather just another moment of imminence. Death is just another pose in the film's recycling of a previous fin de siècle's aestheticizing, posturing, and posing. Indeed, the film critic J. Hoberman rightly saw Prince in this film as a poet modded in the tradition of Baudelaire and Lautréamont. 12. Seen in this light, beauty is quite strange. It is a matter of great difficulty and great fragility. And yet its very difficulty is insubstantial. There is no more egregious and sterile waste of time than that spent by the dandy in front of the mirror, or parading his beauty for others to view. Yet in the perspective of beauty, even this waste of time doesn't matter. Warhol, if people want to spend their whole lives creaming and tweezing and brushing and tilting and gluing, that's okay too, because it gives them something to do. 13. The flat immanence of beauty contrasts sharply with the residues of transcendence, even if only a negative transcendence, that continue to haunt the sublime. 14. This strangeness, wastefulness, and sterility has something to do with the disinterest that for Kant is crucial in any judgment of beauty. 15. Melissa McMahon writes thus of Kantian disinterest: the interest that is lacking in the aesthetic experience is an investment in the object from a moral, utilitarian, or theoretical perspective. Kant's notion of disinterest marks not a distance such as that of the aura in Benjamin, but its loss, an encounter which precisely strips the subject of its habits of thought. In fact, it 11. Is no longer clear that in the absence of such interests the what that is operative in the aesthetic experience is an object at all, it is more a sign, a trigger. The attribute of beauty attaches not to the object but to the event of the beautiful. 16. The flatness and immanence of beauty is a different sort of stripping away than the one that occurs in the sublime. Beauty cannot be identified with the aura that Benjamin posited in older, pre-industrial art. Which is how Lyotard sees it when he praises the sublime for marking an end to any aesthetics of the beautiful. Beauty rather implies, quite strongly, the loss of the aura. But this loss is not the modernist and Benjaminian one of shock or trauma. It is more like a blasé shrug of the shoulders, or like Andy Warhol's bland and oft-repeated judgment, it's great. 17. By virtue of this indifference, the beautiful is more resistant than is the sublime to being appropriated by the discourses or forces of morality. Beauty, Kant says, is as free from any notion of goodness or perfection as it is from any notion of utility. A sensitivity toward the beautiful may, he suggests, indicate a disposition toward the good. But that is as far as Kant is willing to go. The aesthetic taste itself may not be subordinated to any pre-existing criterion of morality. 18. Melissa McMahon sees Kant's aesthetics of the beautiful as replacing Benjamin's loaded term of the here and now with the any moment whatever as emblem of artistic individuality and image of thought. This here and now is quite close to Lyotard's reading of the sublime as an event, Heideggerian awareness, a kind of open question: is it happening? The contrary notion of the any moment whatever is taken by McMahon from Deleuze's Cinema volumes. It is related less to Heidegger and to Benjamin than to Giorgio Agamben's sense of whatever being in the coming community. Benjamin and Heidegger are indeed Agamben's greatest influences, but his peculiar inflection of them moves in a very different, more Kantian direction. 19. As a state of detachment from utilitarian and especially from moral concerns, Kant's disinterest is a kind of impassivity or indifference, something that is at once otherworldly, since it is detached, other than concerned with the here and now, in terms of affect, and yet still very much of this world, since it is rooted in the immediacy of an event, and denies any telos or transcendence. 20. Beauty, therefore, is everything and nothing at once. Like the disaster invoked by Maurice Blanquat, it ruins everything while leaving everything in place. In Kant's own terms, the beautiful involves an antinomy. On one hand, the judgment of beauty is entirely singular. There is no concept to determine 12. It. On the other hand, we see such a judgment as universal, and we demand assent from others regarding it. 21. The first half of the antinomy works like this. An aesthetic judgment must be made without a concept to determine it. This means that it is entirely singular. No rule can be applied to it or generalized from it. The singular object of aesthetic judgment cannot even be called a particular, because that would imply some sort of relation to more general instances. 22. The beautiful is composed of examples that nevertheless cannot be reduced to rules. Instances of the beautiful are examples in themselves, but not examples of anything. They are copies for which there is no original, or secondaries for which there is no primary. You can point to them as examples, but you cannot point to that of which they are examples. Each is a singularity, an instance that can be emulated, but not imitated. 23. Kant also expresses this paradox as follows: the beautiful leads to aesthetic ideas, intuitions for which there are no adequate concepts, whereas the sublime leads to rational ideas, concepts for which there are no adequate intuitions. 24. Kant's idea of the singular aesthetic idea, as an intuition for which there can be no concept, is quite close to the notion of singularity in Deleuze. Something absolutely singular breaks away from the hierarchical conceptual relations of genus to species, or of general to particular. 25. What is a singularity in Deleuze? A point in the graph of a function for which there is no slope or derivative, a point of phase transition in matter like the boiling and freezing points of water, a bifurcation point in chaos theory, a mutation in biology, understanding that, as Richard Dawkins says, the effect of a gene can be understood only differentially, in relation to all other alleles at the same location in the genome. 26. Or take the example of gender. Male and female are conceptual categories, neither could be called a singularity. They are particulars in relation to the biunivocal generality above them. And they are generic terms which regulate the particulars or individuals beneath them. Both sides of this hierarchy are expressed in the law, as Lacan might say, of gender, that every human being must have a gender, must be one or the other. 27. The two genders are privileged points, conceptual hinges around which everything else is organized. They are foci of stabilization. For that very reason, they are not what Deleuze in logic of sense calls remarkable points, points of transformation and of singularity. The singularity in Deleuze is not especially privileged here and now. For singularity can precisely arise 13. At any moment whatever. Any moment, unpredictably, can turn out to be a remarkable point where concepts break down, where the intuition exceeds the concept, where the distributive characterization operated by a biunivocal arrangement like male/female, the concept of gender, stops working. The machinery gets jammed, and something else passes through. There is a scattering of singularities, an interpenetration between genders, there are conceptual transformations into one another. 28. The other side of Kant's antinomy is that the aesthetic judgment claims universal validity. But universality is not the same thing as generality. There is no mediation, no measured ascent from the immediate to some higher or broader point. The aesthetic judgment remains singular and subjective, Kant says, it refers only to this one singular point, even as it demands the assent of others. Nothing is postulated in a judgment of taste except a universal voice about a liking unmediated by concepts. This voice requires assent from everyone, but it cannot postulate such assent as actually existing. We cannot prove that the other must agree with us, since there is no concept to argue from. We are impelled to posit universal agreement, but we cannot actually enforce any such agreement. 29. As McMahon puts it, the beautiful obliges us to think, its singularity poses a problem, without there being any concept for thought to settle on. 30. Thomas Wall suggests, in an unpublished essay, that the claim to universality in a judgment of beauty is, actually, an active demand. I actively impinge upon the other. I insist that she share my judgment that something is beautiful. The aesthetic judgment is not my spontaneous thought, so much as it is something that forces me to think. And even more, it forces me to demand the other to participate together with me. 31. Why this turn to the other? It is a question of communication. In the absence of any concept, it is as impossible to communicate an aesthetic pleasure to myself as it is for me to communicate it to someone else. In an aesthetic judgment, I only demand of others what I first demand of myself. In the aesthetic experience, I am being obliged to conceptualize and communicate, while the very means to do so are withheld from me. 32. Kant's very demand for the universal communicability of aesthetic judgment thus presupposes its own conceptual impossibility. The actual pleasure or sensation of beauty cannot be communicated. It is precisely the singularity left over when all concepts are removed. 33. This argument has much in common with the question of private language in Wittgenstein. In Philosophical Investigations, he writes, speaking of 14. The inner sensation of a toothache, or of the color red, it is not a something, but not a nothing either. The conclusion was only that a nothing would serve just as well as a something about which nothing could be said. 34. For Kant, too, the singularity is not a something, but not a nothing either. Communication can neither grasp it nor exclude it. It is an excess in relation to what language can express. So it is impossible to talk about it directly. But it is equally impossible not to endeavor to refer to it. What is communicable and communicated in the aesthetic judgment must be the subjective conditions for the possibility of cognition as such. 35. How, then, can I make the demand for agreement in matters of taste? How can I posit aesthetic universality? Kant says that the universality of a subjective aesthetic judgment must reside in whatever of it is universally communicable. The trouble is that communication almost necessarily involves cognition, but the aesthetic judgment is non-cognitive. What is communicated in an aesthetic judgment, therefore, is not the singular experience of beauty itself, but merely the harmonious free accord of the powers of the mind that is the condition of possibility for there to be such a thing as a disinterested and singular judgment of beauty. Beauty is always singular, and what is communicated of this singular beauty is the presupposition that alone makes it possible, the presupposition of a sensus communis. 36. Lyotard links Kant's insistence on communicability, his positing a sensus communis, with Adorno's insistence that no work of art should be described or explained through the categories of communication. What such, seemingly opposed, formulations have in common, Lyotard says, is that they alike reject the universality of the concept, and of conceptual communication, such as one finds in Hegel and Habermas. According to Lyotard, Kant and Adorno share a thinking about art which is not a thinking of non-communication but of non-conceptual communication. 37. The universal communication of a free harmony of the faculties thus paradoxically implies a pre-existing separation. Indeed, what is communicated publicly is the formal condition of possibility for there to be such a thing as a private aesthetic pleasure at all. But only that private pleasure, incommunicable in itself, is the actual precondition that can impel me to endeavor to communicate in the first place, or to posit possible comprehensibility for my communication. 38. This paradox is similar to the one that animates the writings of Pierre Klossowski. He draws a distinction between the unique sign, the height or depth of affect, which is entirely singular and incommunicable, and the meaning that is communicated through the exchangeable signs of language. 15. The latter presupposes the former, but also marks the former's otherness to, and exclusion from, any possible discourse. 39. This Klossowskian exclusion is the flip side of the Levinasian obligation, the demand upon the other, that Wall sees in the paradox of the aesthetic judgment. Both of these dimensions imply the need for a radical separation. 40. How can Kant's antinomy be used to help define a postmodern or Deleuzian notion of beauty? I can only sketch out some of the places in which we might begin to look for such a notion. 41. In the fold, Deleuze sees modern and contemporary art as a sort of neo-Baroque, akin to the Baroque of Leibniz's time. With the difference, of course, that modernist music rejects the pre-established harmony of Baroque music, and instead affirms a primordial dissonance. 42. But there is another way that Deleuze conceives dissonance, this time in association with Kant. In Kant's critical philosophy, he remarks that the faculties confront one another, each stretched to its own limit, and find their accord in a fundamental discord. A discordant accord is the great discovery of the Critique of Judgment, the final Kantian reversal. A new music as discord, and as a discordant accord, the source of time. 43. According to Deleuze, the whole problematic of Western philosophy changes with Kant. In his theory of the beautiful, Kant gives a new status to the notion of harmony. Harmony is no longer pre-established, as it was in all thinkers from Plato to Leibniz. Kant does not see harmony as given or intrinsic. Instead, he claims to trace its actual genesis. Harmony is now seen as a product of the free accord of the faculties, rather than as the source of their accord. This reversal is the great accomplishment of the critical program. 44. Deleuze further recounts how the post-Kantians reproached Kant, but only for betraying his own critical program. They demanded a principle which was not merely conditioning in relation to objects but was also truly genetic and productive. They also condemned the survival, in Kant, of miraculous harmonies between terms that remain external to one another. 45. In Deleuze's account of the history of philosophy, it is left to Nietzsche to fulfill the demands of the post-Kantians, and to carry out the critical project in its full radically. This is the repeated theme of Nietzsche and philosophy. Nietzsche stands to Kant, in this early book, much as, later in the fold, Whitehead stands to Leibniz, or Boulez to Bach. 16. 46. According to Deleuze, Nietzsche performs a radical transformation of Kantianism, a reinvention of the critique which Kant betrayed at the same time as he conceived it, a resumption of the critical project on a new basis and with new concepts. And again finally, Nietzsche's relation to Kant is like Marx's to Hegel. Nietzsche stands critique on its feet, just as Marx does with the dialectic. 47. The interrogation of limits in Kant is rewritten in Nietzsche as affirmation, instead of as self-reflection. As Deleuze says, a thought that would go to the limit of what life can do, a thought that would lead life to the limit of what it can do. A thought that would affirm life instead of a knowledge that is opposed to life. Thinking would then mean discovering, inventing, new possibilities of life. 48. The will to power is, according to Deleuze, the differential and genealogical element behind manifestation. As such, it is Nietzsche's rewriting of Kant's transcendental syntheses in the first critique. 49. Similarly, the eternal return is read by Deleuze as a principle of selection and singularization. As such, it is Nietzsche's rewriting of the categorical imperative in the second critique. It is a new conception of universality. We must will, not the event's generalizability as a law of reason, but its singular return, that is to say its literal infinite repetition. 50. Though Deleuze does not do this explicitly, we could similarly extend Nietzsche's rewriting of Kant to the third critique. The sensus communis would be seen as the cultivation and sharing of the highest possible degree of singularity, rather than as something generalizable into a community. Aesthetic ideas are what Deleuze elsewhere calls powers of the false. They are modes of the virtual, as projected by the imagination. As Brian Massumi puts it, imagination is the mode of thought most precisely suited to the vagueness of the virtual. 51. Postmodern art might then bear the same relation to the severe, dissonant neo-Baroque late modernism favored by Deleuze, as the Romanticism of Kant, revised and extended by the post-Kantians, and especially by Nietzsche, bears to the Baroque of Leibniz. In The Fold and other late works, Deleuze expresses his fondness for such artists as Samuel Beckett, Carl André, and Pierre Boulez. A postmodern sensibility might prefer to dwell on such figures as Kathy Acker, Cindy Sherman, and Sonic Youth. Their postmodern works would give singularity a new status, one that transforms, or goes beyond, modernist dissonance. 17. 52. Postmodern beauty would be the event in which the free play of the faculties turns inside out to affirm singularity and multiplicity. The faculties are not harmonized, but each is pushed to its limits. In the beautiful, this interrogation of the limit, turned into an affirmation, takes place entirely immanently, without the negativity and the hints of transcendence that are still present even in Lyotard's postmodern sublime. Beauty will be singular and immanent, or not at all. 53. All this points to an aestheticism somewhat similar to that of the late Barthes and the late Foucault. Such aestheticism is often criticized as being apolitical. But it stands as a reproach to the endeavors of William Bennett and others on the right to reduce culture and beauty to matters of virtue and morality. 54. Beauty Lies in the Eye is a song from Sonic Youth's 1987 album Sister. The sound is dissonant and thickly layered. There is no melody to speak of. The tempo is moderately slow. Steve Shelley's drums keep up a steady beat. Thurston Moore's and Lee Ranaldo's guitars twang in unison. The guitars have been treated to produce a muddy, reverberating sound. They drone through a series of unresolved minor chords. Everything seems fuzzy, slightly out of focus. 55. This music doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't build to a climax. It ends as uncertainly as it began. It just drifts, for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Yet it is not laid back. It is too nervous and edgy. It exudes an air of restlessness, with a hint of violence. Something could explode at any moment. Something has just happened, or is about to happen. The music is heavy with premonitions. Overtones ring out. The drums speed up to double time. A single note insistently repeats. An extra guitar line snakes through the wall of sound. These variations unfold at the very edge of hearing. They appear briefly. Then they fade back into the mix. They seem to portend a greater change in the offing. But the future they look forward to does not arrive. The song remains distant and impassive. It inhabits an empty time, a time that never passes. This music lies suspended between memory and anticipation. 56. The video for Beauty Lies in the Eye confounds things even further. It is a dazzling blur of strobe effects, overlaid images, and vivid colors. Dropped frames make for ripples of jerky motion. The camera tilts to extreme angles. It zooms in on the smallest details. Thurston Moore's fingers pick out chords on the guitar. Kim Gordon's lips caress the microphone. Waves churn in the ocean. 2, 3, or more images appear at once on the screen. They pass through each other, like ghosts. They bleed into each other, leaving tracks of light in their wakes. They melt into smears of highly saturated color. Everything wavers and flows. Everything dissolves into a synesthetic haze. 1857. Kim Gordon's voice alone emerges intact. Her words come through clearly, with an almost palpable presence. She speaks the lyrics, more than she sings them. She recites them slowly, nearly without expression. Her intonation is flat and matter-of-fact. The blankness of her voice seems at odds with what she is saying. For the lyrics themselves are laden with emotion. They are all about loss, regret, and yearning. Kim is taken by surprise. An old, forgotten love comes back to haunt her. Something in the air there, brings you back to me. It's been so long. The past returns, unbidden and unwanted. It's coming down over me. It sweeps through her, in an overwhelming rush. It seizes her, beyond all hope of forgetting. She is troubled by feelings long dead and gone. She is seduced by a lover who is no longer there. She searches out the eyes of someone who cannot return her gaze. 58. That is why Kim Gordon's voice is blank. The passion is real enough. But she cannot claim it as her own. This love does not unfold in the time and space of the present. It happens in an empty time, a time that is not now. It takes place in a space removed, a space that is not here. It draws Kim outside of herself. It lures her into its own alien depths. She cannot contain the explosions in her eye. She cannot possess the vision that drives her mad. She can neither recover the past, nor free herself from its spell. The memories that haunt her belong to somebody else. Beauty lies in the eyes of another's dreams. Beauty lies lost in another's dream. 59. No song has the power to recover such a dream. No song can compensate for loss. No song can bridge the gap between one person and another. Beauty lies in the eye does not even try. Its words, like its sounds, are forever incomplete. Beauty is not a recompense for anything that has been lost. Beauty is rather the pang of loss itself, its truest expression. It cannot be shared, and it cannot be preserved. It vanishes in the very act by which I apprehend it. I can only cry out, a witness to its passing. At the end of the song, there's a subtle shift in tone. Kim Gordon's voice is no longer entirely blank. It becomes imploring, almost wistful. She calls to someone who is not there and who will never answer, "Hey baby. Hey sweetheart. Hey fox, come here. Hey beautiful. Come here, sugar." 61. Any theory of beauty is always inadequate to its examples. 62. I would like to thank Thomas Wall, Stephen Zagala, Melissa McMahon, and William Flesch. This essay could not have been written without them. 19. 3. AESTHETICS. A place I've never seen. 1. Stephen Zagala. The work of art, for those who use it, is an activity of unframing, of rupturing sense, of baroque proliferation or extreme impoverishment which leads to a recreation and a reinvention of the subject itself. Guattari 1995, 131. The white walls of the gallery become the page that must be read with both hands, if not the whole body's caress. Jones 1993. Deleuze and Guattari's ethico-aesthetic paradigm. In his final work, Chaosmoses, an ethico-aesthetic paradigm, 1995, Felix Guattari suggests that aesthetics might occupy a privileged position for a radical ethics in our fin de millénaire. In principle, Aesthetics has no more transformative power than philosophical thought, scientific knowledge, or political action, but for Guattari it highlights a creative process necessary for ethical activity in all of these fields. It highlights an ethic of experimentation that can free us from the fogs and miasmas which obscure the creative possibilities of the future. Art, as such, does not have a monopoly on creativity. Guattari is not referring to institutionalized art but to an artistry or power of emergence which traverses all domains. Guattari, 1995, 102. In short, his ethic is the creative production of the new. Consequently, his writing moves quite freely between poetry, psychotherapy, economics and ecology, fashioning new modes of practice and different ways of thinking. This transversal conception of aesthetics is particularly obvious in Guattari's collaborations with Deleuze, where the movement of animals is discussed alongside the rhythms of writers and musicians, or where the behavioral patterns of subatomic particles have no more or less significance than a film plot. In their separate vocations, as psychiatrist and teacher, similar assemblages of creativity emerge. At Law Board, the psychiatric clinic which Guattari helped to establish in 1953 and where he worked until his death in 1992, functional roles were created throughout the day's activities, rather than 20. Aesthetics, a place I've never seen. Determined in the context of the analyst's couch, the kitchen then becomes a little opera scene. In it people talk, dance and play with all kinds of instruments, with water and fire, dough and dustbins, relations of prestige and submission. 1995, 69. The seminar conducted by Deleuze at Vincennes in the early 1970s was equally informal and experimental. With frequent questions and interruptions, discussions would range from Spinoza to modern music, from Chinese metallurgy to birdsong, from linguistics to gang warfare. The rhizome would grow. Deleuze and Parnot, 1987, 12.2 Artistry, in this general sense, is concerned with creating new modes of existence. Like many French philosophers, Guattari and Deleuze have also written specifically about fine art. Guattari has published articles and reviews on single artists and on the state of cinema, literature, and the plastic arts. Deleuze has written major studies on the painting of Francis Bacon, the art and architecture of the Baroque, the history of cinema, and the literature of Marcel Proust, Leopold von Sacher-Masoch and Lewis Carroll. Deleuze and Guattari's small collaborative study on Franz Kafka specifically addresses issues of interpretation and expression in literature, and their larger collaborations include lengthy discussions of art and artists of all types. There is also a tendency, moreover, to make passing reference to an extensive range of painters, musicians, architects, and filmmakers as they weave their creative rhizomes. Yet despite these transversal assemblages, which might seem to diminish the fine arts within a broader project, Deleuze and Guattari do not simply let the concept of art dissolve into an undifferentiated amalgam with other practices. In What is Philosophy? They demonstrate that art, philosophy, and science have different objectives and different limits which makes them irreducible to each other. While philosophy is concerned with the form of concepts, and science with the function of knowledge, art is concerned with the force of sensation. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 216. Which is to say, thought is not coextensive with knowledge, philosophy thinks with concepts, science thinks with functions, and art thinks with sensations. These different planes of practice interfere with each other, producing frames and interfaces which connect them. For example, philosophers create concepts of sensation, just as artists create pure sensations of concepts, as in the work of certain abstract painters like Mondrian and Malevich. But art does not need concepts in order to think. In other words, an artist can take a concept from philosophy, but only on the condition that it is recreated as a sensation. Painters think in terms of colors and lines, musicians think in terms of sounds and rhythms, sculptors think in terms of volumes and textures. When an art object uses a concept of philosophy or a function of science to prop itself up, it unnecessarily subordinates itself to another plane of activity. The artist's essential task is to create blocks of sensation, and the only law of creation is that the compound must stand up on its own. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 164. The emphasis that Deleuze and Guattari place on the autonomy of art often sounds quite conservative to those of us who associate this with the 21. Stephen Zagala. Aesthetic idealism of late modernism, but at the genesis of modern aesthetics, the theory of art's autonomy has a more complicated dynamic. When 18th-century German philosophers such as Alexander Gottlieb Baumgarten, Friedrich Schiller, and Immanuel Kant began using the term aesthetic to designate a specifically artistic quality, they were moving away from the tendency in Enlightenment thought to rationalize all of nature. 3 Questions of aesthetics are separated from questions of epistemology, or aesthetics is given its own truth as in Baumgarten, so that the specificity of the beautiful in nature and art can be recognized. In other words, these philosophers were thinking of how art could stand up by itself. The philosophical consideration of art's autonomy at this point in history brings with it a number of basic changes in the understanding of high culture, which heralds a truly modern conception of art. 4 In pre-modern societies the arts belong to tradition, that is to say, they are fixed memories of exemplary deeds and accomplishments. With the development of modern societies the arts are divorced from a direct embedment in definite social functions and contextualized as valuable cultural commodities worthy of accumulation in themselves. Moreover, novelty becomes a constitutive requirement for cultural production. In other words, a demand for originality in modern art replaces the respect for origins in pre-modern art. But the aspect which is particularly relevant to an understanding of Deleuze and Guattari's ethico-aesthetics is the modern value of autonomy. It is simplistic to reduce the notion of artistic autonomy to later modernist theories of ars gratia artis or self-referential formalism. The autonomy of aesthetic pleasure, which lies at the heart of the modernist crisis in culture, does not necessarily deny sociological or psychological factors, but it recognizes that the aesthetic is not just a derivative of such extraneous functions. This is helpful in appreciating Deleuze and Guattari's frequent attention to modernists such as Paul Klee, Jackson Pollock, Claude Debussy, and Samuel Beckett, who create abstract languages that have a certain autonomy from representational systems of reference. In these artists Deleuze and Guattari observe an engagement with the new as something which is essentially disruptive, rather than a desire for transcendence and aesthetic idealism. 5. Furthermore, the disruption that they pose for Deleuze and Guattari is not explained in terms of a logical critique or subversion of tradition. Deleuze and Guattari clearly have no interest in participating in, or even reacting against, the avant-garde notion of dialectical Hegelian progress which is frequently used to contextualize the project of modernist abstraction. For Deleuze and Guattari the new is not simply the negation of something already known, but an encounter with something unthought. In order to understand how Deleuze and Guattari use this modernist notion of aesthetic abstraction, to treat art as both autonomous from other modes of thought and yet linked to a general power of emergence in all fields, I want first to briefly consider how Deleuze's theory of art might be related to Kant's critique of judgment. 22. As Hugh Tomlinson and Barbara Haberjam write in their translators. Introduction to Deleuze's 1963 study on Kant, it is difficult to think of two philosophers more apparently opposite than old Immanuel Kant, the great Chinaman of Königsberg, and Gilles Deleuze, the Parisian artist of nomadic intensities. Deleuze, 1984, 15. Reflecting on the book 10 years after its publication, Deleuze explains that it was a book on an enemy, but Deleuze does not react or rebel against his enemy. He learns to love him even if it requires all sorts of shifting, slippage, dislocations, and hidden emissions. Deleuze, 1995, 6. In this sense, Deleuze is quite a traditional philosopher because he sees rich possibilities for opening up the past and finding loose threads in the fabric of philosophers who have been hemmed in by history. 6. This critical approach is not a deconstruction of Kant as much as a willingness to encounter Kant and connect with him in a joyful or productive way. It amounts to a Nietzschean ethic of affirmation. The slave fears the past and asserts himself by reacting against it, treating it as a master discourse that must be negated. This inversion of the value positing I, Nietzsche explains, is of the essence of ressentiment. In order to exist, the slave morality always first needs a hostile external world. Nietzsche, 1967, 39. Deleuze, on the contrary, subscribes to Nietzsche's master morality. He can endure no other enemy than one in whom there is nothing to despise and very much to honor. Nietzsche, 1967, 39. Deleuze's survey of Kant's three critiques provides a clear explanation of the essential themes: a sensitivity to the problems which are being pursued, and an ability to extend Kant's concepts in a creative way. 7. But we can draw out the aesthetic component in Kant's work more specifically by way of an observation that Deleuze makes in the Logic of Sense. Aesthetics suffers from a wrenching duality. On the one hand, it designates the theory of sensibility as the form of possible experience; on the other hand, it designates the theory of art as the reflection of real experience. 1990, 260, 8. Kant's theory of experience defines the term aesthetic in two distinct ways. In the transcendental aesthetic of the Critique of Pure Reason, aesthetics refers to a science of sensibility or sense perception. In this context, Kant deals with the possibility of experiencing sensible objects, and more specifically with how these are given to the subject in the a priori forms of spatial extension and temporal duration. The human capacity for sensation is defined as purely receptive or passive, and all experience can be anticipated as conforming to their a priori conditions of possibility. In the Critique of Judgment, on the other hand, aesthetics refers to the faculty of judgment whose domain is feelings of pleasure and displeasure, not as conditions of possible experience but in order to respond to the variations of real experience that cannot be anticipated by conditions of possibility. This 23. Latter type of experience is discussed in relation to the appreciation of art, or more generally, to judgments of beauty and the sublime in both art and nature. Kant describes such aesthetic experiences as disinterested because there is no theoretical or practical interest in the object. Deleuze argues that these two aspects of the aesthetic need to be reunited in some way, so that a science of the sensible can account for the conditions of real experience. It is the real that must be accounted for by metaphysics. This involves reconfiguring Kant's philosophical project so that the transcendental conditions become immanent to the real. They cannot be understood as if from outside, as Kant attempted to do, nor are they directly accessible to experience or reducible to it. Deleuze argues that transcendental conditions must be experienced in the real events that they give rise to, though these conditions never actually appear in their totality, precisely because they have no actual totality. In this scheme of things, the higher form of aesthetic experience is continually diagrammed by the repetition of encounters with the real. Artworks themselves become explorations of this transcendental realm of sensibility. In his early work, Deleuze refers to this orientation in his philosophy as a transcendental empiricism, and although Guattari uses different terminology, it is also this experimental dynamic that is outlined in his ethico-aesthetic paradigm. Deleuze summarizes his aesthetic project with the following imperative. The conditions of experience in general must become conditions of real experience. In this case, the work of art would really appear as experimentation. 1990, 260. If we are only concerned with the conditions of possible experience, all experiences are predictable to some extent because they are always in the a priori coordinates of space and time. If, on the other hand, we refuse to consider conditions as determining what is possible, then the real becomes an arena for experimentation. This experimental dynamic is glimpsed, if not fully developed, in Kant's attempt to describe how aesthetic judgments are not regulated by one faculty or another but are brought into play by a free and unregulated operation of the faculties. It is this possibility of a disjunctive use of the faculties that Deleuze extends, so that the critical project of metaphysics becomes a process of negotiation and invention rather than one of common principles. In the first two critiques, the relationship between the different faculties is determined by one of those faculties, understanding legislates in the theoretical interests of knowledge, critique of pure reason, and reason legislates in the practical interests of desire, critique of practical reason. In the critique of judgment, however, there is a free and indeterminate accord of the faculties. In its presentations of feelings of pleasure and displeasure, aesthetic judgment only expresses a relationship between the faculties, it refers only to itself. It is at this point that Kant's metaphysical system begins to resemble the Deleuzean schema of ideas or concepts being developed from within a distribution of singularities. 24. Kant argues that the only pure judgments of taste are those which formally exhibit what he calls free beauty. Kant, 1987, 76. His examples of free beauty include seashells, flowers, linear ornament à la grecque, crystals, and birdsong. These instances are free because their form of beauty is independent of any interest we might have in them, and independent of any definite concept which might determine what the thing ought to be. Having disallowed its sources of subjective and objective determination, Kant argues that the judgment of beauty finds its coherence in the play of shape, composition, or design. 1987, 71-2. Melissa McMahon has given an analysis of Kant's account of the beautiful which brings it close to a Deleuze, Guattarian conception of the aesthetic, and which I would like to draw on here. As McMahon argues, the play of the faculties in relation to the formal qualities of the aesthetic presentation open them both out as a process or tendency, independent of its product or producer, subject or object. McMahon, 1995, 5.9. It is here, in Kant's attempt to elaborate a tendency or process in artistic form, that he prefigures the dynamic of aesthetic experimentation which Deleuze and Guattari delineate as an assemblage of percepts and affects. In order to demonstrate the significance of this dynamic in Kant's modern aesthetic, we need to be clear about what he means by formal qualities. Kant does not consider the stiff regularity of geometric shapes, nor the functional symmetry of organic forms as constituting beautiful presentments. 1987, 91-5. Kant suggests that such forms are ultimately boring. They suggest a determinate concept which regulates their composition, making them static or else uniform in their movement. In the case of a square, a circle or a cube, for example, a mathematical measurement defines its coherence. With an organic form, which is to say any part that is organized within a whole, the thing is accompanied by an idea of its functional purpose which allows us to cognize all the parts in their systematic combination. To consider form rather as a dynamic play, with no conceptual resolution, would be to understand it as a perpetual self-preserving instability. In this sense, Kant's beautiful form approximates a Deleuzean notion of difference because it is endowed with an internal difference which differentiates itself and affirms its difference without negation. Drawing out this point of convergence with Deleuze and Guattari's philosophy, McMahon explains that there is a paradox in the presentation of the beautiful, as the absence of a determinate concept entails both its singularity and its repeatability. McMahon, 1995, 5. The beautiful singularity means that it has an internal coherence which cannot be assessed in terms of a transcendent concept. We cannot, for instance, isolate something in the artwork as inessential or superfluous by applying external criteria. The beautiful, as Deleuze says of the cinema, is always as perfect as it can be. Deleuze, 1986, Point 10. But the absence of a determinate concept also gives rise to an infinite succession of incomplete determinations. We do not know what an artwork can do in 25. Advance because, unlike an organic thing, the beautiful brings into play all manner of things, contracting them in its own way. This repeatable singularity of the artwork brings us back to the conception of aesthetics developed in Deleuze and Guattari's paradoxical treatment of art and artistry. The singularity of art means that it stands up on its own and does not need to be propped up by science or philosophy, but it also opens it up to endless connections with other practices, including philosophy and science. The political import of these principles is pointed to quite clearly when Deleuze elaborates them in his 1962 study, Nietzsche and Philosophy. Deleuze explains that Nietzsche's tragic conception of art rests on two notions. First, an artwork raises a world of artifice or objecthood, that is to say, it is a superficial body without a higher essence, and second, art excites an affectivity, or what Nietzsche calls a will to power, which maximizes the desire to overcome the organism and unfolds subjectivity in material expression. Deleuze, 1983, 102-103. Or to put this another way, art has the power to recreate both the objective world and subjectivity in an ongoing dynamic of experimentation. Throughout Deleuze and Guattari's writing on fine art, artistry is not circumscribed by the artist's studio or the museum. Deleuze and Guattari seek out and develop an aestheticism in all spheres of life. But with a certain amount of clarity, art itself discloses the procedures that will allow new subjectivities and existential territories to be created in the coming millennium. Guattari, 1995, 98-118. In the section that follows, I explore the transformative political power of art's autonomy, as it is elaborated in Deleuze and Guattari's conceptual assemblage of percepts and effects, by considering an installation project by the Australian artist and gay activist Matthew Jones. In other words, my research on Jones is introduced as an evaluator of Deleuze and Guattari's artistic vitalism, prolonging their theory of aesthetics in order to spread out a conceptual plane for art writing. The beautiful body of activist art. Matthew Jones has a reputation for withdrawing. In the face of activists who call for an audible gay voice, he celebrates the elusive silences of homosexuality. At public lectures he retreats from the opportunity to speak, sending someone else to read his paper. And in artist statements he often distances himself from the work, as if to avoid the role of authorial interpreter. Jones's critics have construed this pulling out as an act of arrogance or cool indifference, e.g. Phillips, 1992, Baranowska, 1992, but it is much more complicated and perilous than that. Rather than establishing a safe distance, the withdrawal creates a turbulence in its wake. Twists and folds of matter are drawn out along the movement of bodies, and this instability complicates any clear division between subject and object, speaker and audience, artist and artwork, or active and passive roles. As Jones explains, pulling out before coming is not 26. As safe as it looks. Jones, 1992. Jones's peculiar form of activism is generated around installation practices which evoke movements and sensual dynamics. By withdrawing from the scene, he leaves behind an artwork that has a life of its own. It does not simply illustrate a pre-existing idea or intention, and it is not a static object designed for our passive contemplation. The artwork stands up on its own and assembles itself in relation to the encounters that the installation event precipitates. It is a body of sensation. In a range of projects Jones has worked with different types of gay bodies: the ACT UP activist, the AIDS victim, the dual income no kids consumer. And in various ways he introduces the sensual dynamism of his style to these different corporealities. The project that I want to concentrate on in this study is an installation called A Place I've Never Seen, which revolves around the erotic body of gay pornography. To date, A Place I've Never Seen has been reworked and installed on 5 occasions, in 3 different countries. 11. A number of elements have changed in these successive displays, including the materials, the scale, and the composition itself, but the basis of each installation is a large braille text running around the wall of a gallery space, which describes a photograph of gay anal sex. Although this work is primarily about the erotic body of pornography, Jones traces the genealogy of A Place I've Never Seen back to 1990-12 when he participated in an AIDS education survey. This survey and the subsequent education campaign posed the problems that were eventually addressed in 1992 by Jones's first Braille installation: to be illiterate is to be blind. 13. Unlike A Place I've Never Seen, which is accompanied by a reproduction of the Braille alphabet, the only introduction Jones offers for To Be Illiterate is to Be Blind is an artist's statement discussing the relationship between 2 posters, an AIDS Council of New South Wales, ACON, safe sex poster, and a USSR literacy poster. Both posters carry a very similar picture of a blindfolded man walking off a cliff. Jones became aware of this image when ACON used it in 1990 with the caption, "Pulling out before coming is not as safe as it looks." This was part of an education campaign which responded to a study examining the thought processes that enable gay men to decide to have unsafe sex in a given sexual encounter. Gold, 1991, 3. The aim of this particular poster was to counter what was found to be a widely held misconception among gay men that withdrawal ensured safe sex. At a later date, Jones discovered that the image used on ACON's poster was originally designed in the early 1920s by a Radikoff, and circulated in the context of revolutionary Russia with the slogan, "To be illiterate is to be blind, on all sides lurk failure and unhappiness." Jones's approach to the two posters is characterized by uncertainty. What does a blindfolded man walking off a cliff have to do with anal intercourse? Why did ACON appropriate an image from a USSR literacy poster? And why does being blindfolded make you illiterate? Or more generally, a problem which runs through a number of Jones's projects, what does representation have to do with desire? For Jones 27. Figure 3.1 Matthew Jones, A Place I've Never Seen, detail, Braille alphabet printed on tissue. Source, Matthew Jones, 1993, A Place I've Never Seen. It is exactly this uncertainty, the indeterminacy of his desire's relationship with representation, that is being denied by these propaganda posters. ACON's intention is to create boundaries which educate and organize gay desire. Both posters call for scopic certitude concerning the limits of safety. To feel your way is to fail. Rather than anxiously acting against the uncertainty of the body, Jones reclaims tactility as a process to live by. He says, "Put me on the other side of safe, dancing the chocolate cha-cha in the places that don't get a look in." Jones, 1992. The installation, which responds to the artist's statement, consists of a strip of nodules and colored dots that run around one corner of the room at eye level. This band of blotches is the complication of two discourses, one visual and the other tactile. The swarm of yellow, orange and purple-gray dots corresponds with the types of visual charts used to test for color blindness. 28. And the raised nodules are the embossed language of Braille, communicating the ironic message to those who read through touch that, to be illiterate is to be blind, like love. The multitude of colored dots confuses the systematic pattern of the Braille, concealing the tactile message from those who privilege sight. And the optical text only conveys the redundancy of vision anyway, because the purple-gray dots don't make up a hidden message as they would in regular color blindness charts. The eyes fail gallery goers who keep their hands in their pockets. Stop it or you'll go blind. Appearing like a rash on the gallery wall, this is a text of corporeal indeterminacy. Meaning has to be constructed at close range, where borders and limits are always being undone by bodies that do not know where they stand or how they should feel. In retrospect, to be illiterate is to be blind can be seen as a rehearsal for A Place I've Never Seen. Extending the formal composition of the first Braille installation, A Place I've Never Seen explores the indeterminate relationship of desire and representation by introducing tactile movement to gay pornography. The main formal modification in A Place I've Never Seen is to discard color and use black, white tonal variation to complicate the message of the Braille text. Appearing like the cross-section of a molecular substratum, the 12 cm high strip opens up a chaotic multiplicity along the gallery's imaginary horizon line. In fact, it is a horizon line that no longer delimits distance or perspective, ground, or background. It constitutes what Deleuze and Guattari, after Alois Riegel, call haptic vision. It does not establish an opposition between two sense organs but rather invites the assumption that the eye itself may fulfill this non-optical function. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 492. Or to put this another way, the space opened by the image is fascinating, in the sense that Blanchot writes about a depthless depth which we experience with a certain proximity but no measurable distance. But what happens when what you see, although at a distance, seems to touch you with a gripping contact par uncontact on, when the manner of seeing is a king of touch, when seeing is a contact at a distance? Blanchot, 1982, 32. Some of the swarming spheres are raised nodules protruding into the space of the gallery, but they jostle with photographic and computer-generated orbs which seem to reveal an illusionistic space beyond the room's existential coordinates. 14a booklet, posing as the exhibition catalog, gives us a way into this fascinating band of activity by reproducing a copy of the Braille alphabet and introducing the raised nodules as the embossed language of the blind. 15 So with the directions in one hand and groping the wall with the other, viewers are encouraged to actively insert themselves in the installation. But the decoded text complicates our sense of depth further, with irregular pronouns and a description which has no apparent beginning and end as it circles the circumference of the room. In a roundabout fashion, it evokes a sensation that is unphotographable, unrepresentable, passive anal sex. 16. 29. His photograph you can't see his cock rammed huge hard lost in a place I've never seen, distended, wet with cum, the kids thick white cream spewing hot and just their churning nuts bouncing that dude all the way to the root shooting. 17. Jones maintains that this work is pornographic because it is designed to be sexually stimulating, but it deserves to be portrayed differently given that it avoids the simplicity of most pornography. Following Gilles Deleuze, we could call it pornology because instead of ordering and describing sexual activity, it explores how desire and representation work. It is still porn in that it still excites the body, but in such a way that interacting with the image itself becomes stimulating. We need to be clear with our definitions here because pornography is defined very differently by liberals, the moral right, and amongst feminisms. Deleuze's understanding of pornography is associated with the feminist observation that certain forms of representation violently simplify the world and encourage the viewer to act in accordance. As Deleuze explains, pornography exists to be grasped readily, everything is reduced to a few imperatives, do this, do that, followed by obscene descriptions. Deleuze, 1989b, 17. Deleuze puts forward the idea of a pornology in order to recuperate the images of sex and violence that are found in the writings of Leopold von Sacher-Masoch and the Marquis de Sade. He argues that pornology produces an internal splitting of language such that it no longer functions to relate the reader to the world in a rudimentary way. It is aimed above all at confronting language with its own limits, with what is in a sense a non-language, violence that does not speak, eroticism that remains unspoken. Deleuze, 1989b, 22. Critics of visual pornography who take their lead from Laura Mulvey's analysis of visual pleasure rely on the model of a scopophilic male voyeur in command of the woman objects being represented. The voyeur is said to internalize or conform to this abstract structure and then project it onto women in other contexts. Pornography is theory, rape is practice. Mulvey explains that this voyeuristic relationship is constructed by disavowing both the material existence of the recording process and the critical reading of the spectator, in order to create a convincing world in which the spectator's surrogate can perform with verisimilitude. Mulvey, 1975, 18. Jones's installation challenges these pornographic conventions because it refers to its material construction and the movement of readers who cross its surface. The unsafe sex scene found in the text communicates Jones's desires, but it cannot be taken as a personal imperative by the reader because its complexity returns the audience to the act of decoding the Braille rather than the act of conforming to its description. In other words, the material recording process complicates a voyeuristic relationship with gay sex. The first generation of gay activists could embrace homosexual porn as an act of rebellion. As Ethan Morden explains, in the first days of Stonewall, porn promised to be the most 30. Figure 3.2 Matthew Jones, A Place I've Never Seen, Installation View, Source, Museu de Arte Moderna do São Paulo, 1994. Immediate source of gay independence, symbolically the unique defiance. Morden, 1986, 78. Jones, however, belongs to a generation that is more cautious of how gay culture is simplified and objectified by AIDS-related imagery, the clichés of the entertainment industry, and the postmodern taste for freak show perversity. Jones expresses gay desire as something that needs to make its presence felt without offering itself up as a spectacle. The instrumental form of the catalogue, and the systematic pattern of the Braille, suggest the need to interpret and analyze the installation. Jones notes how people move back and forth searching for the dirty bits, as if trying to dissect the bodies in the photograph. Personal Correspondence, May 13, 1993. In the end though, the work moves beyond this function and becomes sensuous in itself. Rather than impersonally objectifying something else, the text frustrates the pornographic desire for simple relationships with the world. The irregular use of possessive pronouns confuses subject positions, and the text begins and ends at the same place in the installation, leaving us to continually search for linguistic clarity. The audience is forced to stumble over their reading process. Orientations are confused so that looking, touching, and reading correspond with a disjunctive body, trying to construct itself around the paradoxes of gay erotics. As Nietzsche argues, art excites activity and arouses the will. It therefore needs to be defined in terms of artists and creators rather than recipients. 31. Nietzsche, 1967, 103-6. Perception is not passive recording, but enhancement and consecration. Traditional visual analyses negate the movement involved in an interaction with porn, so that the meaning of the image can be derived from a pre-constituted subject structure. Jones withdraws from the clarity demanded by this type of pornography. His withdrawal does not enact the cum shot as a climactic moment when everything is visible, the moment when the spectacle of ejaculation measures out one body as active and the other as passive. Jones's withdrawal produces an image which is more like a sticky splotch that lubricates, but is also inseparable from the fluctuating contours of interacting bodies. The sticky splotch of A Place I've Never Seen, alongside the previous discussion of Kant's beautiful form, allows us to draw out the political dynamism of Deleuze and Guattari's assemblage of percepts and affects. Percepts and affects. In What is Philosophy? Deleuze and Guattari argue that the sole definition of art is composition. And like Kant, citing birdsong and the eccentric forms of nature as examples of beautiful form, Deleuze and Guattari suggest that perhaps the essence of art is given to us in the habitats carved out by animals. Every morning the Cenopoates dentirostris or brown stage maker, a bird of the Australian rainforest, cuts leaves, makes them fall to the ground, and turns them over so that the paler, internal side contrasts with the earth. In this way it constructs a stage for itself like a ready-made, and directly above, on a creeper or a branch, while fluffing out the feathers beneath its beak to reveal their yellow roots, it sings a complex song made up from its own notes and, at intervals, those of other birds that it imitates. It is a complete artist. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 184. The animal that constructs a house, or composes a territory, allows a pure body of sensation to emerge. This body of sensation is pure because it does not refer to the perception of an object, nor to the affections of a subject. The percept has been wrested from perception and the affect has been wrested from affection, so that the artwork is an autonomous composition of sensation. Art defined in this way, as a block of affects and percepts, has the power to create new functional assemblages that are not predicated on a concept of identity. The Cenopoates dentirostris performance installation does not constitute a perception of the rainforest, but the forest has entered into a relationship with the bird, such that the bird has passed into the forest itself. Nor does the Cenopoates dentirostris express its affection for the other birds or plants in the rainforest. Instead, it creates an indiscernibility between species that allows them all to pass into an enterprise of co-creation. The territory of 32. The Cenopoates dentirostris expresses the singularity of percepts which contract the landscape to produce an internal coherence, while also forming a repetition of affects that open onto the forest and even the cosmos in multiple ways. When Jones wraps a ribbon of swarming spheres around the wall of a gallery, he also carves out a territory. A Place I've Never Seen is a block of affects and percepts that allows gay sex to take on a life of its own within the installation. The Braille text ironically refers to a photograph, but Jones actually gives us a percept of flesh, not a perception. He clinches the forces of anal eroticism in the autonomous framework of the habitat. Rather than giving us a window through which to perceive a body, Jones gives us a series of planes or sections which provides flesh with a framework. The body becomes part of the wall, defined by the dovetailing of different orientations, the hands, the eyes, the imagination. The scene of gay sex finds its support in the finite junction of the territory in which we participate. Accompanying this contraction of flesh in the installation's architecture, is a dissipation of the habitat. The stark white expanse of the wall highlights the sovereignty of the molecular figure. 3.3 Matthew Jones, A Place I've Never Seen, Installation View, Source, Toronto Photographers Workshop, 1995. 33. Horizon, but it simultaneously infuses it with an inner light which beckons the Braille to scatter itself across the dimensionless background. The forces that have been clenched by the intense band of movement threaten to spread like a rash across the walls, and the spheres bulge into the gallery, opening up the installation to envelop the outside in its compound. The audience becomes part of the work, and this expansion of the territory makes a whole range of unpredictable connections possible. We can plot the rhythm of the habitat through a number of Jones's earlier projects to show how effects and percepts can be composed around a range of political problems. Over My Dead Body is the first of Jones's solo shows to explicitly deal with a political issue, but we can already see the dynamic of the territory operating in the pre-activist period of tableau historique, interior/design. 18 In this early body of work, the rhythmic contraction and expansion of the habitat pivots on the motif of the fold, particularly as it appears in Rococo architecture and design. Tableau historique includes 2 painted chairs, a painted door, and several large drawings. The 2 1950s-style chairs, with chrome armature and vinyl panels, have been inset with lunettes of Rococo paintings by François Boucher and Jean-Paul Fragonard. The carved panel includes a Boucheresque inset within a sinuous gilded cartouche. And the drawings subtly link the scrolling lines of Rococo architecture, decoration, and landscape across a juxtaposition of vertical panels and stage screens. The pictorial space of Rococo art knots together natural form, architectural volume, and shallow design space to draw everything into a cosmos that endlessly folds one territory into another. In his early affection for the Rococo, we can see Jones's sense of form being related not to an essence or idea, but to a function of folding habitats. Tableau historique animates the world with peristaltic turns and hysterical twists. The chaos contracts and expands through decorative furnishings and rhythmic territories that open back onto the surging surfaces of the cosmos. Tableau historique is primarily concerned with the fold which goes to infinity, but in subsequent work Jones attempts to localize the fold, or just give us a segment of its surface tension, in order to delineate specific territories for gay subjectivity. The projects that follow strategically generate new habitats for existence within the context of contemporary gay politics. Tableau historique critiques the idea of measuring things out in relation to an ideal, while the work that follows explicitly focuses on the singularities involved in encountering the real and the habitats that cohere around them. As I have argued above, A Place I've Never Seen withdraws from a pornographic ideal and invents an experimental eroticism that functions as a perpetually mobile habitat. In the white canvases done between 1989 and 1991-19 Jones withdraws from the reductive discourse of gay identity, especially as it is expressed in ACT UP slogans such as "Silence equals death," and creates a space where silence is pregnant with new possibilities for subjectivity. The most developed installation from this period of work, "Silence equals death," juxtaposes simplistic 34. Activist slogans with freshly primed canvases that have been stretched and stuffed to create enigmatic objects, a painting that looks like a piece of furniture, a body bag whose proportions would suit the death of art, a stretcher bed that would be impossible to lie on. The need for political action in the face of the AIDS pandemic is expressed in these limp sculptural bodies. The objects grip the forces of the disease, gathering percepts of the situation, the loss, the silence of mourning, the need to do something even though all action seems dubious. The surfaces of tucked and folded canvas contract the chaos in a chilling way. 20 But they also open up a space for habitation and experimentation. As Jones explains, this interval or gap of silence is like a place for me and other gay men, to fill up, to write in, or to keep empty. Jones, 1991, 1. Jones's more recent projects tend toward a colorful and camp style rather than the cool minimalist aesthetic of the work done between 1989 and 1991. Poof. For example, fashions a comical response to the American trend in contemporary gay culture to identify as queer. 21 Under the logo of a cartoonsque poof explosion, Jones installs a large cloud of Dacron and paints the walls of the gallery bright pink. The involuted contour of the explosion is a simple affect, a zone of intermination, a becoming imperceptible. The sickly pink interior is a simple percept, an intense vision of gay kitsch and its forces of cliched identification. Resounding between the percept and the affect is the rhythm of a new body. It is a body of sensation which calls into question any easy definition of gay identity and opens up a space for experimental individuations. To take another recent example, I Feel Like Chicken Tonight 22 withdraws from the ideal of a socially integrated homosexuality by carving out a territory for desires which remain unspeakable in queer politics. In this installation, Jones fills the gallery with flags and placards that might be used to display allegiances or incite a crowd, but who would wave these banners brandishing nothing but abstract patterns? He provides clues. Chicken is gay slang for adolescent boy. The designs are taken from the school ties used to string the pennants together, and the exhibit includes newspaper articles on pederasty illustrated with retouched photographs of act-up demonstrators bearing Jones's schoolboy emblems. For Jones, pedophilia gestures toward an ethic that is essentially incomplete, a politic without people speaking on behalf of others. Shortly before I Feel Like Chicken Tonight opened, the International Lesbian and Gay Association lost consultancy status with the United Nations because of their affiliation with groups that advocate pedophilia. As Felix Guattari remarked in the mid-1970s, pedophilia constitutes a sort of Jewishness jewelry which provokes racist reaction, even within the gay community. Guattari, 1975, 14-15. In lieu of subjectivities that might activate them, the objects in his installation take on a life of their own. Eluding the world of guilt and justice, Jones turns its symbols into abstract a-signifying fluxes. He creates a body of sensation that unspeakable passions can occupy in flight. 35. The community of sensual bodies. Deleuze and Guattari's aesthetics cannot be reduced to a theory of the art object per se. They understand aesthetics to be concerned with the dynamic of sensible assemblages. As I have argued above, this approach has its genealogy in a traditional definition of the discipline as a science of sensibility. And because of this, aesthetics is a recurring theme in Deleuze and Guattari's work, which not only pertains to art objects, but also introduces transversal linkages with ethics, ontology, epistemology, and historiography. They are aesthetical philosophers, primarily concerned with creative encounters that are not preceded by a concept of identity. As Guattari explains, aesthetics isn't something that gives you recipes to make a work of art, it is a speculative cartography which constructs coordinates of existence at the same time as those coordinates are lived. Guattari, 1993, 240-1. When Deleuze and Guattari write specifically about art objects, their aim is to diagram the speculative cartographies laid out by artists and open these territories up onto other practices in the arts, sciences, and philosophy. Deleuze's two books on cinema, for instance, release those temporal structures that the cinematographic image has been able to grasp and reveal. Deleuze, 1989a, 12. This is not simply a history of cinema, but rather a taxonomy of cinematic habitats which resonate with concepts of being and functions of vision. To take another example, Guattari's article Cracks in the Street examines the territories of subjectivity expressed in three paintings by Balthus, and shows how these echo certain formations of subjectivity in music, fractal geometry, and linguistics. Guattari, 1987, 82-5. In my discussion of a place I've never seen, I have attempted to map the operation of a territory, show how this opens onto new possibilities for political practice, and allow this aesthetic to resonate with the transformative power of sensual habitats developed in Deleuze and Guattari's work. The concept of art itself remains quite nominal in this approach to art writing. The difference between art and non-art is unclear, which is to say, art does not have a determinate concept. But whenever an assemblage of affects and percepts appears, we have evidence of art differentiating itself as it develops an internal coherence of sensation. It is organized from within and, as I have demonstrated in relation to the autonomy of the beautiful in Kant, this also implies that art can link up to all manner of things. Deleuze and Guattari's preference for animal examples in their discussion of aesthetics points to the problem of defining or classifying art. We cannot decide whether animals have painting, they confess in 8,000 plateaus, because there is little foundation for a clear-cut distinction between animals and human beings. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 301. And in What is Philosophy? They tentatively suggest that perhaps art begins with the animal. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 183. The hesitation that Deleuze and Guattari express in these instances is an indication that it is a false problem to try to define art in advance. Instead, they proceed by mapping the expanding territories of art wherever they might be encountered. 36. In no way do we believe in a fine art system, we believe in very diverse problems whose solutions are found in heterogeneous arts. To us, art is a false concept, a solely nominal concept. This does not, however, preclude the possibility of a simultaneous usage of the various arts within a determinable multiplicity. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 300-301. Using the work of Matthew Jones, I have shown how a single artwork can function as a determinable multiplicity. The dynamic territories that we find in his work draw together the pre-individual singularities of percepts and effects such that new subjectivities and existential territories might individuate themselves. The singularities provide an intensive consistency of differences in which new formations crystallize. We could say that the singularities precede a concept of activist art and a concept of gay politics, coming together in a spatio-temporal dynamic that allows these practices to be individuated in new or aberrant ways. This same principle of individuation can be related to the simultaneous usage of various arts in Deleuze and Guattari's work. Singularities are extracted from painting, music, architecture, cinema, and birdsong as a diverse problem plots these singular points together in a determinable multiplicity. In the process of writing about territories, Deleuze and Guattari actually create their own habitats. The very nature of their collaboration also elaborates this process. It is difficult, if not impossible, to isolate the individual voices in Deleuze and Guattari's collaborations. They cease being authors, or subjects of enunciation, in order to function as temporary, transitory, and evanescent points of subjectification. The points of subjectification are not even what matters. What is important is the multiplicity which passes between the points, carrying them along without ever going from one to the other. Deleuze and Parnot, 1987, 9. As soon as there is this type of multiplicity, Deleuze insists, there is politics, micropolitics. As Felix says, before being there is politics. Deleuze and Parnot, 1987, 17. Guattari has elaborated the political power of these fluxes that precede being quite extensively in his commentaries on social institutions and revolutionary movements. In his 1985 collaboration with Tony Negri, Guattari explains that these habitats of singularities provide us with the basis for a truly liberationary communism. This habitat communism has nothing to do with the collective barbarism of communist states, rather, it consists in creating the conditions of emergence of a permanent renewing of human activity and social production through the deployment of processes of singularization, auto-organization, auto-valorization. Guattari and Negri, 1985, 11. It is no longer a matter of the universality of man, or the sharing of wealth, but rather of manifesting the singular as multiplicity, mobility, spatio-temporal variability, and creativity. 26. The politics of multiplicities does not function prescriptively nor representationally. The task is not to legislate rules for correct behavior, nor to identify with someone and speak on their 37. Figure 3.4 Matthew Jones, A Place I've Never Seen, Installation View, Source The Clock Tower Studio, Sci, New York, 1996. Behalf, even if you call that person I. The micropolitics of the habitat works through the experimental formation of communities which can stand up by themselves without a transcendent ideal or determinate concept. The installational multiplicities of Matthew Jones are directed toward the production of these communities of singularities. They liberate desires which have not been reduced to social castes, sexual rituals, or political practices. Desire consists of the singularities which overflow us and constitute us outside of ourselves, unlike sexuality, which is already specified. As Guattari argues, desire is everything that exists before the opposition between subject and object, before representation and production. Guattari, 1979, 57.23 The liberation of desire, rather than the liberation of sexuality, produces transversal connections that recreate existence as the singularities of real encounters are actually lived. Art itself highlights this ethic of experimental politics. Jones's installation practice provides us with an example of artworks which realize this in relation to issues that are obviously political, but the ethico-aesthetic paradigm also reverberates beyond preconceived notions of art and politics. Given that the coordinates of this paradigm are plotted at the same time as they are lived, it is not enough for art writers to simply be the representatives of a politic that they find elsewhere, in artworks or in political science. It is necessary for art writers to create their own aesthetic multiplicities and their own micropolitics. A micropolitics of art scholarship would involve constructing 38 writer subjects and art objects in the process of plotting the sensual habitats that distribute images and concepts, exhibitions and history, performance and ideas. To write about art would be actually to pass into an aesthetic territory such that subject and object positions do not precede the habitat, but are extracted from it. In fact, it is no longer a matter of writing about art, but of writing with art, constructing concepts and identities through an aesthetical empiricism. Deleuze and Guattari do not simply use artworks to illustrate the dynamic of artistry, they actually create themselves as aesthetic multiplicities. They distribute themselves in a community of sensual bodies. Guattari claims that the infinite body of man moving through all the incredible mutations of any one lifetime, is the true artwork. Guattari, 1984, 237. The subject becomes an artistic territory that is immanent to other artistic territories. Unlike theories of aestheticism that glorify the human subject, this is a pre-humanist aestheticism. It is an aestheticism which precedes being and makes it possible. Kant's attempt to theorize the autonomy of aesthetics at the dawn of modernity helps clarify the rigor with which Deleuze and Guattari approach the power of sensuous forms, but the sentiment of their aestheticism owes a great deal to Nietzsche, the artist-philosopher par excellence. Deleuze cites Nietzsche as the philosopher who gave him a taste for speaking through affects, intensities, experiences, experiments. Deleuze, 1995, 6. And in his early study on Nietzsche, Deleuze positions him as the philosopher who completed the project which Kant betrayed at the same time as he conceived it. Deleuze, 1983, 52. Kant introduced the problem of how to critique faculties from the inside, where aesthetics would have a certain autonomy from Enlightenment thought, but in Nietzsche and philosophy Deleuze argues that it was Nietzsche who realized this project. Deleuze, 1983, 91-4. Nietzsche is gripped by the need for a tragic submission to the forces of encounters, a need to become immanent and invent new possibilities for existence from within life itself. Nietzsche is a thought artist, thinking through what Deleuze calls a method of dramatization. It is in this vein that Nietzsche applauds art for its ability to magnify falsehood, to raise a world of pure appearance and open-ended truth. It is art in which precisely the lie is sanctified and the will to deception has a good conscience. 78. And it is this pre-human aestheticism which Jones's activism tenders so well, the body as an artistic territory, truth as a continually reconstituted fiction. The formation of a body, whether human, animal or artistic, is a mysterious synthesis in a world where anything can happen and already is. The sensuous body of percepts and effects displaces all fixed notions of identity to make room for a rich community of creative intensities. One should have more respect for the bashfulness with which nature has hidden behind riddles and iridescent uncertainties. What is required, is to stop courageously at the surface, the fold, the skin. 39. To adore appearance, to believe in forms, tones, words, to be superficial, out of profundity. Nietzsche 1974, 38. Part 2. Everything which disrupts the relationship between things and puts us in touch with certain more acute states of mind. For a bestiary of territoriality and expression. Poster fish, bower birds, and spiny lobsters. Gary Ginesco. I first employed the concept of the bestiary in relation to classic psychoanalytic texts. Ginesco, 1993. My goal was to reveal the moral tales, the pillars and remarkable canonophilia of the Freudian bestiary, told by the reproduction of animals found therein, as well as in the professional and domestic lives of analysts such as Freud, Ernest Jones, and Marie Bonaparte. Ginesco, 1994. I later suggested, somewhat schematically, that the psycho and schizoanalytic bestiaries of Freud and Guattari overlap on the matter of how they do things with horses and porcupines. Ginesco, 1996. From the very beginning, however, I was inspired by the extraordinarily insightful and provocative Plateau 2, One or Several Wolves, of Deleuze and Guattari's 8,000 Plateaus, 1987, on Freud's case of the wolf man. It seemed to me that they showed for the first time how productive the close scrutiny of the animal life of a text could be. Subsequently, scenes of animal reproduction became for me a way of reading Deleuze and Guattari's own writings, a way, then, of tracking their arguments across the plateaus by means of signs left by the animals of their own theoretical bestiary. While this sounds remarkably simple as following fresh tracks in the sand, it takes practice, as any bird or butterfly enthusiast will tell you, and a firm grasp of the identifying features of the species at issue. Even a textual bestiary makes demands on animal fanciers, especially since the species at issue in this paper are as diverse as poster fish, bower birds, and spiny lobsters. Contextual or field conditions are not, of course, the issue, nor is it a question of mastering a scientific literature. Rather, the bestiarist is called upon to track these creatures as they perform varied theoretical work for Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, and to bring to bear a certain amount of background knowledge, in the manner of a naturalist, upon the discussion of the services performed by such creatures. An example is in order. It took me a long time to see what is now obvious, that the lobster of Plateau 3, on the geology of morals, is a true lobster and not the spiny lobster that most readers of 47. Plateau 11, of the refrain, will remember from the fascinating footnote on the cosmic dimension of its migration. The concept of the bestiary requires a certain amount of zoological knowledge, to be sure. Identification is not an easy matter, in the field, as in the text. After a confirmed sighting has been made, the issues to which the bestiarist must attend only increase, especially since my interest in this paper is to track the relationship between territoriality and expression through the uses, Deleuze and Guattari's eclectic borrowing from the ethograms of a variety of animals, made of the three species mentioned in my title, across Plateau 11, while simultaneously attending to the critique of the presuppositions of the ethological understanding of territoriality. There are not only three species at issue here, animals tend to multiply and, before long, one finds oneself in the company of monkeys, chaffinches, spiders, etc. How to build a territory. In general, one may say of any bestiary that it is a machine for theory making. The study of territoriality has traditionally been the province of ethology and behavioral ecology, which explains, in technical terms, the presence of Deleuze and Guattari's animals. Deleuze and Guattari advance an argument against the Austrian ethologist Konrad Lorenz, which I will examine through a consideration of three references. Lorenz thinks that aggression is the basis of territoriality. More precisely, as Deleuze and Guattari note, Lorenz has a constant tendency to present territoriality as an effect of intraspecific aggression, 1987, 548, n9. Keep in mind that it is standard in ethology to first think of the demonstration of territoriality through the overt aggression between animals, before considering the second manifestation of boundaries by means of various signals. Deleuze and Guattari specifically reject the dangerous political overtones, i.e., the escalation of violence, of Lorenz's controversial thesis that the value of intraspecific aggression lies in population distribution and regulation, selection of the strongest and the best defense of the young. For Lorenz, aggression is an instinct whose function is to preserve the species. Deleuze and Guattari maintain that this thesis presupposes territory rather than explains it, 1987, 316. Indeed, in the ethological literature it is generally the case that aggressive behavior presupposes that an animal is in its familiar territory. Recall the pain they took to show that territorialization is an act of rhythm that has become expressive, or of milieu components that have become qualitative, 315. Deleuze and Guattari's critique of Lorenz begins by loosening territoriality from aggression, and bringing the ethological presupposition of territory into the foreground in order to give it new connections. First reference, Deleuze and Guattari turn to Lorenz's On Aggression, against which they argue, for an example of a matter of expression, a territorializing mark, that of poster-colored coral fish, 1987, 315, 547 and 6. This example, 48. In Lorenz's work, 1966, 14-15, both presupposes territory, the colors signal that a territory has found an owner, and is explained by intraspecific aggression. From this material Deleuze and Guattari extract their counter-reading that poster coloring is not tied to a specific function, aggression, which they identify with transitoriness, but rather, with temporal constancy and spatial range, the daytime coloration of these fish, which changes during sleep, and the visibility of the colors at long distances. Second reference, the becoming expressive of a component such as coloration marks a territory. Deleuze and Guattari populate their bestiary with selective examples from the ethograms, the inventory of patterns of behavior, of certain species of birds, rabbits, and monkeys, many of which are borrowed from Irenaeus E. Bluey-Besfeldt's ethology, Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 315, 547 and 7. In particular, they employ the example of genital displays by so-called guard monkeys in which the penis becomes a rhythmic and expressive color carrier that marks the limits of the territory, C. E. Bluey-Besfeldt, 1970, 428. But like Lorenz, E. Bluey-Besfeldt treats territoriality, the ownership of a territory may be temporally defined and consist of marked and unmarked paths rather than rigid boundaries, as well as including neutral areas, under the heading of intraspecific aggression. While borrowing what they need to reconnect territoriality to rhythm and expressive marking, they let stand the standard ethological presupposition, present in E. Bluey-Besfeldt no less than in Lorenz. Deleuze and Guattari have, in a sense, already fried the bigger fish. Third reference, Deleuze and Guattari remark how quick the becoming expressive territory of a component may be with respect to the ornithological example of the brown stage maker. The brown stage maker lays down landmarks each morning by dropping leaves it picks from its tree, and then turning them upside down so the paler underside stands out against the dirt. Inversion produces a matter of expression, 1987, 315. They borrow this example from W. H. Thorp's Learning and Instinct in Animals, 1956. Ronald Bogue adds the following clarification: each leaf is a milieu component that has been removed from its milieu and converted into a quality, and the stage maker's action comprises a rhythm that is no longer simply a function of a milieu, but one that has become expressive. Bogue, 1991, 89. In other words, the bird cuts a leaf from its tree, and deposits it, pale side up, on its display ground at the base of the tree. It would be premature to conclude that Deleuze and Guattari are only interested in the visual elements of the stage maker's behavior. As we will see, they are also concerned with its sonorous dimension. Thorpe does not elaborate upon this example, but a photograph of the bird's display ground or stage appears in his discussion of play in birds. Thorpe, 1956, 323, Figure 2. This activity of the Brown stage maker is a display activity in the strict sense, a species-specific behavior pattern used in communication between both groups and individuals, i.e., in courtship rituals, which also has an element of freedom. For Thorpe this is 49. The critical element in true play found in those behaviors loosened from the restrictions imposed by the necessity of attaining specific goals. 1956, 85. Deleuze and Guattari are only exaggerating a little when they refer to this leaf-turning activity as art brut. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 316, and find themselves in the company of zoosemioticians who recognize that birds have an aesthetic sense, both visual and musical, which thus breaks the anthroposemiotic hold on art. Sebiok, 1979. Deleuze and Guattari write, artists are stage makers, even when they tear up their own posters. Of course, from this standpoint art is not the privilege of human beings. 1987, 316. Artists and birds, the frontispiece of the refrain, 1987, Plateau 11, is, after all, Paul Klee's twittering machine, 1922. Thorpe borrowed the photograph of the Brown stage maker's stage from A. J. Marshall's book on bowerbirds, 1954, to which Deleuze and Guattari later refer, 1987, 331 and 34. The Brown stage maker is included among bowerbirds even though it is technically a catbird. It lives in wild ginger shrubs, among other trees, in the rainforest in northeast Queensland, Australia, and is also known for the melodious noise of its display call in which it mimics the calls of neighboring bird species. The visual and auditory displays run parallel with its sexual cycle. The key point for Deleuze and Guattari is that territory, possession, emerges with expression, a reading which Marshall confirms with an important proviso, whilst it cannot be denied that the birds get aesthetic pleasure from their stage decoration and from the song that they produce from above it, these activities, extraordinary as they are, form essentially a highly specialized mechanism that ensures the acquisition and establishment of territory, the attraction of a mate in dense rainforest, and the synchronization of the male and female reproductive processes before the female can be inseminated. Marshall, 1954, 63. The matter of the temporal constancy of expression is related, then, to the parallel display and nesting seasons, after which time the display ground falls into disrepair. But Deleuze and Guattari take a further, more radical step in making territory the result of art. Simply, if territory is the result of the becoming expressive of milieu components, which means that expressive qualities, produced or selected, can be called art, then territory is the result of art, which is far removed from basing it on aggressiveness. This is what Deleuze and Guattari affirm, unlike Marshall, who merely does not wish to deny it in the case of the Brown stage maker. The three references are, then, poster fish, guard monkey penis, stage maker's stage. Territoriality is, over the course of Deleuze and Guattari's readings of these animal references, turned from a presupposition tied to aggression to a form of art tied to expression. Deleuze and Guattari then drift slowly back to Lorentz, having established the terms of their relationship with his work. Matters of expression, they maintain, form shifting relations with one another, expressing a twofold relation of territory, to an interior milieu, impulses or drives, and to an exterior 50. Milieu, circumstances or environmental variables. The internal relations of matters of expression constitute territorial motifs which are not pulsed, that is, non-pulsed motifs are independent of what Lorentz calls the Big Four. Drives, hunger, sexuality, flight, aggression, Lorentz, 1966, 89. What Deleuze and Guattari call territorial motifs, Lorentz refers to as special drives, independent variables arising from conflicting drives, some of which, as Deleuze and Guattari note, arise in territorial counterpoint with circumstances of the external milieu, Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 317. Both territorial motifs and counterpoints explore potentialities of the interior or exterior milieu, 318. Lorentz treats this phenomenon as ritualization, and it is a simulation, with modifications, exaggeration, repetition, of original non-ritual behaviors in conflict, Lorentz, 1966, 90. Deleuze and Guattari consider the concept of ritualization to be not necessarily appropriate to the independence of the non-pulsed motifs and counterpoints which, rather, form rhythmic faces or characters and melodic landscapes, respectively, Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 318, even though Lorentz admits that new drives can shout down opposing impulses. What is at issue here is whether or not Lorentz accounts for, and in Deleuze and Guattari's estimation he does not, the variability and fixity of non-pulsed motifs and counterpoints. The hypothesis of simulation does not interest them, because this hypothesis makes it impossible to loosen rhythmic faces from drives and melody from landscape, for Lorentz uses the concept of the copy to relate new drives to a pattern of movement arising from the conflict of several original drives. In other words, Deleuze and Guattari are not fooled by this ruse of backward connection. In Deleuze and Guattari's terms, melody constitutes its own sonorous landscape and rhythm its own character. What was the mark, the signature, or poster, becomes style, as they put it, when motifs, having become autonomous from impulses, conjoin on their own plane, and enrich their internal relations. In addition, characters do not refer, they auto-develop, 319. Deleuze and Guattari are content to group together artists and birds because they take the same route to motifs and counterpoints, via the posting of placards and the maintenance of a critical distance which, between members of the same species in different territories, is rhythmical, and between members of different species in the same territory, melodic. There is an intimation of the cosmic function in what is described as the opening of a territory for a mate, 1987, 320. Recall their initial description of the third aspect of the refrain in Plateau 11, the circle opens a crack, but not at the place where chaos presses in most strongly, and one joins the world by fanning out to the sphere of the cosmos, 312. Reproduction opens doors. They borrow from Lorentz the idea that territorial borders oscillate according to the rhythm of intraspecies movement across the boundary of two adjacent territories, Lorentz, 1966, 29. Territorialization changes existing functions and provides for the emergence of professional or work functions. The first effect of territorialization discussed here, that of professionalization, or specialization, 51. Finding an ecological niche, continues Deleuze and Guattari's efforts to challenge Lorentz's presupposition of territory while adhering to his presentation of concepts, including professionalization, and even citing as an example of the reorganization of functions, owing to their territorialization, Lorentz's central preoccupation with the selective advantage or survival value of intraspecies aggression, competition, over interspecies aggression, predator, prey. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 321. Lorentz, 1966, 17 ff. A further effect of territorialization relates to religion and the intensive grouping of the forces of the earth locked in battle at a particular place, an intense center. The development of marks to motifs and counterpoints, to the reorganization and regrouping of functions, Deleuze and Guattari state, already unleashes something that will surpass it. Territory, 1987, 322. In order to further express this idea of unleashing, they adopt the language of the assemblage, the movement from the infra-assemblage, posters, to the intra-assemblage, motifs and counterpoints, puts one on the passage of the refrain a sonorous assemblage, 323. The organization of the intra-assemblage is rich and complex, and includes the territorial assemblage and territorialized functions. When a territorial function acquires sufficient independence to constitute a new, more or less deterritorialized assemblage, more or less in the sense that it is not yet a question of leaving the territory, there is a passage from the intra to the inter-assemblage by means of a particular component. Incidentally, this passage from intra to inter reverses Lorenz's inter to intra paradigm. Deleuze and Guattari cite both colour and grass stem behaviour of Australian grass finches as deterritorialized components of passage from territorial to courtship assemblages, 1987, 324. In the latter case, the grass stem held by the male during the initial phases of courtship is no longer tied to nest building, males no longer make nests, but rather enables nesting to become an element of another assemblage, courtship. The grass stem is an assemblage converter, 325. In the first instance, and as a consequence of their ethological examples, Deleuze and Guattari describe the territory of one sex opening onto another, in the example cited above, in addition to an earlier use of a species of wren in which the male built the nest before the arrival of the female, 323, and the subsequent discussion, the territory of the male opens onto the female, 324-5, this is also the case in the example of the brown stage maker. If passages between assemblages take place on a case-by-case basis, 325, we expect that the same holds true on a species-by-species basis with regard to who builds the nest, incubates the eggs, cares for the young, etc. Deleuze and Guattari's claims cannot be generalized across bird species, in other words. In their characterization of territorial functions which suddenly acquire autonomy and enter into new assemblages in a variety of ways, Deleuze and Guattari constitute a rich vocabulary of opening, swinging, draw a line of deterritorialization, take wing, take off, budding, 1987, 326. Deleuze and Guattari revisit here the question of the intense center of a territory as the 52. Ambiguity of the natal which is exterior to the territory, but the focal point of many different territories, 325-6, and they cite several examples of prodigious takeoffs from the territory, displaying a vast movement of deterritorialization directly plugged into the territories and permeating them through and through, among which is the march of lobsters, 326. This march leaves the question of passage between assemblages behind. There is something of the cosmos in these more ample movements, 326. Unleashings become unclaspings as deterritorialization dramatically affects bundles of territorialized components. In search of the cosmic lobster. What is this cosmic lobster? The photograph of the underside of a lobster, bearing the subtitle Double Articulation, appears at the outset of Plateau 3. 10,000 BC, The Geology of Morals, Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 39. The authors turn a classic linguistic concept from Louis Hjelmslev's glossomatics to geological ends. Linguistics and geology are, after all, concerned with stratification, through the mediation of a lobster. God is a lobster, they write, or a double pincer, a double bind, 40. It has two prominent claws, each with pincers. Just like two strata, each with its own layers, not to mention the expression and content planes described by Hjelmslev, within each plane there is both form and substance. This is commonly called a double dichotomy. God may be a lobster because all strata are his/her/its judgments, but is this the cosmic lobster? The question of the cosmic lobster is tied less to divine stratification, coding and territorialization, then to destratification, decoding and deterritorialization, without forgetting the reterritorializations relative to them. This can't be it, as I indicated in my introductory remarks about distinguishing between different sorts of lobsters. In an important footnote, Deleuze and Guattari refer to the speculations of marine biologist, scientific adventurer, and inventor of the aqualung, Jacques Cousteau, in his film On the March of Lobsters, 1987, 549 and 26. A spotty description of spiny lobster mass migration follows. This is it, the cosmic lobster lacks prominent pincers. The mass migration of spiny lobsters off the coasts of the Yucatan, the Bahamas, and Florida, among other places, takes place in the autumn. The nocturnal queuing, in single files, begins before the autumn storms and may take several weeks to complete. These queues have many lengths, as little as 2 lobsters, and their formation each autumn is a seasonal refrain. The march of the queuers is connected with cosmic forces, with Tellurian pulses. Migration over long distances takes place after periods of stormy weather. What attracts Deleuze and Guattari to this example is that it is not tied to a reproductive function, pre or post-reproductive, and remains somewhat of a mystery, although there is no shortage of suggestions about its adaptive significance in the literature on animal migration, see Herrenkind, 1969, and for a summary of the literature, Reibach and Dunham, 53. 1983, 234-5. Perhaps, Deleuze and Guattari note, following the American lobster expert William Herrenkind, whose writings on spiny lobster populations near the Bahamas are extensive, it is a vestige from the last ice age. The phrase used by Reibach and Dunham is remnant from glacial times. This idea is suggested by Herrenkind and Kansuruk, who state the hypothesis most clearly fitting present data is that the mass migration is a concentrated seasonal movement adapted to moving the population from the shallow banks, subject to severe cooling, to the oceanic fringe where conditions are suitable to overwintering. Clearly, shallow waters over much of the range of the species cooled to temperatures of 10 degrees C or less for long periods during glacial winters. 1978, 435. Below 12.15 degrees C, the spiny lobster can neither feed nor complete molting. Perhaps, following Cousteau, it is a premonition of a new ice age. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 549 and.22. Deleuze and Guattari prefer a forward-looking rather than a backward-looking interpretation. Whatever the case may be, it is understood that the Earth is between ice ages. This phenomenon reveals the passage from a territorial assemblage to a social assemblage connected with cosmic forces, pulsations of the Earth, to use Cousteau's suggestive language, but which Herrenkind believes may be wave surges along the ocean floor, coupled with a decrease in temperature, and a lower light level all through October during the night queuing period and later in the month, during the mass migration itself. For the biologist, Tellurian pulses are stimuli to be tested. This constitutes the fourth kind of refrain of departures from a territory that sometimes bring on the movement of absolute deterritorialization. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 327. Such absolute deterritorializations are dangerous. In the case of the cosmic lobster, a mass slaughter by fishermen ensues, a seasonal depopulation for the sake of their tails. What is the relation between the cosmic lobster and the rock and roll savior identified by Cavell in Sam Shepard's Cowboy Mouth? The lobster man molts to a rock song played by Cavell and her putative savior, Slim, whom he replaces. The lobster man is the rock and roll savior. Earlier, Slim, sensing the power of the lobster man, threatened to kill him, acknowledging the ancient sea-green strength of lobsters. Shepard, 1976, 212. The lobster man is the cosmic artisan capable of harnessing prehistoric forces, in Slim's estimation, and in Cavell's, he is the one who can capture, that is, reach out and grab all the little broken, busted up pieces of people's frustration. 214. The lobster man doesn't found, he doesn't create, instead, he captures and assembles frustrations. He is a rocking lobster who makes consistent molecularized frustrations. He makes sonorous the non-sonorous, and proceeds by subtraction, simplification, by melting. This is no rock and roll hoochie-coo. It's a rock lobster. Cavil the schizo, the criminal, the dreamer with a 45 at her side only acknowledges her name with the emergence of the lobster man. Etre and Cavil, to be on the lam. She found her name, she explains, 54. Nerval. He had visions. He cried like a coyote. He carried a crow. He walked through the Boulevard Noir inhuman like a triangle. He had a pet lobster on a pink ribbon. He told it his dreams, his visions, all the great secrets to the end of the world. And he hung himself on my birthday. Screaming like a coyote. The moon was cold and full and his visions and the crow and the lobster went on Cavil. That's where I found my name. Cavil. On my birthday. It means escape. Shepherd, 1976, 216. Nerval and Dolly may have walked their lobsters, but this lobster runs with the mass migration toward the reefs adjacent to the Gulf Stream. The cosmic lobster doesn't wear a leash and, instead of being on the lam, is open to the cosmos. From syntheses to synthesizers. Before picking up once more the theme of the deterritorializing cosmos, consider the return of the brown stage maker in Deleuze and Guattari's discussion of the holding together of heterogeneous components in a territorial assemblage as a kind of consolidation, a creative, machinic synthesis of heterogeneities, 1987, 330. The stage maker is the bird, as they say, of the machinic opera. It lacks brilliant coloration, with the exception of the yellowish throat feathers it reveals while singing. Perched on its singing stick. Above its display ground, the bird weaves into its loud vocalization pattern the sounds of other species, other birds, frogs, and cicadas. See Marshall, 1954, 159. For Deleuze and Guattari the consolidation consists in species-specific sounds, sounds of other species, leaf hue, throat color, the stage maker's machinic statement or assemblage of enunciation, 1987, 331. There is a kind of opening at work, the territorial assemblage is opened, deterritorialized by the insertion of a machine, to interspecific assemblages through mimicry, although Deleuze and Guattari consider imitation to be a matter of occupying a frequency in order to either advantageously restrict or open the assemblage. They also note the adaptative value of mixed calls in those species which otherwise have no other, visual, way to distinguish themselves and communicate with one another in the dense rainforest environment, which is precisely Marshall's point, 1954, 163. A further example of consolidation is adapted from Thorpe's study of chaffinch songs. For Deleuze and Guattari, there is consolidation in the passage from sub-song to full song, that is, from marks and placards to style and motif, 1987, 330. But a brief look at Thorpe reveals that this gradual passage consists largely in the dropping out of what is not a necessary part of the extreme frequencies characterizing sub-song, 373-4. When Deleuze and Guattari return to the question of bird song a page later in a discussion of imitation, they pick up Thorpe's idea of the occupation of a specific frequency in 55. Full songs by means of the selective process of leaving out imitative sounds available in the sub-song, 331. Consolidation, in the case of chaffinches, is a matter of restriction, and in the brown stage maker, a matter of expansion. And there are advantages to both. The concept of consolidation is employed by Deleuze and Guattari to suggest a solution to the problem of consistency. The issue here is which model best explains what holds things together. Arborescent or rhizomatic. Deleuze and Guattari distinguish between the arborescent ethological model, a hierarchical and centralized model constructed of binary mechanisms such as inhibitors innate releasing mechanisms, and the rhizomatic model, which postulates coordination between functional centers rather than causation from higher to lower centers. The rhizomatic model does not replace the ethological model, but criticizes it on the basis of its mistaken reliance on the oversimplified binarities of a tree model. As I have shown, their argument with and against Lorentz involved three selected references to the ethograms of poster fish, guard monkeys, and brown stage makers, as they slowly loosen territoriality from aggression, shifting it to expression through select ethological examples. Deleuze and Guattari do not work a logic of replacement, this for that, neither do they merely invert terms, minor for molar, root stem for tree. While ethologists risk reintroducing souls and centers at each locus and stage of linkage, 1987, 328, for their part Deleuze and Guattari posit transversals whose function is to hold together components, thereby risking the creation of special components of linkage with a special property, a vector of deterritorialization. Even in their reading of the hierarchized, linear causality of the molar ethological model, Deleuze and Guattari present a component which may be, they admit, highly determined, like the leaf-turning activity of the brown stage maker in relation to its toothed beak, 336. Deleuze and Guattari's opening to the deterritorializing cosmos is not a radically indeterminate openness. The opening to the cosmos is not an oceanic feeling, just as the queuing of lobsters is in no way indeterminate. Recall Freud's reflection in Civilization and its discontents on the prototypical New Age narcissism of the ego feeling of oneness with the world. Freud denied that this feeling was the origin of religious belief, and instead, traced it back to an earlier phase before the ego's boundaries were built up during maturation. He did not deny that it might coexist with the bounded adult ego, since such feelings may coexist alongside stricter delimitations. Freud's skepticism serves me well. The cosmic breakaway of Deleuze and Guattari is a matter of precision and localization, of cueing. They move from the cosmic lobster to Paul Klee, for whom the forces of the cosmos are harnessed in a work, 1987, 337. Deleuze and Guattari work, then, in the interdiscipline between the study of the behavior of the higher crustacea and painting. There is no discipline per se in this space, but it is not without its rigors, nor is it a question of the analysis settling in one or the other area of study. The issue is sobriety. Deleuze and Guattari urge sobriety because they want to avoid New Age narcissism and noodling in the proliferation of lines, as 56. Well as cultish devotion to machines, my Ferrari, your Bang & Olufsen, etc. On the matter of the synthesizer, and in particular Edgar Varèse's use of it, Deleuze and Guattari write: we thus leave behind the assemblages to enter the age of the machine, the immense mechanosphere, the plane of cosmicization of forces to be harnessed. Varèse's procedure, at the dawn of this age, is exemplary, a musical machine of consistency, a sound machine, not a machine for reproducing sounds, which molecularizes and atomizes, ionizes sound matter, and harnesses a cosmic energy. If this machine must have an assemblage, it is the synthesizer. Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 343. Noodling means reproducing sounds, strings, percussion, etc., and combining them in a fuzzy way. The agglomeration of reproduced, synthesized sounds is a scrambling, a progressive rock jam, brain salad surgery. The least interesting thing about a moog is that it can reproduce sounds. The formation of a rhythmic substance from the sonorities of 37 percussion instruments, as Varèse demonstrated in his composition Ionisation of 1931, constitutes a sober synthesis of disparate elements. Concluding remarks. The issue of sobriety is closely related to that of subtraction. In the passage from sub-song to full song, as I noted in my discussion of Deleuze and Guattari's use of chaffinch songs, certain imitative sounds disappear. The plane of consistency is defined in terms of subtraction, simplicity, and sobriety in the making consistent of the multiple, molecularized and ionized sound matter, for example. Subtract against every inclination to add. Mold, like a lobster. Recall what Marshall McLuhan had to say about Klee's twittering machine. Preview of the TV aerial, electric configuration pattern to pick up non-visual energy, McLuhan and Parker, 1968, 189. These birds on the wire render non-visible energy visible, just as the synthesizer makes the sound process audible, Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 343. McLuhan got it partially right. It is a question of energy, of forces, of picking them up, harnessing. Don't re-territorialize deterritorialization, Deleuze and Guattari advise, on madmen and children. Your synthesis of disparate elements will be all the stronger if you proceed with a sober gesture, an act of consistency, capture, or extraction that works in a material that is not meager but prodigiously simplified, creatively limited, selected, 344-5. For Deleuze and Guattari, the deformations of the great cosmic deterritorialized refrain that flies from the earth and remains unsystematized are contained in assembled refrains like the rondo. The cosmic is contained in the territorial, and the latter is open to the former. Deleuze and Guattari admit 57. Their tendency to privilege the sonorous over the visual. The latter clings to territoriality, and tends to dissolve when it is deterritorialized, 1987, 347. In What is Philosophy? They provide numerous examples from painting and literature to show that they are not elevating music above all the other arts. Examples abound of the deterritorialization of the house, Matisse's windows opening onto an area of plain, uniform black, Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 180, the head of Kafka's Shamefaced Lady, goes right through the ceiling, 184. The brown stage maker returns here as a complete artist of the house territory. The emphasis on sound rather than color in the discussion of certain birds, especially the brown stage maker, is determined by the features of the birds themselves rather than by Deleuze and Guattari's preferences. Poster fish, of course, are dealt with in terms of their visual qualities. Deleuze and Guattari present, in Plateau 11, 1987, a detailed argument for a territoriality made by expressive qualities, selected or produced, on the basis of a critique of the ethological theory that territoriality is an effect of aggression. The expressive qualities with which I have dealt have been color and sound, although expression is not limited to these. The introduction of other species of animals, or, just as well, further research into the ethograms of the existing species under discussion, would undoubtedly expand the range of qualities into the chemical olfactory realm. Since selected or produced qualities constitute a territory, this makes artists, Deleuze and Guattari add, of certain species, especially birds. It may be surprising for some readers of Deleuze and Guattari that I have reversed the relationship between music and animals that one commonly finds in discussions such as those of Bogue, on the musical interests of Olivier Messiaen, particularly his orthono-musicographical inserportions. This is an effect of my concept of the bestiary, wherein animal sounds are not incorporated into compositions according to a logic of reproduction, but music emerges from the consideration of birdsong, and the like, with a concomitant interest in visual elements as equal matters of expression. 5. Literature, language and the non-human. Alan Barassa. In literature the human reveals itself through language. Or rather, in literature, language creates the human. Literature is the intersection of language and the human. The human, which has its possibility in language, extracts from the possibilities of language to create literature. Literature extracts the human from language to give the human its own voice. The subtraction of literature from language, leaves us with all that is non-human. Language, literature, and the human fight pitched battles of mutual capture, shifting alliances and attrition, punctuated by periods of peace or uneasy truce. Nowhere does the human seem more the cornerstone of literature than in the novel. If the novel is an escape, it is an escape into, meaning, sense, the human. Madame Bovary. Isabel Archer. Gatsby. Ahab. Hester Prynne. It is the great characters of the novel that we remember, and the emotions that spring from the human encounter with all that is outside of it. Greed, obsession, sin, regret and pride assign a value to the humanity of fictional characters. Their triumphs are the human triumphs of understanding, reconciliation, creation, their defeats are equally human, despair, loneliness, loss. In these terms, the relationship between the human and literature is almost one of identity. The literary is that which shows forth the humanness of the human, it is the human activity par excellence. And the human is but the creation of a system of meanings and values that must in large part be called literary. The human takes shape among an endless proliferation of stories, 60 characters, mythologies. There is no story without the human, no human without stories, one reality with two modalities. But how much more complicated the picture becomes when the human/literary becomes the triad of language/literature/human. Language shatters the easy equivalence of literary and human by opening up a dimension of the non-literary in literature, that is, everything that lies outside the scope of the literary but on which the literary depends, and of the non-human in the human, that is, all that lies outside the scope of the human, but nonetheless makes it up. The question of the non-human is central here. It is a question posed by language itself, and one that can be phrased in terms of language. What is the non-human, and why must it be invoked by the question of language? If we insist on phrasing the question of the non-human in affirmative terms, that is, if we insist on seeing in the non of non-human negativity rather than difference, we will find ourselves back at the three great figures of the non-human, the animal, the machine, and the divinity. These three figures are not, of course, essentially non-human. They are not, in other words, defined by their deviation from the human. They are, at best, accidentally non-human. The non-human, as something that can be spoken of, that can act and appear, is caught within the disjunction of the three, the empty space created and enclosed, but not occupied, by their imperfect overlap. And these three figures of the non-human are paralleled by three kinds of language, three powers that can be assigned to language and between which our own thinking about language negotiates its uneasy path: semiotics, information, and revelation. The animal, pure semiotics. Language as a system of recognizable signs. As Agamben tells us, animals do not enter language. They are already inside of it, 1993, 52. Semiotics is grounded in recognition rather than understanding. The animal recognizes a certain sign, the beaver's tail slap on the water, the honeybee's signal indicating the presence of pollen, because the sign is repeated, either genetically in the animal's innate responses or experientially in its ability to learn. Our own response to language, our ability to make sense of it, depends upon our semantic skills, the ability to figure meanings in sentences we have never encountered. You can understand the sentence "My daughter repaired the refrigerator although she was sick with the palsy," even though it is unlikely that you have encountered this sentence in the past. But this semantic competence rests on a certain level of semiotic efficiency, recognizing certain letters as signifiers for certain sounds and recognizing words as distinct signs. This is the first language we encounter. The machine is language as information. Information differs from simple signification in that it relies upon a kind of coding that can intensify the signifying function of language. Felix Guattari uses the example of the bank card. The signifying semiotic figures don't simply secrete significations. They give out stop and start orders, but above all activate the bringing into being of 61. Ontological Universes, 1995, 49. There is something immediately physical about this kind of coding. The most privileged example of it is the DNA double helix, information as chemical bonds. There is also something brutal about this kind of language, its atheistic immediacy, its relentless attachment to the actual. Information is a step up from the pure sign, calling on higher levels of organization and memory, but neither form of language can justify a claim to truth. Semiotics deals only with recognition and misrecognition, information only with correctness. It is only a divine language, whether that divinity is God, the idea, or transcendence itself, that can begin to make a claim to truth. This is our third language, the language of revelation. In his essay on language as such and the language of man, Walter Benjamin traces a line that runs through knowledge, language, and divinity. God rested when he had left his creative power to itself in man. This creativity, relieved of its divine actuality, became knowledge. Man is the knower in the same language in which God is creator. Benjamin, 1986, 323. This language, in its myriad forms, is the language of creativity and truth. It snatches the human up from above. It grounds the human in that which infinitely surpasses it. Language as such is the mental being of man, and only for this reason is the mental being of man, alone among all mental entities, communicable without residue. 1986, 318. We open our mouths to speak, and what issues forth? Signs. Information. Names that are grounded in our privilege as humans, our hegemony over a nature that communicates itself to us in order to be named. When we write, where do we locate ourselves? In the position of masters who control a circus of unruly signs, or as bodies through which something is written or writes itself. This is the paradox of language. It is what we control, and there is no doubt that skill does tame the flux of language, makes it into an instrument. But it is the very same language that can suddenly show itself to us as a relentless revelation, a lighting that withdraws from understanding as it founds the very possibility of understanding. Human or non-human. Our own creation or a gift that obsesses us? We might think of language as we would think of an apparition out of the darkness of an empty road. Is it a fellow wanderer? Does it share my nature, and is it haunted by the silence and mystery of the darkness? Does it fear and ward off the imminent reality of the outside? Is it powerless to fight the spirit that possesses it? And can I speak to it? Gain comfort in a shared humanness? Or is this figure itself a secretion of the darkness? A ghost sent to haunt and possess me? Even if it shows compassion for my plight, will its infinite power over me always make it a stranger? The question, in short, is this: is language itself a force, or is it taken up by forces? It is well to remember that Derrida's force is the other of language. Comes in an essay entitled Force and Signification, Derrida, 1978. When language signifies, that is, when it assumes its role as producer of signs and 62. Information, it will be open to questions of the other, it will be material haunted by the mystery of its own life, its own animation. But if language is itself a force, if it is language that opens a space of being, or language in which all of nature rests, then it is far more than instrument, but carries with it, in mediating immediately the communication of mental being, what Benjamin boldly has called its magic. Although the hard and fast distinction between these three types of language breaks down almost as quickly as it is proposed, it still leaves us with a new perspective on literature. Information carries semiotics along with it, depends upon it, and, by the same token, the language of revelation takes up signification. No discourse, no matter how factual, how technical, or how prosaic, can escape being taken up by the revelatory power of language. And it is this taking up of everyday language that is the language of revelation. Benjamin speaks of mental being communicated in and not through language. Language as such, the language of revelation, is language in which mental being is communicated, but which is not separate from that which fills it up. Language, as Benjamin reminds us, communicates itself. Our third kind of language, then, is a kind of operation upon the first two, a modification of them, an intensive occupation. In a sense, this was Benjamin's great project. In his attempt to imbue historical materialism with the power of messianic cessation of happening, he was forced away from speaking in conventionally religious terms, even though in the language essay he gives religion pride of place in the communication of the highest mental being. His attempt on the mimetic faculty to trace a line from occult practices to language through mimesis, suggests that Benjamin was searching for ways to speak of the revelatory and creative power of language without having to resort always to the language of theology. Benjamin, 1985. It is this ambivalence that gives so much uneasy energy to Benjamin's thinking, and gives so much compressed power to his political and aesthetic writing. Intensive language, language possessed by a power from which it cannot divide itself, gives us, finally, a way to talk about literature. Literature is nothing but this intensity. It is never to be found without it. And more important than establishing the difference between literature and other uses of language is the naming of the intensities that are put into play in literature. And if literature is about the human, if it is always speaking in the voice of the personal, the subjective, the psychological, the moral, all the crowning achievements of the human, then the movement whereby language is taken up by what is other is paralleled by a movement in which the human is taken up by all that is non-human. And just as the language of revelation is a kind of possession of utilitarian language, a possession that is more a mutual capture than a domination, so the non-human is a possessing of the human by something that nonetheless retains the deepest intimacy with it. It is in this sense that we can say the human is created and sustained by the non-human, and that literature is maintained by a language that overflows and escapes it. 63. This possession of language by its other takes on many forms. We can speak of it in terms that may seem to belong more to physics or in terms that evoke a transcendence far beyond the traditional Western conception of being. Affect. For Deleuze, what possesses language is sensation and affect, which cannot be far from what Derrida means when he says that force is the other of language. The writer uses words, but by creating a syntax that makes them pass into sensation that makes the standard language stammer, tremble, cry, or even sing. This is the style, the tone, the language of sensation. The writer twists language, makes it vibrate, seizes hold of it, and rends it in order to wrest the percepts from perceptions, the affect from affections, the sensation from opinion. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 176. Sensations, percepts, and affects, Deleuze is careful to explain, are beings whose validity lies in themselves. They could be said to exist in the absence of man, as he is caught in stone, on the canvas, or by words, is himself a compound of percepts and affects. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 164. In other words, in order to form language, the human must already be constituted by affects and percepts. And although the language of revelation, which we have said is language caught up by what is in excess of it, can be argued to be coterminous with affect, the language in which Agamben's animals are caught up is certainly nothing but relations of affecting and being affected. It is equally true that language as information and language as sign becomes more than itself when we consider it from the point of view of the force that takes it up. It is only because signification is exceeded by affect that we can make the same words the basis for different speech acts. I shall return might be a promise, a threat, or a citation, but it is only in abstracting it from a context, that is, a set of affects, that we can consider it purely as signification. Derrida, in his critique of Austin in Signature, Event, Context, correctly notes that Austin has managed to overlook the iteration of the signifier, a repetition upon which the speech act is based. Derrida, 1988. What is most interesting about this critique is that, in taking Austin to task for attempting to bypass the problem of signification, Derrida is forced to hand signification over to a power that exceeds it far more than any idea of speech act ever could, the power of repetition. For there to be signification, there must be an affect, repetition, that already holds sway over the signifier, indeed, that defines the signifier as signifier. There is no signifier that is spoken only once. To signify is, in a sense, to repeat, to be caught up in cycles of repetition whose power extends beyond signification. 64. Repetition, sensation, action can all be the basis of affect, and affect, as Deleuze has described it, is whatever comes into being when something is affected or affects something else. More than that, it is the determination, which must always be actual, that founds all potentiality. Language is filled with affects, and indeed, would have no existence without them. But this also means that language is not a homogeneous and empty space in which various affects can be displayed like paintings on a wall. Language as affect, which we will see later is the same thing as language taken up by affect, is so various that it begins to seem more and more misguided to see language as a genus, or a system, along, into which individual events, or speech acts, or parole, are gathered. A love sonnet, a battle cry, a judgment from the bench, a mass, do not seem to be convincingly related by tarring them with a brush called language. However, if affect is an affecting or a being affected, then all that makes language possible, all those forces that link up with it, become part of it. Emotion, sensation, possibility, material, force, all have their place in language. And though we may argue along with Benjamin that it is only in the human that the most perfect language takes place, we must also argue, and not against Benjamin, that human language has nothing to communicate of the non-human world without that non-human world communicating itself to him. What, for example, is less human than light? Less removed from the fleshy weight of the body, the torpidity of muscle? And yet what is more the basis of human knowledge and understanding, Heidegger's Dasein standing in the lighted clearing of being? How much is clarity, uncovering, dispelling of darkness the proudest achievement of the human mind? This is what I mean when I say that affect is non-human, yet, far from being hostile to the human, gives it the gift of possibility. With affect we have the first of what I will call the 6 modalities of the non-human. Affect allows us to think of the human in terms of what surpasses it, undermines it, fragments it, but also in terms of what simultaneously supports it, energizes it and holds it together. Each of the modalities of the non-human cover the entire field of the human/non-human relation. In other words, each modality can work independently of the others and can lay claim to giving a perspective on the human that needs no supplementation. But at the same time each modality allows for others. It is, for example, not a contradiction to say that the human exists and is constituted within a plane of affect and to say that the human is constituted by the events that make it up. Event and affect are 2 modalities of the non-human, but taken together they do not give us a more complete view of the human or non-human. The modalities of the non-human do not add up, one might say. They are not meant to be a cumulative taxonomy of the non-human, but rather exist in relations of resonance with each other, of differential repetition, of imperfect overlap, of mutual intensification, and, at times, of mutual capture. 65. The event. Events, much like affects, are difficult to define according to the traditional formula of it is an A, which has the differentiating attributes of X, Y, Z, but the event, as it has been described by Deleuze in Logic of Sense, does have an intimate relationship with language, even though it is difficult to speak of it in terms of being, in terms of any actually existing state of affairs. Defining the event, Deleuze tells us, is much like hunting Lewis Carroll's snark. Events are both real and non-existent, both realizable and unfulfilled in their realization. It is important not to confuse the event with a state of things, with bodies and materials that come together to produce results. Rather than being a set of bodies and things, rather than being the mingling and colliding of these bodies, the event is the effect of their mingling and colliding. Events are what Deleuze, after the Stoics, calls incorporeal entities, which are not physical qualities and properties, but rather logical or dialectical attributes. Deleuze, 1990, 4-5. Existing and not existing, non-corporeal, yet the effect of bodies, neither active nor passive, yet the result of action and passion, the event is always paradoxical. And its greatest paradox is its relation to language. Deleuze takes us through a description of the event that makes of the event a kind of complex, event sense. Sense is what is expressed in a proposition. So we are faced with a kind of becoming of the event. We have the event, which is sense, which is the expressed, or expressible, of a proposition. If we ask what independence the event then has from the proposition that expresses it, we will be on the right track and will be prepared for Deleuze's paradoxical response. What is expressed does not exist outside its expression. This is why we cannot say that sense exists, but rather that it inheres or subsists. On the other hand, it does not merge at all with the proposition, for it has an objective, objectite, which is quite distinct. What is expressed has no resemblance whatever to the expression. Deleuze, 1990, 21. To call the event ideal is not at all to call it unreal. It may not exist, it may not act or suffer action, it may not even be found to exist outside of a proposition. But if the event teaches us anything, it is that existence itself is a narrow slice of the real. The event does not exist, it does not act, but it does make possible, it does have force. In fact, for Deleuze, it is the sense event that makes language itself possible. How, Deleuze asks, does sound, which issues from bodies, become separated enough from those bodies to be organized into propositions and expressions? How, in other words, do the body's sounds cross the threshold from grunts of pleasure or pain, from the tearing and chewing of food, to the relative autonomy required for language? Something must separate the proposition sound of language from the corporeal sound of 66. The body. Something must separate the proposition from the state of affairs. And this something must turn one face toward language and one toward states of things. It must use this double aspect to organize the relationship between language and the state of affairs, but be neither one nor the other, for if it were one or the other it could not separate and organize the two series language and states of affairs, it would merely homogenize them so that we would be left with the need to say that all states of affairs are language, or that language is simply another state of affairs, both of which beliefs have been followed fruitlessly for decades. It operates, Deleuze tells us, on both sides by means of one and the same incorporeal power. Deleuze, 1990, 183. From Blancat to Deleuze to Foucault, the perfect model of the event has always been death. Death has an extreme and definite relation to me and my body and is grounded in me, but it also has no relation to me at all. It is incorporeal and infinitive, impersonal, grounded only in itself. On one side, there is a part of the event which is realized and accomplished, on the other there is that part of the event that cannot realize its accomplishment. Deleuze, 1990, 151-2. It is no wonder that the event is so often spoken of in terms of its imminent terror. It is ghostly, crossing the threshold from the non-existent to the existing world, making possible and exerting force while powerless to act. Finding its way into the world through the walls and traps of existence. It is the ideal model of the relationship of human and non-human. The objection that the non-human does not exist must be met head-on with a claim that renders the objection irrelevant. The non-human does not exist, does not act, but, like the sense event, makes possible the human. It has force that is not of existence, and it holds together the human and the non-human in two resonating series that make the human possible. And if the human, in its guise as the psychological, the personal, the ego, finds this relationship disconcerting, it is the understandable fear that comes from the encounter with the overwhelming force of the real that exceeds existence. Force. Force is our third of the 6 modalities of the non-human. I have chosen the term modality because, as shall become apparent, the 6 modalities are different perspectives, or perhaps different realizations of one diagram, one event. Already we can begin to ask questions about the relation between affects and events, and now between affect, event, force. We can begin with a kind of approximate commonsensical description of force, if only to bring to the surface some of the prejudices of the everyday 67. Understanding. We tend to see force as the most actual of things, the most unproblematically real. We speak of the transfer of force in physics as something that happens at the level of actual bodies, the gathering of forces in a political or military sense, which again has to do with actual bodies in the world, or the force of compulsion taking place on existing bodies and psyches. However, force, much like the event, is more of a real non-existence at the heart of power and of formations of power. In Foucault, Deleuze says again and again that force comes from the outside, 1988a, 101. This is not simply to say that the force of one entity may impinge on the force of another entity exterior to it, but rather that force lies outside of, and not merely exterior to, that in which it inheres. The power to be affected is like a matter of force, and the power to affect is like a function of force. But it is a pure function, that is to say a non-formalized function, independent of the concrete forms it assumes, the aims it serves and the means it employs. And it is also a pure unformed matter independent of the formed substances, qualified objects, or beings which it enters. It is a physics of primary or bare matter. Deleuze, 1988a, 71-2. If there are echoes of Aristotle's prime matter here, it should not be surprising. Like prime matter, force is a reality whose freedom from form puts it below the threshold of existence, but which nonetheless cannot be simply called nothing, or unreal. Structures, institutions, stratified relations do indeed capture and shape forces, and indeed could not exist without force, and forces can only ever be seen within stratified formations, but, as with the event and the state of affairs, force subsists and insists. Language, literature, and the human are clearly such stratified formations. And just as we can already foresee that the forces within man do not necessarily contribute to the composition of a man-form, but may be otherwise invested in another concept of form, Deleuze, 1988a, 124, so we may say that literature and language are also possessed of these forces that may enter into relations with other forces of the outside. Literature and language envelop unformed matters and non-formalized functions. As a means of naming these unformed forces, Deleuze gives us the concept of the diagram. And as his example of a functioning diagram, Deleuze gives us Foucault's panopticon, a pure function of imposing behaviors or taste upon an enclosed and limited group. It matters little how and when this diagram is realized, like the event and force it is never exhausted by particular actualizations, in a prison, in school, in advertising, or in an office. The diagram, then, can be defined in several ways. 68. It is the presentation of the relations between forces unique to a particular formation, it is the distribution of the power to be affected, it is the mixture of non-formalized pure functions and unformed pure matter. Deleuze, 1988a, 72-3. Of course the question for the human becomes, into what diagram does it enter, what non-localized, infinitive relation of forces does it depend upon? And for literature the question is, what diagrams are enclosed by and enclose the text? And can the text itself be a diagram, a distribution of powers to be affected, of singularities, of unformed matters? Apart from the ideological presumptions that literary theory often loves to tease out of texts, apart from the reflected images of the human, apart from the recognizable complexes of the unconscious, what else subsists in and with the text, the story, the poem, and the novel? The concept of the diagram makes one suspect that there is much that has been overlooked. Singularity. The novel encloses singularities, singular points. This seems a truism if, by singularity, we understand individual defined psychologically. The individual never accounts for all the singularities she encloses. Much that goes to make up the human is lost in the human's account of itself. It is for this reason that singularity is defined as pre-individual, non-personal, aconceptual. Deleuze, 1990, 52. One must remember that the psychological and moral characters are also made of pre-personal singularities, and that their feelings or pathos are constituted in the vicinity of these singularities. 55. As with our other modalities of the non-human, the singularity is caught up in paradox. On the side of the individual we must say that it is not that particular quality that makes something belong to a class. We might ask what, in other words, makes any particular human belong to humanity. But neither is it simply an entity that is absolutely unique, so unique that it does not belong to any class. What would this even mean? To the extent that we consider a thing as actually existing, we cannot help at the very least categorizing it as a thing. So the singularity does not belong to the individual in which it is held any more than the event belongs to the proposition that expresses it. On the other hand, the singular is not the universal, even though the singular does have a kind of generality about it, the same generality of the event. Singularities are the true transcendental events. Deleuze, 1990, 103. Pre-personal, and pre-individual, the singularity can burst from the individual that contains it. Singularities, or singular points, make up individuals, but they also communicate, at another level, with other singularities outside of the individual. 69. Singularities events correspond to heterogeneous series which are organized into a system which is neither stable nor unstable, but metastable, endowed with a potential energy wherein the differences between series are distributed. Potential energy is the energy of the pure event, whereas forms of actualization correspond to the realization of the event. Deleuze, 1990, 103. If we wish to describe the singularity in terms of existence, we might say, with Deleuze, that they are turning points and points of inflection, bottlenecks, knots, foyers, and centers, points of fusion, condensation, and boiling, points of tears and joy, sickness and health, hope and anxiety, sensitive points. 1990, 52. There is a near infinity of ways in which these modes of singularity can be translated into the language of the personal. I have my limits, this is a sensitive area for me, I just can't get past this, I'm reaching my breaking point. But there is also a near infinity of ways that the language of the personal fails to give a name to the singularities it encloses. When there are unrecognized or barely recognized perceptions, when there is language that only gestures to something that it cannot name, when there are effects that seem unrelated to any discernible causes, there the force of the singularity is at work. The problem of the singularity is to give it a name. The human, language, and literature all enclose singularities, all are partial realizations of singularity events. But it is not as identity that the human breaks open to let loose its singularities, it is not as ideological manipulation that the novel resonates with singularity events. And it is not as a mechanism of subjectification that language reveals the pre-individual and apersonal forces that give it life. It is for these reasons that we must avoid reading novels in terms of identity, ideology, or subjectivity. The novel does not represent the human, it does not trace itself back to an ideology that places the human at the center of society and the universe, but it is clearly concerned with the human. But this is because both the human and the novel are constituted in the vicinity of the same sets or series of singularities. Needless to say, in crossing over from the human to the literary to the outside of both, these singularities reveal themselves as non-personal, non-subjective, and non-human. The outside. Just as the event is not to be confused with a state of affairs, or a singularity with an individual, so the outside must be distinguished from a simple exteriority. A body can be said to have an inside and an outside which meet at the surface of the skin. In a field of interacting bodies, then, each body will encounter others that are outside of it, exterior to it. This is not, however, the exteriority, or the outside to which I am referring. The sense in which 170 body is outside another, or one is outside of an institution, or the unconscious contents are outside of consciousness, are what we might call relative exteriority. But there is another outside, another exteriority that is at once further away and more intimately close. Deleuze does not often speak of it in his work, though so many of his concepts, the virtual, singularity, the event, rely on it, and in some books, Difference and Repetition, Foucault, he has acknowledged the importance of Blanquet for a thinking of the outside. Not surprisingly, it is impossible to say what exteriority is. Nor is it surprising that Deleuze, Blanquat, and Levinas make different uses of the concept, uses that overlap but are far from identical. When Deleuze says that it is always from the outside that a force confers on others or receives from others the variable position to be found only at a particular distance or in a particular relation, Deleuze, 1988a, 86, we see an exteriority which is, more than anything else, the outside particular determinations. There are, as we have seen, formed matters and formalized functions that make up not only particular institutions, but even what is recognizable to us as actuality. We do not see unformed matters, or forces directly. They are outside not only of institutions and formations, but outside actuality as well. It is, however, an outside that forms the interiority of thought. If thought comes from the outside and remains attached to the outside, how come the outside does not flood into the inside, as the element that thought does not and cannot think of? The unthought is therefore not external to thought, but lies at its very heart, as that impossibility of thinking which doubles or hollows out the outside. Deleuze, 1988a, 97. For Blanquat, this outside takes on a more haunting aspect, which is that of death. Death haunts Blanquat's work, not as the final possibility toward which we move, not as an imminent necessity to which we must surrender, but as the ultimate impossibility, indeed as the very model of impossibility. Death is both the most certain and uncertain of all things. It is true that it will come, but doubtful that I will be there to greet it, to grasp it and make it my own death. Since dying is the very non-being of the I that it takes away, it is not the I that dies. There is not a trace of action in dying. It is pure passion, pure passivity, and hence, radically separated from any subjectivity. And this relationship, or non-relationship, to death is paralleled in the subject's relation to language. As Foucault tells us in Maurice Blanquat, the thought from the outside, the being of language only appears for itself with the disappearance of the subject. Foucault, 1987, 15. The writer is caught up by language. Her writing is in no way an act of mastery or control, but rather a kind of death-like passivity, a contention with impossibility. This is why Blanquat can draw his rather disturbing comparison between the artist and the suicide. 71. Both the artist and the suicide plan something that eludes all plans, and if they do have a path, they have no goal, they do not know what they are doing. Both exert a resolute will, but both are linked to what they want to achieve by a demand that knows nothing of their will. Blanquat, 1982, 106. Clearly, the writer's great disturbance is not the facing down of the dreaded dragon called death. Death is not to be feared as the relentless enemy, rather, it refuses to engage in battle. It slips away, but in slipping away draws one after it. It is the impossibility, yet the reality, of that which lies beyond the actual. And we have seen, in so many modalities of the non-human, the event, singularity, force, the same kind of disjunction between the actual and a non-existence that is nonetheless real. The writer's relation with force, the singularity event, takes on the same impossibility as his relationship with death. It is for this reason that death, the event, exteriority, force, are modalities or aspects of the non-human. In the work man speaks, but the work gives voice in man to what does not speak, to the unamable, the inhuman, to what is devoid of truth, bereft of justice, without rights. Blanquat, 1982, 232. Levinas expresses, in a more properly philosophical discourse, the same concern with what lies on the outside of the actual. But the beyond of which he speaks is the beyond of being itself. If being is totality, the visage of being that shows itself in war is fixed in the concept of totality, which dominates Western philosophy. Individuals are reduced to being bearers of forces that command them unbeknown to themselves. The meaning of individuals, invisible outside this totality, is derived from the totality. Levinas, 1969, 21-2. There are, of course, many totalities that dominate Western thought. Almost every system tries to impose coordinates that totalize the field of existence. The unconscious, history, even capital have taken on the role of totalizing forces that cover the entire field of nature/culture. But, for Levinas, being is the grandfather of them all. But there is a beyond of this totalized and totalizing being. A surplus always exterior to the totality, as though the objective totality did not fit out the true measure of being, as though another concept, the concept of infinity, were needed to express the transcendence with regard to totality, non-encompassable within a totality and as primordial as totality. It is reflected within the totality and history, within experience. Levinas, 1969, 22-3. 72. This beyond, this otherwise than being, takes on the form not of Blancott's outside, but of alterity, the otherness of ethical face-to-face encounter. The issue of language, then, becomes largely the issue of speech and communication. All language is taken up by the ethical relationship with the other. Language is not enacted within a consciousness, it comes to me from the other and reverberates in consciousness by putting it in question. This event is irreducible to consciousness, 1969, 204. In otherwise than being, Levinas introduces the distinction between the said and the saying, and explains that, while the said can always be assimilated to being, can always be taken up in a theme, the saying escapes the said at every point. Saying signifies otherwise than as an apparator presenting essence and entities, Levinas, 1981, 46. Of course we already understand the infinite modalities of the said. They are called themes, subjects, contents. But we have little sense of the modalities of saying. Levinas leaves us with several problems, some concerning literature, others concerning the human. To what extent does literature embody the face-to-face of the ethical relationship, to what extent is it an address to the transcendence of the other, and to what extent can literary criticism see literature as a saying rather than a said? And if it can address itself to the saying of literature, what tools does it have at its disposal? And does it need to create new tools that will at least take some trace of the saying of literature? And if literature is indeed, as I have said, about the human, how does Levinas's human intersect with the novel? For although Levinas is by no means an anti-humanist, and in fact he might be said to be the 20th century philosopher most firmly committed to humanism, his human is certainly not a human being. The human face encountered in the face-to-face of the ethical relationship is taken up by the transcendence of the otherwise than being. If we are to define the human as the personal, the psychological, the social, then this transcendent human that overlaps it can only appear in the world as the non-human, that which is not personal, not psychological, not a subject in society, but rather a kind of virtual human that can only actualize itself in the human being by differing from itself. The virtual. Our sixth, and last, modality of the non-human is the virtual. As we have seen, most of the modalities of the non-human are related to approximate everyday definitions from which they must be distinguished. Affect is not emotion, an event is not a state of things, force is not physical, the singular is not the individual, and exteriority is not merely the space outside a delimited body. In the same way, we must understand the difference between the virtual and the term with which it is too easily confused, the possible. The virtual in many ways has a wider scope than the possible because it can cross the space of 73. Difference. Perhaps the best elaboration of the limitation of the possible is Aristotle's in Metaphysics. His two great examples of the limitations of the possible are the transformation of wine into vinegar and of the human seed into a human being. Aristotle tells us, first of all, that wine is not potentially vinegar. Wine as a substance, as a this, does not become vinegar. Wine may become many things, hot, cold, sour, agitated, mobile, and all the while remain wine. So this is the first condition of possibility, a thing may manifest as many possibilities as it will, so long as it remains itself. Consequently, wine does not have the potentiality to cross the threshold that makes wine wine. But we know that wine does in fact turn into vinegar, it does in fact cross the threshold, but only by differing from itself. So we might say as a first rule that the limits of substance are the limits of possibility, whereas the virtual proceeds by differentiation. Aristotle also tells us that the seed is not potentially a human until it has been fertilized, indeed it is not potentially human until it has started irrevocably, except by external accident, on the process of becoming human. It is almost as if Aristotle is saying that the seed is not potentially human until it is actually human. This is overstating the case, but it does point to our second rule, which is that potentiality becomes real by a process of resemblance. The actuality is essentially the same as its possibility. My actual ability to speak French is almost identical to my potentiality to speak French. This resemblance is the source of Bergson's critique of possibility as merely a retroactive projection of the present moment into the past. Only when I can actually speak French, in short, do I project backward into the past and say there must have been a potentiality to speak French present all along. The virtual contrasts with the possible on these two main points. Sameness/difference and resemblance/disjunction. The virtual is not, like the possible, contrasted with the real, but with the actual. Levy, 1998, 23-7. The virtual is perfectly real qua virtual, but as it begins to actualize it differs from itself. The actualization of the virtual does not resemble the virtuality from which it springs because, in actualizing, it crosses the threshold within which it is identical to itself. It therefore becomes problematic to understand the relation of the actual to its particular virtuality, and indeed, the problematic is the form of the virtual. Unlike the possible, which is static and already constituted, the virtual is a kind of problematic complex, the knot of tendencies or forces that accompanies a situation, event, object, or entity, and invokes a process of resolution, actualization. Levy, 1998, 24. The real, Levy tells us, resembles the possible, but the actual responds to the virtual. 25. Certainly, the process of actualization of the virtual is far more unpredictable than the movement from possible to real. One name for this 74. Unpredictability is creation. The virtual does not have to be realized, but rather actualized, and the rules of actualization are not those of resemblance and limitation, but those of difference and divergence and of creation. Deleuze, 1988b, 97. Creative, mobile, and non-actual, the virtual presents a new set of problems for the human, language and literature, or rather it turns these three into problems rather than simply facts. If the human is an actuality springing from virtuality, if, as Deleuze says, an organism is nothing if not the solution to a problem, Deleuze, 1994, 211, then we must trace back the human to the non-human forces that have followed a ramifying line of differentiation to cross, perhaps only for a moment, the threshold of humanity, on their way who knows where. If language is caught up by virtuality, it may be that we must also follow the line of actualization back across the threshold of language, to the non-linguistic or pre-linguistic forces that are contained in it. And perhaps most importantly, virtuality brings the truism of the novel, that it must begin with and elaborate a problem, to a new level. If the novel is a problem, then just as the virtual possesses the reality of a task to be performed or a problem to be solved, Deleuze, 1994, 212, so the novel becomes a great virtuality and criticism becomes the problem of differentiating the virtualities contained in the novel, of bringing the novel beyond its own thresholds, of making the novel into the most perfect diagram of the forces and events that intersect with it. No longer caught in a linear relation that forces us to ask fruitless questions of order, which came first, which is the cause of the other, the human, language, and literature are all taken up into that timeless time, that abstract yet real time between a past that has just disappeared and a future that will just begin. All three are caught up at once in the modalities of the non-human, and to properly understand any of them, and especially their relationship, we must be prepared to let them unfold, unmake themselves as they will. Literature/language/human. I have said that the language of revelation is the taking up of semiotics and signification by a force that is outside it. When it is caught up by a modality of the non-human, a force, and event, language is not other than that force, that event. It maintains no autonomy. And indeed, if we ask whether there is a pure language, a language free of the intensive possession by the non-human, we must answer that such a language could neither refer, express, or in fact even appear. Although, as we have seen, the modalities of the non-human possess a paradoxical reality that is not of existence, the existence of language would vanish into nothingness if it were cut off from what lies beyond it. There is no reason the triumvirate of literature, language, and the human need be the only constellation with which we are concerned. Certainly language and the human have their roles in many formations, plastic arts, war, nature. But surely literature most directly takes language as both its 75 medium and its matrix. And it can be argued that it is in the novel that language and the human form their strongest alliance, since poetry so often concerns itself with the other than human, and film has made its mark by raising physical objects to a new level of expressiveness. The question that remains for us is not whether or not the modalities of the non-human have something to contribute to criticism, but what new affects can we find mapped out in our most familiar masterpieces, what new forces will we finally see shooting across the whiteness of the page, what great and singular events will be hovering in the infinitive spaces of the most classic stories, what free-floating crystals of exteriority shall we find in the characters whose worlds seem so closed, what virtualities await us, unactualized and, even so, haunting the familiar forest paths, the elegant parlors, the dark mansions that we dream of together? 76. 6. Expose. Pasolini in the Flesh. Michael Hart. For Giorgio Agamben 1. La Crucifixion. Crucifixion. Ma noi predicamo Cristo crocifisso. But we preach Christ crucified. Scandalo peg Judei, stoltizza. Scandal for the Jews, folly. Pe Gentili. For the Gentiles. Paulo, Lettera ai Corinthi. Paul, Letter to the Corinthians. Tutte le piaghe sono al sole. All his wounds are open to the sun. Ed egli muori sotto gli occhi. And he dies under the eyes. Di tutti, perfino la madre. Of everyone, even his mother. Sotto il petto, il ventre, I ginocchi. Under his breast, belly, and knees. Guarda il suo corpo patire. Watches his body suffer. El alba e il vespro gli fanno luce. Dawn and dusk cast light. Sul braccia aperte il April. On his open arms and April. In teneris il suo esibire. Softens his exhibition of death. La morte sgherdice lo bruciano. To gazes that burn him. Perché Cristo fu esposto in croce? Why was Christ exposed on the cross? O scassa del cuore al nudo. Oh, the heart shudders at the naked. Corpo del giovinetto, atroce. Body of the youth, atrocious. Offesa al suo pudore crudo. Offense to its raw modesty. Il sol e gli sguardi. La voce. The sun and the gazes. The ultimate. Estremiciasa dio perdono. Voice asked God forgiveness. Con un singhiozzo di vergogna. With a sob of red shame. Rosa nel cielo senza suono. In a sky without sound. Tra pupil fresca e annoyate. Between his fresh and weary. Dilui, mort, sesso e gogna. Pupils, death, sex, and pillory. Bisogna espersi, questo insina il povero, you must expose yourself. Is this what the Cristo inchiodato? Poor nailed up Christ teaches? La chiarezza del cuore e dina. The clarity of the heart is worthy. di ogni scherno, di ogni peccato. Of every sneer, every sin. Di ogni più unita passione. Every more naked passion. Questo vuol dire il crocifisso? Is this what the crucifix means? Sacrificare ogni giorno il dono. Sacrifice every day the gift. Rinunciare ogni giorno al perdono. Renounce every day forgiveness. Sporgersi ingenui sull'abisso. Cast yourself ingenuous over the abyss. Noi staremo offerti sulla croce. We will be offered on the cross. Alla gogna, tra le pupille. On the pillory, between the pupils. Limpid di gioia feroce. Limpid with ferocious joy. Scoprendo all'ironia le still. Leaving open to irony the drops. Del sangue dal petto e I ginocchi. Of blood from the breast to the knees. Miti, ridiculi, tremendo. Gentle and ridiculous, trembling. Di intelletto e passione nel gioco. With intellect and passion in the play. Del cuore arso dal suo fuoco. Of the heart burning from its fire. Per testimoniare lo scandolo. Testifying to the scandal. Pier Paolo Pasolini, 1993, 376-7. Incarnation. Paul wrote from his prison cell to the Philippians, adopt towards one another, in your mutual relations, the same attitude that was found in Christ. Although he was in the form of God, he did not regard this divine equality as a precious thing to be exploited. Instead, he emptied himself by taking the form of a slave and being born like other human beings. And being in human form, he humbled himself and became obedient to the point of death, even death on the cross. Abandon me. Incarnation is all about abandonment, abandonment to the flesh. Paul writes that in becoming flesh Christ abandoned the form of God, he emptied himself by taking on a limited materiality. This self-emptying is the exposure of the flesh. It is a kind of slavery that appeared to Paul in prison as liberation. What exactly did Christ abandon when he emptied himself? Certainly he did not abandon divinity as such, rather, he emptied the transcendental form and carried divinity into the material. From one perspective this abandoned being might seem precarious, foundationless, cast over the abyss, but really this abandonment testifies instead to the fullness of the surfaces of being. The self-emptying or kenosis of Christ, the evacuation of the transcendental, is the affirmation of the plenitude of the material, the fullness of the flesh. Incarnation is first of all a metaphysical thesis that the essence and existence of being are one and the same. There is no ontological essence that resides beyond the world. None of being or God or nature remains outside existence, but rather all is fully realized, fully expressed, without remainder, in the flesh. Incarnation means that the absolute oneness of all being, infinite and eternal, coincides completely with the constant becoming different of the modalities of existence. The figure of Christ has often been understood as a point of 78. Exposure Pasolini in the flesh. Mediation of the external relationship between divine essence and worldly existence. But the incarnation, the self-emptying of Christ, denies any possible exteriority and hence any need for mediation. Any imagined transcendent substance, separated from the world, is merely a hollow husk, a form emptied of all being. Or better, the transcendent is more properly understood as residing within the material, immanent, as its indwelling potentiality. Point 2. Transcendence, the condition of possibility of being, should not be imagined as above or below the material, it dwells, rather, precisely at its very surface. Incarnation is the claim that there is no opposition and no mediation necessary between the transcendent and the immanent, but an intimate complementarity. This immanent transcendence is the innermost exteriority of being, the potentiality of the flesh. Incarnation is also a theological proposition, the plenitude of materiality, the fullness of existence is divine. But why should we even speak about divinity here, when the form of God has been completely emptied out, abandoned? Because divinity marks the essential vitality of existence. The surfaces of the world are charged with a powerful intensity. Divinity resides precisely in the boundaries or thresholds of things, at their limits, passionate and exposed, as if surrounding them with a halo. Incarnation abandons any notion of a hidden God, any transcendental notion of a divinity that remains pure outside the exposure of materiality. This is the good news whispered to us by the impure angel that Pasolini loves. In the incarnation the divine becomes flesh with an electric vitality, and in turn our innocent limbs become divine. Con le carni brucianti / displendidi sorsi with the burning flesh of splendid smiles, Carni Cielo in Pasolini, 1993, 341. Finally, incarnation is an ethical injunction: empty yourself, become flesh. This is the lesson the poor nailed-up Christ teaches us. How little we have realized our flesh. We don't even know what flesh can do. Incarnation is an option of joy and love. And the ultimate form of love is precisely the belief in this world, as it is. Point 3. So be it. What else could Spinoza have meant by the love of God? Our belief can finally have no object other than the flesh. Becoming flesh will be our joy. Christ's life in the flesh plays out this drama. The metaphysical emptying out which takes place in the incarnation at the beginning of Christ's life is perfectly balanced by the recognition at the end of his life of abandonment on the cross. Or rather, the birth of Christ is merely a formal incarnation, a nominal abandonment to this world. The real incarnation takes place on Calvary. Only hanging on the cross does Christ realize the flesh. When the naked body exposed on the cross cries with its ultimate voice, "Why have you forsaken me?" the question can only be rhetorical. The abandonment took place long before. The incarnation at birth was symbol of the emptying out of any possible addressee. What happens on the cross is that Christ fully fulfills that abandonment in the flesh. Christ was abandoned to the divinity of the flesh, in love and joy. Michael Hart. Exposure. Take me now. Pasolini is fascinated with the immodest offering of Christ's body on the cross. His wounds are open. His entire body, breast, belly, sex, and knees, is burning under the gazes of the crowd and the elements. At the point of death, Christ is all body, an open piece of flesh, abandoned, exposed. This is when Christ's emptied divinity, its radiant surfaces shine forth most brightly. The exposure of flesh is erotic. The divine charge that courses through the surfaces of being creates this intensity, this excitement. Eroticism, as Georges Boudely tells us, is ascending to life up to the point of death, 1986. Christ's incarnation is this pure affirmation of life, even to the point of death on the cross. Death functions here, however, not as the point of fascination nor as an instinct or drive of life, but merely as a negative limit that highlights in contrast life's affirmation. The erotic points us toward the vital continuity extending across the surfaces of being. It breaks down or dissolves the separateness, the self-possession, the discontinuity that exists among individual entities and things. It strips them naked, empties them, and puts them in common. Eroticism is thus a state of communication that testifies to our striving toward a possible continuity of being, beyond the prison of the self. Point 4. The limits or boundaries of individual entities become open thresholds that feel the pleasures, the rise and the recess, of flows and intensities. Erotic exposure, paradoxically, does not really involve seeing and being seen. In fact, exposure subverts a certain regime of vision. The exposed flesh does not reveal a secret self that had been hidden, but rather dissolves any self that could be apprehended. We not only have nothing left to hide, we no longer present any separate thing for the eyes to grasp. We become imperceptible. In the erotic we lose ourselves, or rather we abandon our discontinuity in a naked and divine communion. Christ's crucified body is exemplary of this eroticism. For Pasolini, however, in contrast to Boudely, the erotic is not predicated on any kind of transgression. Transgression always functions in relation to, or in complicity with, a norm or taboo, negating the dictates of the norm and yet paradoxically reinforcing the norm's effects. The transgressive act does not simply refuse the norm, but rather negates it, transcends it, and completes it. It exceeds a limit, but in its excess verifies the limit itself. Transgression always operates through a dialectic of negations. If the norm were destroyed, the transgression itself would lose all value. Pasolini's erotics depend not on transgression but exposure. No norm or taboo forms a negative foundation and no synthesis transcends the opposition. Exposure operates rather on a purely positive logic of emanation. It involves casting off, or really, emptying out all that is external to its material existence and then intensifying that materiality. What is exposed is naked flesh, absolute immanence, a pure affirmation. Exposed flesh is not transgression but scandal. In other words, exposure does indeed oppose and negate the norms of propriety, but its effect does not depend on that opposition as a support. Violation of the norm is not primary aiding. To exposure, the negation is secondary, an afterthought, an accident. It turns its back on the norm, that is its great offense. Exposure operates in ignorance of the norm, and thus conducts, in the only way possible, its real destruction. Christ's body testifies to the scandal of the cross. Crucifixion. In the act of incarnation, Christ takes the form of a slave and renounces any divine separation, not as a demonstration of ascetic denial but rather in search for the continuity of life and community. This being in common is an escape from prison. Sacrificing the gift is an option of joy. The exposure in the form of a slave that we all share, however, carries with it always and necessarily the potential of the most horrible torments, to the point of torture on the cross. The effect of torture is always separation and discontinuity, even in situations of extreme proximity and intimacy. Often we cannot even recognize our torturers as human, they are irremediably other to us. We tend to think of them as dogs or beasts, when really those animals never separate themselves in such a way. And at the same time the torture makes it impossible to recognize the continuity of our own lives. It's not me he's fucking, it isn't me they're burning with that iron prod, they can only touch my body. Torture forces us out of the flesh, it forces us to separate from our bodies, to make ourselves other. The experience of torture is a form of exile, at the most intimate levels of being, an exile from living. Torture makes impossible the exposure of the flesh, even when paradoxically our torturers try to strip us naked. The miracle of Christ is to take the flesh back from the soldiers of empire who nailed him to the cross. Even in his torment Christ lived the flesh in all its intensity. The critique of torture does not require that we should live in such a way as to avoid all violence and all pain, that would be a life without intensity, always already separated from the violence of experience. Rather, we should refuse the separation from the flesh that torture entails, live the violence of experience in the flesh, make our pain a mode of intensity and joy. This is the miracle that Pasolini sees in the crucifixion. The pain of the crucifixion does not fall back into a private language of isolated individuality, but rather opens up to a common language. Precisely to the extent that they create such a common language and a shared experience of the flesh, pain and violence can be erotic, because the erotic is nothing other than that shared intensity of our experience, that common electric charge coursing through our flesh. Consider, for example, how authors such as the Marquis de Sade and Leopold von Sacher-Masoch construct a kind of ritual violence through various institutions and contracts in an effort to invent common languages of the flesh. Their ritual and imaginary dramas of victimizer and victim seek to overcome or vanquish the separation that characterizes our daily torture. This violence thus points toward an erotic continuity, an affirmation of life. Pasolini's notion of exposure shares this project to discover an antidote to 81. Torture and separation, but it does not create an imaginary plane or a theater of representation. Representation still implies too much separation. Exposure, then, does not recreate the scene of torture but rather seeks to dissolve its boundaries and its effects of discontinuity. The violence of the exposed flesh does not separate into passive and active roles, but moves united in an erotic affirmation. Through exposure, violence becomes again our own as a common language, a vital power of creation, a life force. Flesh. Abandonment to the flesh is a form of freedom. Exposed, the passions of the flesh are released from any normative structures or organic functions. This is Pasolini's continual call to the utopia of youth, allora la carne era senza freni. Back then flesh had no brakes, La religione del mio tempo in Pasolini, 1993, 492. Becoming flesh is a form of forgetting, a forgetting of self, propriety, discontinuity. Impure carnality, or rather the divine exposure of the flesh, enacts its own logic of passions. This abandonment is the joy that Pasolini sees in Christ's example. In Un diabolezzo di macello. In the faint stench of a slaughterhouse. Vedo l'immagine del mio corpo. I see the image of my body. Seminudo, ignorato, quasi morto. Half naked, forgotten, almost dead. E così che mi volevo crocifisso. This is how I wanted to be crucified. Con una vampa di tenero orror. With a flash of tender horror. De bambino, gia automa del mio amore. Since childhood, already an automaton of my love. Lex Vita in Pasolini, 1993, 400. The abandoned body is set free, released from the prisons of separation, immersed in the impurity of this world, or rather in the maniacal love of this world, in the form of a slave, a love automaton. Even the term body often seems insufficient for Pasolini. It is too caught up in the discontinuous and hierarchical functionings of various organs, too detached from other bodies and things, too implicated in that dialectical coupling with consciousness. Any residues of mind/body dualisms are completely out of place here. Even referring to ourselves as embodied seems too tied to those paradigms, as if we could imagine some spirit or mind potentially separate from corporeality, so that we now had to insist on its unity with matter. Pasolini prefers to think of members and limbs membra or simply flesh. Carne. Flesh is the vital materiality of existence. Flesh certainly refers to matter, a passionately charged, intense matter, but it is always equally intellectual. It is not opposed to or excluded from thought or consciousness. Rather, the paths of thought and existence are all traced on the flesh. 5 Flesh subtends existence, it is its very potentiality. 82. Flesh is the condition of possibility of the qualities of the world, but it is never contained within or defined by those qualities. In this sense it is both a superficial foundation and an immanent transcendence, alien to any dialectic of reality and appearance, or depth and surface. It confounds all of these antinomies. Flesh is the superficial depth, the real appearance of existence. That the world is, how the world is, precisely such as it is exposed perfectly and irremediably in the flesh. Is this what Spinoza meant when he said that reality and perfection are the same thing? The exposure of the flesh is indeed the mystery of life, or rather the miracle of the world. How do we love in the flesh? What is the flesh's desire? In erotic exposure the boundaries or discontinuities between self and other are broken down and dissolved to open a kind of communication or communion. This love cannot really be conceived as an encounter with the other because the self has already been completely emptied out, abandoned. Similarly, the desire cannot really be conceived as a becoming other of the self because that too depends on fundamentally stable discontinuities, and implies in the end a return to self. We are only able to love in abandoning ourselves to the flesh. 6 In the flesh I lose track of which is your arm and my arm, your leg and mine, a tangle of limbs and members. Take me. Exposure is anonymous. It brings both an intensification of experience and an undifferentiation of matter. It sets in motion a wild proliferation of erotic zones and modes of intensity across the surfaces of the flesh, the warmth of your lips, the subtle vibration of my tongue, and at the same time brings about a tendential unification or communion. Hence the ecstasy of exposure. Cruel. Antonin Artaud and Gilles Deleuze. Catherine Dale. Everything in the order of the written word which abandons the field of clear, orderly perception, everything which aims at reversing appearances and introduces doubt about the position of mental images and their relationship to one another, everything which provokes confusion without destroying the strength of an emergent thought, everything which disrupts the relationship between things by giving this agitated thought an even greater aspect of truth and violence, all these offer death a loophole and put us in touch with certain more acute states of mind in the throes of which death expresses itself. Artaud, 1970-4, Volume 1, 92. The question of what Antonin Artaud means by positing a compatibility between goodness and cruelty is taken up at the end of his infamous last public reading, The Story Lived by Artaud Momo, where he said, "I put myself in your place, and I see very well that what I am saying isn't interesting at all, it's still theater. What can I do to be truly sincere?" After an hour of inundating his audience with poems, travel experiences, and stories of black magic, Artaud spoke for another 2 hours of his psychiatric incarcerations, his vehement refutations of death, and generally flailed about making wild gestures, cries, and screams point to having posed his curious question of sincerity. Artaud, who had dropped all his papers, read his final poem, Artaud the Momo, glaring at the audience as he uttered the words, "the filthy meat," and abruptly left the stage. Artaud, 1995, 117. Disabused of its saccharine associations, Artaud's sincerity is an effective theatrical plea that could just as well be a specious glance toward authenticity. What would be the difference? In a letter to André Breton, Artaud writes, "I left because I realized that the only language I could use on an audience was to take bombs out of my pockets and throw them in their faces in a gesture of unmistakable aggression." Artaud, 1989, 183. And yet there is this refrain, this bow, this histrionic collapse in front of 900 people. Artaud's plaintive interrogation of the constitution of truthfulness is a burden to the audience and to himself, a rhetorical question, or more precisely, part of Artaud's interrogative practice of 85. Catherine Dale. Disciplined cruelty, and more importantly a repetition of the creation of the ideal kernel of pure thought itself. Artaud's concern with sincerity poses a difficult problem. Is truly sincere simply a rhetorical device, or is it literal? While he endeavors to explain the relationship between thought and violence, the way thought impinges itself on the mind, a thinking thing, and erupts in the mind to split open thought itself, Artaud also attempts miserably or successfully, the answer will not concern us, to demonstrate truth. There are two ways to approach this problem. We can view Artaud's truly sincere as a tautology. Here truly is the prefix of a gracious and passional generosity, while sincere is a demand and challenge to the audience, language, to uphold such an impossible truth. Tautologically, of course, this equation will work equally well in reverse. True is generally presented in opposition to false, but if we oppose it to sincere it becomes interrogative of sincerity itself. Sincerity, on the other hand, is most often protected by the idea of personal sanctuary, and is therefore difficult to question. Tautology ignores the existence of a first principle of truth and sincerity. Truth arrives without reason but very soon becomes reasonable. What is most scandalous about Artaud's truly sincere, however, is not that Artaud synthesizes the good and the bad on this single and desperate night. As if this were anomalous to the rest of his work which incessantly calls into question notions such as true and sincere, but that this determination of the true could well be his work. The true is all there is true. In The Logic of Sense, 1990, and Difference and Repetition, 1994, Deleuze follows Artaud's pursuit of the terrible revelation of a thought without image, and the conquest of a new principle which does not allow itself to be represented. Deleuze, 1994, 147. In addition, Deleuze and Félix Guattari employ Artaud as a model for their conception of an alternative mode of thought which they call schizoanalytic. This mode of thought promotes the freedom of desire as a productive force traversing the segmented lines of habitual thought as so many intensities. Thus truly sincere appears as a dialectical attitude which would be incongruous with the kind of schizophrenic thought Deleuze and Guattari put forward in Anti-Oedipus, 1983. Schizoanalysis repudiates the notion of self-identification of a self which is gained through the working of social structures, the family in particular. It is possible to view our thought as injecting the audience not with the personal, but with the impotence of the personal in proposing the existence of the sincerity of truth itself. At first glance truly sincere demonstrates the perilous probity of the integrity of a madman, poet, and actor. A little sincerity is dangerous, warns Oscar Wilde, but a lot is fatal. By pulverizing the fatal oneness of a true sincerity, our thought creates a little sincerity overcoming the qualifications of both true and sincere. Our thought is ever vigilant against the image of thought, accusing it of fixing itself to habit so that thought is not in immediate and uninterrupted communication with things. This fixation and this immobilization, this tendency of the 86 soul to construct monuments occurring, as it were, before thought. Evidently this is the right condition for creativity. Artaud, 1976-79. What Artaud does, as exemplified in his famous poem, To Have Done with the Judgment of God, is to overcome the distinction between true, correct, and false, wrong, thought. Artaud throws both mind and body into consternation, accusing man of thinking along the organized lines of the organism, that is, of thinking in the same way as he is constructed and vice versa. Man is sick because he is badly constructed. Artaud, 1982, 79.3. In opposition to thought's presupposition of good and evil, Artaud writes, in a manifested world, metaphysically speaking, evil is the permanent law, and what is good is an effort and already one more cruelty added to the other. Artaud, 1958, 103. Artaud's will to goodness becomes a fundamental problem in relation to a true sincerity seen as a naive idea. But Artaud's goodness is the desire of a will to cruelty, a disruption of continuous evil. Artaud the philosopher approaches thought acting as one who does not know what to think, as one who is ignorant of thought's presuppositions, of thought's knowledge of the true and the good. This is why he is pleased when he finds that he has missed out on the subjective or private presuppositions which prohibit the game of philosophy. Deleuze, 1994, 130. It is the cruelty of calling thought into question, of attacking thought with problems, or what Deleuze calls fortunate difficulties, by which our efforts to overcome these obstacles allow us to maintain an ideal of the self as it exists in pure thought. 1994, 147. Morality separates truth and thought because it requires that each one judge the other by its own standard, identification. But thought and truth are inseparable, illegitimate children. It is evil, not to be confused with error or falsity, that maintains a sense of progression, a logical direction, while goodness, the vital force between bodies, moves along the edge of their depths, between form and ground, at the juncture where language and the body meet. Artaud is an embarrassment to philosophy. He makes philosophy cringe when he flaunts his sincerity and truth. Even more persistently, he is the philosopher who, through a restructuration of the actions and passions of the body, produces a discreditable practice of thought, and chastises both philosophy and its audience for their pre-philosophical presuppositions, their predictable emotions and physical reactions. Artaud's sincerity becomes a theatrical phylogeny, a set of vibrations designed to connect all the audiences that have ever lived. Infectious thought staves off the dictation of reason, just as disease repudiates the liberal parasite of medicine. I have not become a poet or an actor in order to write or recite poems, but to live them. I read a poem not to milk applause but to feel the bodies of men and women, and I mean their bodies, throb and quiver in harmony with mine. Artaud, 1970-4, Volume 2, 191. This is the principle of Artaud's famous theatre of cruelty, which generates a dramaturgical force of life force to think. Through his sincere peroration Artaud flees a philosophical idealism where reactions dissolve into relative truths. But this is not because he proscribes 87. Truth. Artaud is confident that the public, which takes the false for the true, has the sense of the true and always responds to it when it is manifested. Artaud, 1958, 76. Point 4 Artaud abolishes the kind of theater which prepares itself for an audience that privileges the senses first. He replaces this ordinary psychological theater with the theater of cruelty that proposes to resort to a mass spectacle, to seek in the agitation of tremendous masses, convulsed and hurled against each other, a little of that poetry of festivals and crowd when, all too rarely nowadays, the people pour out into the streets. 1958, 85. In this sense Artaud is the tormentor, tormented, and fool who thrives precisely because as ridiculous as he is on stage, he is dangerously sincere and so frightens, confuses, and dismays his audience. Artaud wants to hold the body's attention, he wants to both affect and correct the anatomy, recall his famous body without organs. Point 5. Like Deleuze, Artaud regards sense as that which separates the body from language, life from thought. Sense is facilitated by affections at the level of the unexpected, of the new. And this passing on to the senses is a contagious, or a resonant, passing of the interminable new. Artaud's theatre is not designed to represent or reproduce, describe, man but to create a being which moves. The language of Artaud is a symbiosis of technologies, a signifying semiotics, affective gestures, violent sounds, and painful noises, challenging the organization of the organism in its collectivity, audience, participant, body, and in its singularity, event, occurring at the chasm between language and the body. It is, after all, Artaud who presents Deleuze with a combination of literature, schizoanalysis, and the anguished inability of thought to think. And it is also Artaud who gives us the clinical and the critical in a single unthinkable and unproductive body without organs, and who most contributes to our sense that madness, philosophy, and literature are not three ways toward the same thing. Although the idea of the colossal unthought appears as an immense and unified hope of communication, three ways toward the same thing, Artaud shows us that the experimentation of thought and the new can only be entered by innumerably disparate and invented paths, can only be entered by the shock of the new. Artaud is the claimant of his own creation. Point 6 His self-birth and his begetting of thought suggest that there is nothing intrinsic about thinking, about attaining and containing a thought. At the limit of thought, along its separated line, Artaud imagines an uncreated conception, where the limit of thought is its immanence. In a letter to Jacques Rivière Artaud writes, "I am innately genital, and if we examine closely what that means, it means that I have never made the most of myself. There are some fools who think of themselves as beings, as innately beings. I am he, who in order to be, must whip his innateness. One must be a being innately, that is, always whipping this sort of non-existent kennel. Chanel, also whole, or hovel, oh bitches of impossibility." Artaud, 1970-4, Volume 1, 1988. Artaud rejects innateness as a natural and essential state, preferring to view the innate as the pure unthought within thought. This is because he disapproves of thinking of oneself as a being, as an innate being who is then able to represent/reproduce oneself. This type of innateness is synonymous with complacency and habit and must be whipped, stirred into being a being innately, the becoming of being innate. When Artaud places genitality beside innateness, he is suggesting the birth of innateness, which is the becoming innate of being born. There is nothing prior to innateness, and nothing after it in the form of the cultural. To whip the non-existent whole, the traditional image of thought, in order to be a being innately, means to force thought to its internal limit. Artaud struggles with the bitches of impossibility who suffocate the actualization, contemporaneity, of his potential for thought. I put myself into the state of impossible absurdity in order to try to generate thought in myself. There are a few of us in this era who have tried to get hold of things to create within ourselves spaces for life, spaces which did not exist and which did not seem to belong in actual space. Artaud, 1976, 79. having nothing to do with reproduction but everything to do with repetition, always whipping one's innateness. Artaud's innateness is genital precisely because it is autonomous, just as Antonin Artaud is progenitor of himself. On the subject of Artaud's innate genitality, Deleuze writes, "To think is to create, there is no other creation, but to create is first of all to engender." Thinking in thought. For this reason Artaud opposes genitality to innateness in thought, but equally to reminiscence, and thereby proposes the principle of a transcendental empiricism. Deleuze, 1994, 147. Why does Deleuze express Artaud's relation of genitality and innateness as an opposition? Transcendental empiricism is a crucial disjunctive synthesis which reduces the mode of the perceptual field which reasons from the empirical to the transcendental. Transcendental empiricism is the extreme point or limit of the sensible. What is sensed is the qualitative difference, rather than opposition, of genitality and innateness within creation. Artaud's transcendental empiricism calls into question the opposition between the natural and the cultural because the body becomes both. The body becomes indispensable and impulsive, distinct and assembled, inherent and assertive, it becomes self-culturing, it engenders its own innateness. Artaud embraces this engendering of self-birth in place of the oppositions of nature and culture which usually organize the body. If, therefore, Artaud really is opposing genitality and innateness, perhaps it is because he is highlighting genitality and having it match innateness qualitatively and stylistically. In 8,000 Plateaus, Deleuze and Guattari write, "It is true that Artaud still presents the identity of the one and the multiple as a dialectical unity, one that reduces the multiple by 89, gathering it into the one. But that is a manner of speaking, for from the beginning multiplicity surpasses all opposition and does away with dialectical movement." 1987, 532 and 16. Could this manner of speaking then be a speaking for Artaud, who clearly does not intend to put genitality and innateness into a dialectical relation? Artaud establishes an unusually direct alliance between the innate and the genital which circumvents the intercession of culture as it is understood as outside of the body. Artaud's theatre, for example, takes gestures and develops them as far as they will go, like the plague it reforges the chain between what is and what is not, between the virtuality of the possible and what already exists in materialized nature. Artaud, 1958, 27. This is Artaud's attempt to refigure the linkings, the autonomous pause, between life and death, language and the body, thought and its expression. Because he disregards any notion of a psychological model of perception, sensation, thought, and understanding, Artaud's problem does not concern the orientation, expression, and method of his thought so much as the problem of being able to think at all. According to Deleuze, Artaud pursues in all this, the terrible revelation of a thought without image, and the conquest of a new principle which does not allow itself to be represented. 1994, 147. Artaud's impossible image of thought then is split in two, thought which struggles to exist and thought which is presupposed to exist, which for him is only vile and reasonable government. There is then only one thought, the multiple anarchic force of thought always at its limit, about to happen and having happened, an ungraspable image of thought. And it is precisely through Artaud's self-birth, his innate genitality, that he is able to take on the terror of thought without an image, because in becoming violently new at every turn of his mind he never allows his new self to become incorporated. "I shall not command my desires and my inclinations, but neither do I want them to direct me, I want to be those desires and those inclinations," and this of course is difficult in a world which has never ceased to be under the command of the mind, and this to the imperilment of the soul and the loss of every body. Artaud, 1976, 446-7. Artaud collapses the distinction between himself and his thought, annihilating the possibility of the domination of either. Artaud's sense of cruelty is a confrontation with the force of thought which in another sense confronts the mind. Here mind is another word for the thought which presupposes good and evil, with the soul, another word for thought without an image. Artaud is pleased to be wrong and stupid, he is pleased not to think if it means the pitiful huffing and puffing of language's straightforward denotations. 90. And expressions. 7 I suffer because the mind is not life and life is not the mind. I suffer from the mind as organ, the mind as interpreter, the mind as intimidator of things, to force them to enter the mind. Artaud, 1976, 56. Artaud frees, liberates, thought by limiting the domination of its proper or pre-philosophical image. Artaud does not reject the mind, he denounces it as an organ of the organized body and as an interpreter of meaning. What Artaud suffers to force into the mind is the mind's organizational presuppositions, which is to say that he suffers to force the mind's difference from itself to enter the mind. When Artaud declares, "I would rather work than feel myself alive," 1965, 222, this is hardly surprising for a man who says he can feel his thoughts stirring within him, can feel his mind move. But what does it mean to feel oneself alive? To feel oneself is absurd, but to feel oneself alive is truly abominable. The real pain, announces Artaud, is to feel one's thought shift within oneself. But thought as a fixed point, he adds, is certainly not painful. 1976, 84. It is this dimensionless point of thought that Artaud tracks, in the sense that he pursues the chance to show that it is there. Artaud follows the movement of change, the transformation or becoming of thought, as it eschews the distinguishable present along its mode of existence. Deleuze refers to this paradox, where that which happens differs from the materiality attributable to it, as an event or effect without a cause. An event is always destroyed when understanding or perception divide it into consecutive states that hide the inseparability of its continuous transformation of reality. Artaud dislikes the weakness of thought which cannot think without the interim necessary to distinguish objects from their repeated state of conversion. He is burdened by the inarticulation of the point of change. In Theatre and its Double he writes, "From the aspect of our own existence, the most current philosophical determinism is an image of cruelty." 1958, 79. Artaud spies difference in itself as the act of cruelty in thought, and cruelty as the primary object of change. Recalling Artaud's idea that cruelty is nothing but determination as such, Deleuze writes, "We should not be surprised that difference should appear accursed, that it should be error, sin, or the figure of evil for which there must be expiation. There is no sin other than raising the ground and dissolving the form." Deleuze, 1994, 29. A point of change is the sudden shock when thought realizes itself in the body. As an autonomous affect, this point is separate from the actions and the passions of the body. An affect is not nothing, it still produces signs. The affect is the implied relation between intensities of pure difference as it is experienced by the senses. These intensities become forces within a formless ground. In the vertiginous depths of the body, desire materializes in Artaud's theatre on a level that is not yet human. Artaud, 1976, 307. Artaud's peculiar conception of cruelty devotes itself to a pitiless persistence toward the production of thought. Rather than relate simply to the production of pain and suffering where cruelty is regarded as cause, that is, as producing effective torment, Artaud's cruelty is a form of severity in thought. 91. Diligent and strict. Cruelty signifies rigor, implacable intention and decision, irreversible and absolute determination. 1958, 101. According to Artaud, we are in a degenerative state, and so it is through the skin that metaphysics must be made to re-enter our minds. 1958, 99. Metaphysics enters the body as cruelty. Cruelty is a practice designed to force the mind to be affected, it is the production of a desire to become self-affected and active. 8 Artaud's cruelty has nothing to do with blood and war, it is the far more terrible, essential cruelty objects can practice on us. 1958, 79, because for Artaud, everything that acts is cruelty. 1958, 85. It is the movement, direction, of objects which determines our relationship to the world and to each other. Artaud's famous cane is an example of how objects move between us as so many trajectories deciding our lives. In 1934 Artaud read about the Jesus stick of St. Patrick. On his release from a drug detox center in 1937 he was given a cane. Artaud claimed that this cane, due to its 13 knots, was none other than the Jesus stick, the staff of St. Patrick. Artaud made extravagant, imposing, and pretentious tours around Paris with his cane, and it ruined his chance to marry, so scandalous was its appearance to his fiancée's family. He had the cane steel-tipped and also dipped in holy water, and then he took it to Ireland. The cane allowed Artaud to replace Christ. Artaud said later that in Dublin it had been at the center of street riots. The riots were in fact imaginary, and the cane was lost either in a cathedral or a police station just before Artaud's deportation from Ireland in a straitjacket. 9 The story of the cane invokes Artaud's theater of cruelty, which reduces the role of understanding, shrinking the size of logic's importance and highlighting words as objects of cruelty and direction. Words will be construed in an incantational, truly magical sense, for their shape and their sensual emanations, not only for their meaning. 1958, 125. Cruelty makes us move, it wakes up the heart and nerves and tests our vitality in order to confront us with our potential, in order to force us into combat with our chaos. Deleuze follows Artaud's schizophrenic thought as it plunges into universal depths where the word loses its meaning but not its affect. The unlanguage of howls and syncopated rhythms requires utter diligence and determination. Contrary to popular belief, there is nothing sloppy about the workings of the depths. Artaud is not interested in a theater of chance and improvisation, nor in the caprice of the wild and thoughtless inspiration of the actor, especially the actor who, once cut off from the text, plunges in without any idea of what he is doing. 1958, 109-10. In presenting the paradox of language and things, Artaud thwarts the collapse of the mind, but his intensity threatens to collapse even itself, and yet death can never die, and so Artaud's language of crazed cruelty is always accompanied by mercilessly direct and commanding writing. Artaud intends to create signs rather than meaning. In the language of absolute depths, these signs, the cruelty of objects, are false, which, it must be remembered, is not the same as evil. Artaud, like Nietzsche, sees evil as the 92 opposite of good. Evil belongs to the man whose value system judges life from a moral origin of truth. Nietzsche, 1990, Passim. Good, on the other hand, is not opposed to bad or false. The false is an eternal truth because it is the power of the false which supersedes the form of the true, because it poses the simultaneity of incompossible presence, or the coexistence of not necessarily true pasts. Deleuze, 1989, 131. The good that Artaud distinguishes from continuous evil is the good which knows how to transform itself, to metamorphose itself according to its encounters. Of course, there is no more truth in one life than in the other, there is only becoming, and becoming is the power of the false of life, is the will to power. Deleuze, 1989, 141. According to Deleuze, Artaud is alone in having been an absolute depth in literature, and in having discovered a vital body and the prodigious language of this body. As he says, he discovered them through suffering. Deleuze, 1990, 93. Artaud's language is intended to incite the body into action, to contaminate it like a disease through indigestible sounds and syncopated rhythms. Invented language, says Artaud, must issue from torment. Words, Artaud's howl words, which act at the level of pure phonetics, and his unwritable breath words, must have value in themselves, which in effect means that at some level they must be meaningless. Deleuze, 1990, 88. This value in itself is the transcendent principle of the physicality of the word. The language of the depths of the body is before and after the judgment of man. It is not really God that Artaud rejects, but the judgment of God as instructed/constructed by man. What remains? There remain bodies, which are forces, nothing but forces. But force no longer refers to a center, any more than it confronts a set of obstacles. It only confronts other forces, it refers to other forces that it affects or that affect it. Deleuze, 1989, 139. Artaud's body, having lost its center, its unvarying organization, becomes, like Deleuze's comment on Orson Welles's Don Quixote, the goodness of life in itself, a strange goodness which carries the living being to creation. Deleuze, 1989, 142. In the depths of Artaud's language, words become senseless and swamped by the harsh sounds and materiality of the body as so many phonetic elements which wound the body with unwieldy consonants and a plethora of bellows, yells and moans, and exhaust the body with breath, words and asphyxiation. Deleuze, 1990, 88-9. The problem Artaud faces is that he cannot distinguish between an incorporeal event and the body's actions and passions. But truth, says Deleuze, is an undecidable alternative. It is not to be produced or achieved but to be created. There is no other truth than the creation of the new. Deleuze, 1989, 146-7. Beneath the surface of language, between the actions and passions of the body, lies thought which can only be sensed, but which cannot 93 be understood. Artaud writes, above all else there is the wholeness of the nerves. A wholeness that includes all of consciousness, and the secret pathways of the mind in the flesh. Artaud, 1976, 259. Artaud's pain, his inner feeling, no longer corresponds to images of sensation but only to sense. And it looks so good, I can see it / and it smells so good, I can smell it / and it sounds so good, I can hear it / and it feels so good, I can feel it / so can't I touch it. 10. Deleuze reiterates this when he writes, the eternal truth of the event is grasped only if the event is also inscribed in the flesh. Deleuze, 1990, 161. Again we turn to Artaud's Theatre and the Plague, where he writes, theatre takes gestures and develops them as far as they will go, like the plague it reforges the chain between what is and what is not, between the virtuality of the possible and what already exists in materialized nature. Artaud, 1958, 27. This is the flesh, the depth of bodies certainly, but at the synapses of the nerves which act as virtual intensities in continuous agitation. Artaud, 1976, 82. Artaud's language of depth is related to Deleuze's commentary on the crack as the suddenness of the event within the flesh. In Logic of Sense, 1990, Deleuze discusses the crack, named after F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Crack Up, which persists at the frontier of the depths and the surface. In the 22nd series of the Logic of Sense, Deleuze returns repeatedly to the problem of depth and surface, of Artaud's madness and senselessness and Carroll's humor and nonsense, of how to stay at the surface of the crack, at the incorporeal event without actualizing oneself in the quicksand and clamour of its body. 1990, 154-61. Is Deleuze striving for a kind of balance between the two poles of surface and depth? He wills the crack and its perils, and yet he warns us to stay at its edges, like the paradox of the intrepid tourist. All these questions point out the ridiculousness of the thinker. Yes, they are always two aspects, and the two processes differ in nature. But when Bouquet speaks of the wound's eternal truth, it is in the name of a personal and abominable wound which he bears within his body. When Fitzgerald or Lowry speak of this incorporeal metaphysical crack and find in it the locus as well as the obstacle of their thought, its source as well as its drying up, sense and nonsense, they speak with all the gallons of alcohol they have drunk which have actualized the crack in the body. When Artaud speaks of the erosion of thought as something both essential and accidental, a radical impotence and nevertheless a great power, it is already from the bottom of schizophrenia. Each one risked something and went as far as possible in taking this risk, each one drew from it an irrepressible right. What is left for the abstract speaker once she has given advice of wisdom and distinction? Well then, are we to speak always about Bouquet's wound, about Fitzgerald's and Lowry's alcoholism, Nietzsche and Artaud's madness, while remaining on the shore? Are 94 we to become the professionals who give talks on these topics? Are we to wish only that those who have been struck down do not abuse themselves too much? Are we to take up collections and create special journal issues? Or should we go a short way further to see for ourselves, be a little of an alcoholic, a little crazy, a little of a gorilla enough to extend the crack, but not enough to deepen it irremediably? Wherever we turn everything seems dismal. Indeed, how are we to stay on the surface without staying on the shore? How do we save ourselves by saving the surface and every surface organization, including language and life? How is this politics, this full guerrilla warfare to be attained? Deleuze, 1990, 157-8. The humor of this conundrum encapsulates a certain ironic burden toward change, toward the perception of knowledge and the knowledge of change, and a call to loosen up if not fall apart, to live a little if not on the edge, to want a little pain, if not to die from it. Deleuze and Guattari say that because of the infinite speeds of chaos and because of its shocks, we are always losing our ideas. We need a little order in ideas, in things, in states of affairs, a little empirical imaging, a little sensation, as protection against plunging into black holes. In What is Philosophy? 1994, it is the philosopher, the artist, and the scientist who attempt to hold back opinion on the one hand, and chaos on the other. It is a precious juggling act. The fisherman who casts his net over concepts but risks being swept away is Deleuze's reiteration of concern at the loss of the shore. It is as if one were casting a net, but the fisherman always risks being swept away and finding himself in the open sea when he thought he had reached port. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 203. A little bit crazy, just enough to create. The question is, what does Deleuze see in Artaud's energy? Life, chaos that he so admires? The second question follows, does he limit these Artaudian values, by means of his caution? But this is to position Deleuze on a rigid line of pedantic philosophy, and Artaud on some kind of fluid line of dissolution, when the two are really not all that opposed. Perhaps Deleuze's caution is a way of assembling life so that it can support the most extreme intensities, so that it can risk anything at all. Deleuze's desire for Artaud's craziness is still dangerous. In staying so stratified he risks repeating the banality of the destruction of a transvaluation of both their forces of life. Similarly, Artaud, even with his own position in the literary canon, can still be said to have written himself into dissolution. In their quest for being a little crazy and a little alcoholic, Deleuze and Guattari favor Henry Miller, who suggests getting soused on water, and William Burroughs, who tries thinking the possibility that things usually attained by chemical means are also accessible by other paths. Deleuze, 1990, 161. Deleuze and Guattari, like the masochist, the schizo, and the drug addict, are hankering for a taste, for the effects of a practice. This is not to suggest that 95. Deleuze and Guattari ought instead to differentiate altered states by their causes, as if one could, but it is to point out that to get drunk on water is still to solicit an intoxication. In talking about a pure experience without drugs, Deleuze and Guattari are the ultimate cliched junkies just hankering for an effect without a cause, where intoxication has little, if nothing at all, to do with supposed causal substances, except to suggest itself, junk, sex, alcohol, and more, or everything, to do with the active affections of the flesh of an inhuman body. Along a crack between the flesh and its sense, at its cutting edge, Deleuze and Guattari cannot give up the hope that the effects of drugs and alcohol, their revelations, will be able to be relived and recovered for their own sake at the surface of the world, independently of the use of those substances, provided that the techniques of social alienation which determine this use are reversed into revolutionary means of exploration. Deleuze, 1990, 161. However, Deleuze and Guattari find the masochist and the drug addict hapless and empty because their subcultural identities are ever reliant on the state. These failed bodies are said to produce the structured rigidities which a full body must eliminate. What is problematic about this differentiation of the full and the empty, and should at all costs not be ignored, is that Deleuze and Guattari are proposing a dubious solution to the problem of the social order, an order where these empty bodies are also examples of socially stigmatized forms of subjectivity. It can be argued that the economies of drugs, pain, and madness do not operate entirely as the effect of the substances or movements they take on any more than thought and writing do, but Deleuze and Guattari leave little room for anything other than the operation of the effect. Alternative operations by these empty bodies are regarded simply as processes of restrictive identification. And yet when Deleuze questions the paradoxical nature of the experimental, he cites its becoming within the aesthetic categories of madness, Artaud and Nietzsche, masochism or suicide, Bouquet, and drugs, Lowry and Fitzgerald. If this is a method of achieving a new intellectual record, what kind of record is it? The body without organs is described as the simple thing, the entity, the full body, the stationary voyage, anorexia, cutaneous vision, yoga, Krishna, love, experimentation, Deleuze and Guattari, 1987, 151. Because the masochist, the addict, and the madman, as empty bodies without organs, are said to be degenerative and empty, they are only valuable because of the effects and ideas they engender in other visions and experimentations and not as experiments in themselves. Curiously, Deleuze and Guattari are all too happy to overlook the aesthetic practices of masochism, madness, and alcoholism. 11 Concentrating on the adjectival force of a little, when executing a little cruelty, a little craziness and a little alco. 96. Holism might enable the effect or the event of risk to be separated from its myriad nominal expressions, thereby acknowledging its applicability to any number of bodies. The alcoholic's maxim is one thought is too many and 1,000 is never enough. Thought moves in both directions at once, like Deleuze's Alice, who is becoming both larger than she was and smaller than she is becoming, Deleuze, 1990, 1. For the large and the small are not naturally said of the one, but first and foremost of difference. The question arises, therefore, how far the difference can and must extend, how large, how small. In order to remain within the limits of the concept, neither becoming lost within, nor escaping beyond it. Deleuze, 1994, 29. A little is the seed of creation occurring on both sides of an opposition of too much and too little movement and rest, life and death. It is an implied limit, and difference, which is infinitely small and infinitely large, is only ever implied. A little is the presence of the actor in the event. In terms of a becoming crazy or alcoholic, one is not a little crazy, one becomes a little crazy, which, like Alice, means that one can be a little crazy and a little stratified or cautious at the same time. A little is neither particularly spatial nor temporal, it is not of the relations of subjects and objects, it is an affect and its sign. What Deleuze regards as an actual or real problem is the imperial exigency of thought. It is a piece of chaotic reality that plagues our calculations and anticipations, and their habits. But what does this little piece of chaotic reality, this absolute and unthinkable chaos, make us think? And what is its relation to the little orders so necessary for thought to become actual at all? Artaud parallels Deleuze's move toward a transcendental empiricism where order and chaos co-produce each other in an uncaused or self-propelling process. The little bit of chaotic reality which forces us to think can only be sensed, it cannot be recognized. Deleuze's commentary on the image of thought and of thought without an image, tells us that if an encounter with thought is invested in an object, then it becomes recognized or recalled and is no longer an encounter, for it no longer forces us to think, it has become a product of common sense produced by a combination of the faculties, by their oppositions, their analogies, and their judgments. Deleuze, 1994, 139. Artaud did not recognize his sacred cane, to others it was an old cane, but Artaud sensed, felt, intuited that it was more than, other than, a cane, it was magic. So what of the little bit of order that stops us from thought rather than encourages it? Is it recognition itself, and is it different from the bit of order? A little bit of order prevents the loss of ideas, it is less order than before and also more order than a little chaos. If we construe order itself as a Kantian faculty, then Deleuze's Transcendental 97. Empiricism would take a little of it, not as the overwhelming of another faculty as in the sublime, nor as a turning toward the other faculties, connection, but as the movement which extricates a single faculty out from all the others, in the presence of that which is its own. Deleuze, 1994, 141. What concerns order essentially is creation. What is ordered in order is creation, the coming of the new, which in itself is forever coming, and has never been ordered. Similarly, what is not chaotic in chaos is a moment of creation, the chance swerve of an atom, the swing in a change of direction which necessitates that what is already no longer chaotic. The faculty of order then, in confronting its own limit, communicates to a little piece of chaotic reality, a little craziness, and to a little alcoholism, and vice versa, only a violence which brings it face to face with its own element, as though with its disappearance or its perfection. Deleuze, 1994, 141. This is the original necessity of violence inflicted in thought. The coexistence of the contraries of order and chaos, or of crazy and secure, are non-relational mad becomings of philosophy. Following Deleuze, we ask, what is it that can only be ordered, yet is chaotic at the same time? What is it that can only be drunken, yet is sober at the same time, and what is it that can only be crazy, yet is also sane or secure? Deleuze, 1994, 143. Artaud's well-documented mania parallels Deleuze's transcendental empiricism. Unable to think, Artaud strives to show that the unthought is there in thought. He tracks the unthought down, he raises thinking in thought to the level of the affect. This level of the affect corresponds with the just of just a little order. It is to just that we must look in order to confirm, even in its imperceptibility, the event and its affect. Just crazy or just thinking implies an only just and a pure determined moment, and only crazy within the realm of a little crazy. It is Artaud's just madness, his very nearly more than mad and very nearly more than nonsensical, that constitutes both his, as much as Deleuze's, attachment to the shore. If a little alcoholic is to be just alcoholic, then this is also to engender alcoholic or crazy, innately just forces thought to its limit by creating just such a limit within the unthought. Just is inconsiderable, small, it is also perfect and exact, choiceless and necessary, and it is not extreme. It is not extreme when it is revalued in relation to an extremity specific to Artaud's project, which seeks to approach an imminent limit rather than to exceed its boundaries. Just evokes a transcendental empiricism. It is the necessary determination of the imperceptibility of a little anything, because it bypasses the possibility of measuring the quantity and the quality of a sense of the affect. Artaud bypasses the crazy loop of death because he declares that his thoughts, although he can feel them stirring within him, are unthinkable. 12. He asks Rivière whether it is better to write something, the rejected poems that he sends him, than nothing at all. It is you who will give the answer by accepting or rejecting this little attempt. You will judge it, of course, from the point of view of the absolute. But I shall tell you that it would be a very great consolation. 98. For me to think that even though I am not all of myself, not as tall, not as dense, not as wide as myself, I can still be something. Artaud, 1976, 36. And he asks Rivière to judge it then, by being truly absolute. 8. Subjectless subjectives. Paul Baines. Self-present in the vertical dimension, overseeing themselves without taking any distance, these are neither objects that can explain perception, nor subjects capable of grasping a perceived object, rather, they are absolute interiorities that take hold of themselves and everything that fills them, in a process of self-enjoyment. Deleuze, 1993, 102-3. It appears to us that the only way of avoiding the absurdities of contemporary idealisms is by conferring a machinic status to subjectivity and accepting without reticence the existence of a proto-subjectivity, an economy of choice, a negentropic passion, at all levels of the cosmos, from the point zero of expansion of the universe to the blossoming of the most deterritorialized machinisms, such as those of poetry, music, and the sciences. Guattari, 1979, 165-6. The recognition of a transspatial thematics indissolubly connected to spatio-temporal dimensions, does not mean accepting the old dualism of body and soul. The organism is not a machine plus a soul. Organic existence only exists dynamically in an incessant flux that, to put it simply, renews all its molecules. It is constant activity, a permanence of dynamism, and not the permanence of a material reality, informed afterwards by an ideal form. Ruyer, 1956, 244. Even the mind of God can only imagine those things that have become themselves. D.H. Lawrence quoted in Ruyer, 1956, 263. Introduction. This essay intervenes in the growing field of Deleuze and Guattari studies and seeks to give expression to their ethico-aesthetic conception of subjectivity. It's 101. Paul Baines. Political nature and distinction from classical, objectivist, scientific theories. What is disturbing about their endeavor is that it attempts to think that which cannot be thought and to write the unreadable. To think of a not external outside and a not internal inside, an outside more distant than any external world, because it is an inside deeper than any internal world, it is immanence. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 59. A self-referential, autopoietic immanence that is not immanence to something, as to a purely ideal transcendent ego onto theological plane or subject/I, but rather an autopoietic or self-producing/positing immanence of subjectivity. A plane of immanence or consistency which has no supplementary dimension to that which transpires upon it. A what? Such a project which poses absolute interiorities and proto-subjectivities sits uneasily within the contemporary humanities as over the last 50 years or so, with the notable exception of feminist theories that rethink subjectivity, a massive commitment has been made to deny, deconstruct, or obliterate any concept of the subject and interiority. The traditional notion of the rational, conscious, Cartesian or phenomenological subject has been the intended target of post-structuralism and postmodernism in their differing guises, and the current intellectual landscape seems to be imbued with the idea that any notion of subjectivity, which must surely be bringing a subject or mind in through the back door, is highly suspect and to be treated with derision or at the very least, suspicion. We are encouraged by some to believe that we inhabit a world of pure exteriority, whatever that is, and manipulable body parts available for reconfiguration. The fascination with cyborgs. Or even a world where subjectivity has been taken outside of the skin onto the internet, Steelark, on the apparent assumption that it had been originally like a guess. Inside something called the body, which now becomes a purely material support. Dualism in and out through the bloody back door. This prevailing suspicion of the concept of subjectivity remains operative despite the later works of Michel Foucault, which developed the notion of the care of the self, Foucault, 1986, and the whole corpus of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari's work, which has as its recurring theme the autopoietic or self-referential production of subjectivity. That is to say, the processes of the realization of autonomy understood as an event that is in itself and for itself, and not as from its aspect in the essence of another. Such occasion, Whitehead, 1938, 89. Without being able to fully develop this concept right now, it should be immediately understood that such a definition of autonomy or autopoiesis distinguishes itself from any purely thermodynamic definition that is solely constituted by relational flows. An autopoietic event has an endoconsistency that is lacking in a vortex or dissipative structure defined only by its relational flows with the surrounding medium. A baby or a molecule or a paramecium is not in and of itself a whirlpool or vortex or a wave or a crystal, although it involves dissipative structures and can display vortex-like behavior. It is a sovereign individual autonomy with an intrinsic existential reality or self. 102. Referential territory, even though it has relations with other existential territories. It is a value that is an end in itself, for its own sake. Very few philosophers or scientists, with the exception of Spinoza, Whitehead, Ruyer, Maturana, and Deleuze and Guattari, have attempted to think the possibility of an existential integrity that is at the same time in relation with other self-referential territories or events. To think the possibility of creative affirmation and joy in a world of suffering and resentment. It is easy to be against things but not so easy to be for something and know how to produce it. There are significant differences between these three theorists, Deleuze, Guattari and Foucault, but their fascination with the creative generation of subjectivity seems to have been ignored in overemphasizing the deterministic construction of subjectivity and the subject by the symbolic order and power relations. In this respect, it is striking that in his final work Chaosmoses, 1995, a meteoric text whose time has yet to come and which develops to an extreme degree material which is barely introduced here, Guattari gives an account of Daniel N. Stern's The Interpersonal World of the Infant, 1985, which offers a brilliant portrayal of the non-conscious sense of self already available at birth. The fusional, transitivist emergent self that ignores the opposition self/other, subject/object. 1. It is of course fair to say that a significant aim of Deleuze and Guattari's work, and Foucault's, has been to pulverize the traditional notion of the subject as the ultimate essence of individuation, pre-reflexively contemplating its own existence, and to develop a schizoanalytic subjectivity superposing multiple strata of subjectivation in a multicomponential cartography opposed to the conscious/unconscious dualism of the Freudian schema. This is not a denial of the process of individuation but the recognition that subjectivity deploys itself as much beyond the individual. It is wrought by collective assemblages of enunciation, as before it on the side of pre-verbal intensities. Pathic or prehensive events. This recognition of a multiplicity of subjective strata has often been interpreted as the primacy of something called multiplicity and the consequent denial of subjectivity or unicity, understood in a phenomenological or Cartesian sense, whereas the absolute self-referentiality of this ensemble of subjective strata and conditions is necessary for its emergence as an existential territory, adjacent, or in a delimiting relation, to an alterity that is itself subjective. Guattari, 1995, 9. The difficulty here is in recognizing that the multiplicity of heterogeneous components can emerge as a process of subjective self-reference through a kind of global transconsistency or existential grasping. Guattari, 1995, 113, Guattari, 1989, 82, following Whitehead's process of concrescence, whereby a fragmentary whole emerges, a unitus multiplex, a unity in multiplicity, an absolute survey that involves no supplementary dimension, Ruyer. A plane of consistency. Rational modes of discursive knowledge cannot adequately grasp this kind of metalogical approach, which can only be fully appreciated through a non-discursive, affective pathic awareness. The grasping of real unity of feeling. You either get it or you 103. Don't. A particle of Zen. A whole in all the parts. A holon. An endo-consistency in which the components are distinct but inseparable. A composite unity. A Whiteheadian event. A philosophy of organism. A body without organs. I get the feeling that Deleuze's substantive, multiplicity, has been sometimes understood as a numeric multiplicity, the dialectical opposition of the one to the multiple, involving space and spatial divisibility, parties extra parties, as one of its conditions. But this is exactly what Deleuze, developing Bergson, and, as we shall see even more coherently, Raymond Ruyer, who posits a real extension parties in unitate, seek to avoid, by positing a qualitative multiplicity involving duration as one of its conditions. A qualitative multiplicity is not an aggregate of parts with an apparent unity constituted by the relation of separate numerical or physical existence, the Galilean world of purely external relations, but an event, an actual occasion of experience. Whitehead, 1938. A processual pathic intensity. An eventity breaking down the ontological iron curtain between mind and matter. A desiring machine. A fusional multiplicity. A zone of intensive continuity that is not spatially divisible. A quantal non-locality. A plateau. A real space. REI's only reality is the realm of ongoing serial creation, Res said. Entirely process, infinitely more than the combined sum of her various selves. Gibson, 1996, 202, 2. What cannot be too strongly emphasized is that although for Deleuze and Guattari the individuated psyche is generated from a pre-individual autopoietic or self-referential node of events and intensive singularities, these events are themselves subjectivities in absolute or non-dimensional self-survey. The term absolute survey, which Deleuze and Guattari take from the French philosopher Raymond Rouyer, is introduced here as a kind of conceptual provocation. Its meaning and affect can only be apprehended through some engagement with Rouiller's biological philosophy and its incorporation within the complex conceptual ontology developed by Deleuze and Guattari, most notably in The Fold, Leibniz and the Baroque, 1993, and What is Philosophy? 1994, point 3. There could be no subjectivity, a self-referential territory in itself and for itself, within a world composed of a numerical multiplicity of infinitely divisible physical existence related solely through cause and effect. The very notion of extension or substance evaporates with infinite divisibility, extension reduces to pure points, something that idealist philosophy was quick to notice in positing an aspatial subject or spirit to hold it all together. The early Greeks, not to mention non-Western thought, had no concept of a separate body and soul. Their cosmos was an animated living whole without separation between matter and mind for panpsychism. Brian Massumi claims that one of the things that distinguishes Deleuze's philosophy most sharply from that of his contemporaries is the notion that ideality is a dimension of 104. Matter, also understood as encompassing the human, the artificial, and the invented, Massumi, 1995, 97. Metaphysical, metasemiotic, regardless of the name, I see no reason to refuse the existence of the equivalent of a subjectivity or proto-subjectivity to material and living assemblages. This molecular economy cannot be assimilated to a microphysics of passive elementary entities. Freud wasted his brilliant intuition concerning the existence of an unconscious subjectivity by trying to base it on thermodynamic analogies in a way that radically opposed a sphere of differentiated order to a sphere of undifferentiated primary energetic matter. Guattari, 1979, 161, 5. One of the challenges of this essay, which is only the introduction to a larger project, will be to articulate such a notion of subjectivity and its radical distinction from phenomenological accounts which distinguish an inert desubjectified in itself and a self-conscious for itself that creates the world by naming it, Heidegger. This phenomenological subjectivity is characterized by a particular, bizarre, understanding of visual perception and does not envisage the possibility of a subjectivity. Deleuze and Guattari emphasize the distinction between subjectivity and Cartesian consciousness. It's not enough to think in order to be, 1989b, 23, that does not operate in the mode of phenomenology's understanding of visual perception but is rather a direct non-discursive auto-possession, a non-human for itself, to be distinguished from an unconscious. A fourth-person singular. An in itself that is for itself. Auto-affection. A self-feeling unicity. A real space. Not a Cartesian or Bergsonian geometrical space. For Deleuze and Guattari, human subjectivity or interiority, before/beyond any internal Cartesian spectator/cinema complex or geometrical notions of spatiality, emerges as a self-referential existential territory at the intersection of multiple components, material, semiotic, biological. Castaneda's tonal nagual. A fiber stretches from a human to an animal, from a human or an animal to molecules, from molecules to particles, and so on to the imperceptible, a universe of micro-perceptions. Castaneda, 1993, 249, which are themselves proto-subjectivities or intensive singularities. Singularities are pre-individual, non-personal, aconceptual events or sensitive points. The unity of mind and nature, Deleuze. The body without organ/the plane of immanence. Absolute survey. Castanada's sorceric account of perception and its Deleuzo-Guattarian appropriation, is, as will become blindingly obvious, a practical philosophy that is profoundly Leibnizian, Spinozist. We are self-referential, autopoietic bubbles of perception, whose assemblage point can be radically shifted in order to free us from the fight or flight mentality, QV Carlos Castaneda. This is in no way an idealistic subjectivism or solipsistic anti-realism. In the three ecologies, Guattari emphasizes that such an approach is difficult. 105. To maintain in contexts where there is suspicion or even a rejection in principle of any specific reference to subjectivity, Guattari, 2000, 36-8. He argues, I am glossing on the French text, that even those who do deal with subjectivity take great care to never stray too far from pseudo-scientific paradigms, borrowed in preference from the hard sciences, thermodynamics, systems theory, linguistics, topology, Lacan, etc. As if a scientific superego required that psychical entities had to be reified and only understood in terms of extrinsic coordinates and physical forces. This is not to say that Deleuze and Guattari do not appropriate notions drawn from the so-called hard sciences, but that this is done, as Guattari has emphasized, 1980, in terms of operational borrowings rather than in terms of a scientific superego. Guattari further argues that in such conditions it is hardly surprising that the human and social sciences ignore the intrinsically creative and auto-positioning or autopoietic dimensions of processes of subjectivation. Guattari, 1989b, 25. He also suggests that the best cartographies of the psyche, or if one prefers, the best psychoanalyses, were written by Goethe, Proust, Joyce, Artaud, and Beckett, rather than by Freud, Jung, and Lacan. And that in the work of the latter, it is the literary part of their work that remains the most valuable. For example, Sigmund Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams can be read as an extraordinary modern novel. By emphasizing the creative possibilities inherent to subjectivity, Guattari is arguing that all those who intervene in subjective or psychical domains, whether individual or collective, in education, health, culture, sport, art, the media, the fashion industry, etc., have an ethical responsibility which cannot be dissolved by a neutrality based on a claim to mastery of the unconscious or scientific knowledge. That is to say, we have a politico-ethical responsibility for our creations or progeny. Whether virtual or actual. 6 For the way we invent/posit subjectivities and for our reappropriation of the means of production of subjectivity, which alone will enable us to deal with the ecosystemic crises already engulfing us and with those yet to emerge, the chaosmic spasms looming on the horizon. Guattari, 1995, 135. Guattari distinguishes this aesthetic paradigm and ethico-political responsibility from classical scientific approaches which objectify or reify subjectivity in extrinsic coordinates and claim to act from a position of disinterestedness. An immanent proto-ethics that doesn't emanate from a transcendent plane. Freedom exists only within immanence, Spinoza. Guattari stresses that we should look to artistic and poetic practices for inspiration in the creative processes that are intrinsic to any reinvention of subjectivity or mentality. A reinvention that will involve the three ecologies of the environment, the socius, and the psyche. As Alain Badiou has argued, Deleuze is searching for a figure of interiority, or of the subject, that is neither reflection, or the cogito, nor the relation to, the focus, or intentionality, nor the pure empty point, or eclipse. Neither Descartes, nor Husserl, nor Lacan, Badiou 1994, 61. This essay will suggest/deduce that Raymond Rouillet's post-Leibnizian psychobiology Pro 106 provides Deleuze and Guattari with their most compelling account of subjectivity, a spatio-temporal immanence of unity in multiplicity, or of interiority in exteriority, which achieves its expression in their final work What is Philosophy? Particularly in the conclusion, From Chaos to the Brain, where the brain becomes subject in absolute survey, an auto-possession or self-enjoyment, Prior to the emergence of the phenomenal perceptual field, the brain is the mind itself, 1994, 210-11. In Difference and Repetition, 1994, and through his engagement with Bergsonian thought, things are luminous by themselves without anything illuminating them, all consciousness is something, not of something. Deleuze had sought to displace the notion of consciousness as illuminating objects or casting light on things, a theory of thought without image, and Ruyer provides the conceptual apparatus for this displacement as it is taken up in What is Philosophy? What is this brain becoming mind/subject in absolute survey? This absolute surface in self-possession? This immanent plane of consistency, or of nature, that has no supplementary dimension to that which transpires upon it, this immanent survey of a field without any need of an ideal subject giving it its unity. Memories of a plan, maker. It is a primary, true form as Ruyer defined it, neither a gestalt nor a perceived form, but a form in itself that does not refer to any exterior point of view, any more than the retina or striated area of the cortex refers to another retina or cortical area. It is an absolute consistent form that surveys itself independently of any supplementary dimension, which does not appeal therefore to any transcendence, which has only a single side whatever the number of its dimensions, which remains co-present to all its determinations without proximity or distance, traverses them at infinite speed, without limit speed, and which makes of them so many inseparable variations on which it confers an equipotentiality without confusion. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 210. This stunning expression will require unpacking. What are true forms and how might they relate to equipotentiality? In fact, this essay may do no more nor less than attempt to explicate this Ruyerian concept of the mind-brain virtual, actual interface as appropriated by Deleuze and Guattari, and in so doing distinguish this approach to subjectivity from that of mechanistic, Gestalt, Bergsonian 7 or phenomenological accounts. Deleuze and Guattari consider this to be Ruyer's singular achievement as manifested throughout his extensive over. 8, what new ways of thinking and feeling can be experienced today. 107. Absolute Survey and the Myth of Intentionality 9. This is how the translators of What is Philosophy? Introduce the concept of survey. It is difficult to find a single English equivalent for the word survol. The word derives from survoler, to fly over or to skim one's eyes rapidly over something. However, the present use derives from the philosopher Raymond Ruyer. Ruyer uses the notion of an absolute or non-dimensional survol to describe the relationship of the eye unity to the subjective sensation of the visual field. This sensation, he says, tempts us to imagine the eye as a kind of invisible center outside, and situated in a supplementary dimension perpendicular to the whole of the visual field that it surveys from a distance. However, this is an error. The immediate survey of the unity of the visual field made up of many different details takes place within the dimension of the visual sensation itself. It is a kind of self-enjoyment that does not involve any supplementary dimension. Deleuze and Guattari, 1994, 9, x. Ruyer claims that although the concept of a consciousness entity has been universally rejected, and that this rejection is nothing new, finding its roots in empiricism, it is often only rejected in words, being based on an illusion that has never been clearly eradicated. Ruyer, 1950, 52. We have the strong impression that our sensual/visual field is in front of us and that we look at it from a supplementary dimension. This is an error. Sensations are brain achievements and there is no brain behind the brain or eye behind the eye to look at its products. Vision or any other sensorial experience is existence rather than representation of. There is no representation of one world but only the multiple worlds our brains achieve. This is not subjectivism, no philosophical or psychological subject is involved. The brain or organism as an autopoietic, self-referential, primary true form, is naturally producing a virtual world, or actualizing a virtual world that is real but not actual, the indiscernible oscillation at infinite speed between the virtual/actual, chaosmoses. But really you do not see the eye. and nothing in the visual field allows you to infer that it is seen by an eye. Wittgenstein, 1974, s. 5.633. Wittgenstein is very close to Ruyer in stressing that we do not observe our consciousness, nor do we look out through our eyes, just in case we hadn't noticed.